Chapter 1030. Yaoshi's alluring eyes did not linger on Yi Futian for long. That one look was of an appropriate length of time, leaving a striking impression in his mind, but not ending up appearing offensive. Yaoshi's alluring eyes did not linger on Yi Futian for long. That one look was of an appropriate length of time, leaving a striking impression in his mind, but not ending up appearing offensive. She turned her eyes on Xiao Sheng and chuckled, "Please, Mr. Xiao, you're too flattering. Goddess Feng Xiao of Lihan Heaven is here, so it makes no difference to the scenery regardless if I'm present. Furthermore, Ms. Gongsun of Divine Cloud Valley should be here today as well." Everyone naturally knew who Yaoshi meant, the sisters of the Gongsun family. The sisters were indeed rare beauties on their own. "We'll have to ask Brother Gongsun about that," Xiao Sheng said as he turned his eyes at Gongsun Zhong. "They're probably already here." Gongsun Zhong then added, "But today is Old Man Zhao's birthday banquet, so the queen should probably be here then. If both the queen and the princess are here, we're all but side characters. Nobody dares to steal the thunder from the queen and the princess after all." Everyone naturally nodded in agreement. Queen Xiao was the #1 beauty in all of Emperor Xiao's realm. The princess liked to dress in men's clothing, and no one had actually seen her dressed in a woman. However, her stunning looks remained highly visible in the least. That, coupled with her status as the princess, would have definitely made her the most high-profile woman in all of Emperor Xiao's realm. No one would have been able to steal Xia Qingyuan's thunder, including Virgin Yaoshi of Yaodai. Mo, one of Tianji Pavilion, sat quietly as he listened to the chatter. While the conversation had been a simple one, he was nonetheless able to acquire a lot of information from it. Tianji Pavilion was known for knowing everything in Emperor Xiao's realm. No one present would have known more about Emperor Xiao's realm than Mo one. His knowledge about the realm was so deep that he even knew all about the love affairs of Emperor Xia in the past. However, no one dared to bring such topics up. All who were present notwithstanding, even Mo one only came to know about those age-old secrets from his teacher, to remind him who in Emperor Xiao's realm should be deemed off-limits. It was the very reason why Tianji Pavilion was able to stay around for so long. Goddess Yaodai lost to Queen Xiao all those years ago, so there was little hope for Yaoshi to win against Xia Qingyuan. Furthermore, what Gongsun Zhong said earlier was rather inappropriate. Yaoshi was a stunning beauty herself with peerless appearance. It was fine for him not to compliment her, but mentioning Queen Xiao and the princess to overwhelm Yaoshi was rather unfriendly. If one were to take the ambitions of Divine Cloud Valley into consideration, it would have not seemed all that difficult to comprehend. "Please, have a seat, Goddess Yaoshi," Xiaoxing said with a smile. Yaoshi nodded lightly. She scanned the place around and moved towards a direction with light steps. The place that she sat at caused a lot of the ones present to cast puzzled looks. While there were many seats available, Yaoshi did not sit at any of Master's seats, choosing to sit somewhere near Yi Futian instead. There were actually better seats elsewhere. While that move seemed insignificant, many looked at her with baffled looks nonetheless, wondering if she was doing so intentionally. "Yaoshi of Yaodai Divine Palace, pleased to make your acquaintance, Mr. Yi. You do live up to your reputation and look incredibly dashing indeed." She nodded politely to Yi Futian as her beautiful eyes seemed to be dancing as soon as she sat down. Her voice was as gentle as water, soothing the minds of anyone within earshot. Every single expression and move of hers were bound to strike the minds of men. Yi Futian looked at Yaoshi with a rather surprised looks, feeling rather weird as to how Yaoshi behaved in front of him. While he was extremely confident of his talents and appearance, he did not think for one second that all of that would have sufficed to make someone like Yaoshi fall for him at first sight, and worse still, taking a liking for him simply by his reputation alone. That was some overused, rotten tropes written in some books, and would have never happened in reality. The reason why Feng Xiao deliberately had Xiaoxing elaborate on the identities of the ones present was to pressure Yi Futian, a way of telling him that all of them were of more exceptional status than him, a valet of the princess. Yi Futian admitted that much himself. He was at a gathering where the most brilliant of the later generations were found after all. Yaoshi hailed from Yaodai Divine Palace, so there was little need to talk about her privileged status. It looked rather unusual for someone like her to come up to him instead. Regardless of the reasons, since Yaoshi was showing goodwill to him, there was naturally no need for him to be unfriendly to the other party. "You're too kind, goddess." I'm but a mortal man, and there is no way I could be worthy of your praise. Speaking of which, it is my first time meeting you, goddess, and I must say that your appearance is so stunning that there is hardly even a handful of girls I know who would be able to remotely compare, Futian replied with a smile. So you mean to say that there are ones who would be able to compare nonetheless then, Mr. Yi? I wonder who would look so exceptional. Yaoshi's voice was fine and alluring. Her eyes were such that few men would have been able to resist. My wife, Futian replied simply. Yaoshi was stunned for a bit and actually looked rather dazed. It was apparent that she found the answer surprising. She thought that Futian would have meant Xiaqing Yuan, since he would have definitely known the princess better due to his status as her valet. That answer of his caught her off guard, especially so when he actually mentioned his wife despite being in the presence of such a stunning beauty. She apparently knew what the answer meant, and that made her feel a little defeated. However, she rescinded those thoughts quickly, and her eyes remained having a warm smile in them. I heard that you have beaten the Jotian temple for a friend once and stripped Pei Qianying of his life spirit, Mr. Yi, becoming known as peerless among the lower worlds. Yu Shang had too defeated Lu Cheng of Lihan Heaven once. The people of Emperor Xia's realm now claim that until the day Wang Chuan of Lihan Heaven emerged from his training, there would hardly be anyone below Saint Plain capable of defeating you, Mr. Yi. Yaoshi then asked with a smile, What do you think about that, Mr. Yi? Well, I've no idea who Wang Chuan is, but it makes no difference if he emerges or not, Futian answered with a smile while looking calm and composed. What he meant was there was still none in Lihan Heaven under Saint Plain who would have been able to compare to him, even if Wang Chuan came to face him. Big words indeed. Another fellow whose arrogance knows no bounds. One angered comment after another emerged as soon as Futian finished his sentence. All of that apparently came from the cultivators of Lihan Heaven. Feng Xiao and Emoli both turned their eyes to look at Futian coldly. Their brother Wang Chuan was the edge of pinnacle below Saint acknowledged by all. There were even elders in Lihan Heaven claiming that there were two planes right below Saint Plain, with Wang Chuan being alone in one, while all the others in another plane. It was no secret that they held Wang Chuan in extremely high regard. Even the likes of Lu Cheng needed to ask for guidance from Wang Chuan at 33rd layer of heaven. Lihan Heaven notwithstanding, even when compared throughout the entire Emperor Xia's realm, there were few below Saint Plain who were deemed qualified to fight Wang Chuan. Futian actually boasted that it would not have made any difference even if brother Wang Chuan were to emerge. His tone was so arrogant that it was apparent that he did not take Wang Chuan seriously at all. One could have imagined what was going through the minds of the cultivators from Lihan Heaven. Everyone present, including Yaoshi, sported puzzled looks, and they were all surprised by Futian. They apparently never expected such answers from him. There was no hint of doubt, as if Lihan Heaven cultivators have always been beneath him. Futian behaved well since the very moment he arrived, sitting there quietly. He had few words to spare even when Yaoshi chatted with him. However, when the conversation came to involve training, what he said surprised everyone so much that the cultivators of Lihan Heaven were barely able to keep themselves from drawing their swords. Futian looked extremely composed and unfettered throughout the ruckus. It was as if that he said something insignificant. He naturally knew what kind of reactions his words would have garnered, yet he did not mind them at all. The cultivators of Lihan Heaven ganged up on Wuchen, and when they lost, the Sword Saint of Liang made a move and injured Yu Shang. All of that meant that he had scores to settle with them. As such, Futian actually wished that Wang Chuan of Lihan Heaven would have actually emerged, so much so that Futian did not mind fighting him on that very day. Lihan Heaven was a massive force, and he was only able to obliterate Jueying Palace. It was far from enough to be able to shake Lihan Heaven, but then again, it was something entirely different if the students of Lihan Heaven were to look for him, instead of the other way around instead. Please shut up if none of you are willing to fight. Futian looked at a cultivator of Lihan Heaven who berated him, adding in a composed manner, If any of you wish to fight, please take your pick. But then again, I'm sorry to say that I've no intentions of entertaining the notion of saints rescuing their students when things do not go their way. He was obviously referring to the time when the Sword Saint of Liang made his move last time. As expected, his words silenced all of those from Lihan Heaven and the ones who were subordinate to them. They simply glared at Yi Futian coldly as they were speechless about that battle. It was indeed considered a taint in the history of Lihan Heaven. Yaoshi felt rather surprised as she gazed at his handsome face from the side. He had never expected such sharp and pointed words coming out from the mouth of gentle, mild-mannered, silver-haired young man. He had been able to anger every single one from Lihan Heaven with several simple lines alone. Uncle Li Yong had only acted to save Lu Cheng's life when he lost in the last battle. While it was indeed somewhat inappropriate, but he had never intended to kill Yu Sheng. He would not have been able to sit here otherwise. You claim to be peerless in the 9 states, and while your talents were indeed extremely exceptional, you have respect for nothing and thought yourself invincible. I say that you've really underestimated the cultivators of the upper worlds, Emoli commented. Due to his relatively mild-mannered temperament, his voice was a calm and composed one. So, you're saying that we should thank the saint of Lihan Heaven for not killing one of our own then? Su Ke, who was sitting beside Yi Futian, smirked coldly as he continued, the fact that your saint attacked remained. Whether it is to save a student's life or not is irrelevant. The swordsman of Lihan Heaven had no intentions of going easy on the 3 of us back then. So in conclusion, you're saying that Lihan Heaven is allowed to attack with intentions to kill, be defeated, and then it is entirely appropriate and correct to have your saint attack then? Number 1 Holy Land of Swordsmanship indeed. I've never claimed to be invincible, but I'm able to beat every single one from Lihan Heaven who is not of the Saint Plane. Would you care to find out? Yi Futian stared at Emoli and said, the swordsmen of Lihan Heaven had sword wool coiling around them as soon as he finished. Some even stood as they have had enough. Yi Futian was apparently ridiculing the number 1 Holy Land of Swordsmanship in Emperor Xia's realm indeed. Beating everyone who is not a saint? All the others looked at Yi Futian without saying a word. Many who were present came to have some thoughts listening to Yi Futian's words. While Lu Cheng was ranked on the Jutian ranking, but he was not actually at the very top. To my knowledge, Lu Cheng of Lihan Heaven was not even qualified to be compared with Wang Chuan. Gong Sunzhong of Divine Cloud Valley looked at Yi Futian and added calmly, furthermore, Wang Chuan had beaten every single sage at the pinnacle of their training of Lihan Heaven 2 years ago. I'm afraid he's already half a saint now. Are you sure you're able to beat him? Chapter 1031. Gong Sunzhong's tone was a composed one, and there was hardly any emotions found within. There was no need to talk about if he liked or disliked Yi Futian. He knew too little about that young upstart to have such concerns in the first place. Gong Sunzhong's tone was a composed one, and there was hardly any emotions found within. There was no need to talk about if he liked or disliked Yi Futian. He knew too little about that young upstart to have such concerns in the first place. While extreme geniuses like Yi Futian were not all that common, yet there was little need for Divine Cloud Valley to be concerned with him. As the number 1 armorer force in all of Emperor Xia's realm, the Valley Master's relationship with Emperor Xia went a long way back. With the exception of top-notch figures, Divine Cloud Valley had little need to be concerned about anyone. However, Yi Futian's unbridled conceit displeased him somewhat. Despite being of peerless, exceptional talent, he was still just someone who came to train from the lower worlds. Emperor Xia appreciated him enough to make him the Princess Valet, so he should have known what he should and should not do. He should have laid low and trained, staying within Emperor Xia's palace and doing his best to assist the princess, instead of throwing big words around, provoking Lihan Heaven. As the number 1 force of the sword in Emperor Xia's realm, it was only natural that that Holy Land's wealth, history, and powers were formidable in all sense. Even if Yi Futian was displeased with them, he had no right to vent his frustration at them. Does he really think that he could shake Lihan Heaven just because Emperor Xia took a liking to him? He's only causing trouble for the princess instead. Furthermore, Wang Chuan of Lihan Heaven did not get where he was without substantial powers to back him. Gong Sunzhong was known to be a top-notch figure below Saint Plane, yet he never dared to say that he was able to win against Wang Chuan. The way Yi Futian behaved with such condescendence and arrogance simply meant that he was able to overpower every single one who was at the very cutting edge of their training. As such, Gong Sunzhong asked what he asked. Yi Futian looked at Gong Sunzhong and said plainly, I'm not talking about Wang Chuan alone. I'm talking about all below Saint Plane and Lihan Heaven. That flat, unfettered tone he took made Gong Sun Zhong glare at him, staying silent for a moment before an amused smirk was seen on his face. All below St. Plain in Lihan Heaven, eh? Truth is, you have never met Wang Chuan and you don't know what he is capable of. Are you saying that you're invincible among all below St. Plain then? Are you saying that you'd have no need to concern yourself with the plain level of others, as no one would be able to beat you then? Yi Futian turned his eyes away. He was picking fights with Lihan Heaven, but if Gong Sun Zhong insisted on feeling offended as one of those who were scorned, then he would not bother explaining anything, as there was little need for him to do so. As for Gong Sun Zhong's opinion of him, he saw that to have nothing to do with him. What would you all be chatting about? A woman's voice was heard. Everyone turned their eyes around and saw two figures walking in their direction. The two women had extremely stunning appearances. Both of them were top-notch figures, and the one who spoke, while looking slightly inferior to Yaoshi in terms of appearance, but the difference were almost negligible, and she could have easily been deemed a beauty few would have been able to compare to herself. The other woman looked somewhat younger. Her clear eyes scanned everyone around her before coming to look at Yi Futian. She wore a puzzled look for a fleeting moment before recomposing herself and not looking in his direction anymore. Gong Sun Xian, she went on to pilgrimage with the princess back then. All I knew was the princess looked after her quite well back then. Never crossed my mind that she was of the number 1 armorer force in the upper worlds. Su Ke looked rather amused as he spoke to Yi Futian telepathically. Furthermore, Luo Fan had taken a liking to her and attempted to woo her. Her refusal had been quite a brutal one. Yi Futian looked speechless as he heard that. He knew what his fifth brother was like with that big mouth. It was entirely possible that Luo Fan flirted with that woman over there. He never asked about anything that happened in those years. The thing that he was most clear about was the feud between Wu Chen and Pei Qianying. He knew next to nothing about anything else that had taken place. But then again, having gone on pilgrimage for several years, it was entirely for them to be acquainted with one another. Xiao Sheng's eyes turned to the woman who spoke, the beloved daughter of the divine Cloud Valley, Gong Sun and I, who was also the elder sister of Gong Sun Xian. Both sisters looked extremely stunning while sporting exceptional talents. We're just chatting around. Brother Yi here claimed that he was capable of overpowering all who were below St. Plain from Lihan Heaven. If there's such a chance to see such fights, I'd be delighted indeed, Xiao Sheng said with a smile. He did not find Yi Futian's big words all that believable. That's probably just putting up airs anyway. Gong Sun and I took one look at Yi Futian's direction, and her expression was a calm, unfettered one. She knew little about Yi Futian and so did not bother giving an opinion. She simply said, "The banquet is about to begin. Shall we make a move?" "Very well." Xiao Sheng nodded with a smile. He turned his eyes at everyone present and said, "If the opportunity presents itself, I'd really like to see you spar indeed. Well then, to the banquet." He got up first and gestured politely. Everyone else stood up one after another. Xiao Sheng walked towards Gong Sun and I and said, "Let's walk." Gong Sun and I nodded lightly. The Xiao clan was a relative of the imperial family, and the relationship between Divine Cloud Valley and Emperor Xia was an exceptional one. Both forces shared a close relationship and kept close contact with each other. As such, she was naturally more familiar with Xiao Sheng. Gong Sun Zhong walked, but Gong Sun Xian stayed a little behind him instead. Yi Futian and his people walked together with Xiao Sheng while the cultivators of Lihan Heaven cast cold gazes at him. Many of them wore sheaths behind their backs, as if that was some habit of theirs. Those items were probably a symbol of pride of them being swordsmen. When Brother Wang Chuan emerges, Yi Futian would have to shut up whether he like it or not. "Shall we walk together, Mr. Yi?" Yaoshi, who was at Yi Futian's side, seemed to be waiting for him, so she smiled and asked when he had gotten close. "Very well." Yi Futian nodded and did not refuse. Both of them walked. The silver-haired young man was exceptionally handsome while Yaoshi looked absolutely stunning. They made quite a scenery just walking abreast. Yi Futian saw a beautiful silhouette standing around after walking for several steps, who was none other than Gong Sun Xian. Luo Fan shirked behind Yi Futian, as if he had done something wrong. "What now? So you don't know me anymore?" Gong Sun Xian asked after seeing Luo Fan shirking. "You've had more guts all those years ago." Luo Fan lifted his head and smiled at Gong Sun Xian. saying, "Well, I knew you were someone exceptional at the very first time I saw you. I never knew you were from the divine cloud valley of the upper worlds. It was little wonder why your skills with flame rules had been so exceptional." Yi Futian saw from the attitude displayed by both parties and knew that there had been little more than a scuffle between them. He left the scene and did not bother anymore with his fifth brother's affairs. Gongsun Xian took a good look at Luo Fan and said, "I never expected to see you coming up to the upper worlds to train. There has been lots of news regarding both Yi Futian and Yu Shang. Which force did you all belong to? Why were those two not present in that pilgrimage?" Little brother and Yu Shang were of exceptional talents, so it mattered little if they went on a pilgrimage or not, Luo Fan said. Little brother? Gongsun Xian looked puzzled as she asked. Both chatted as they walked. Yeah. Luo Fan nodded. Little brother ranked last among the students of the cottage. Our eldest brother, second sister, third brother, and fourth brother. You've seen them all. Gongsun Xian nodded. She had seen every single person from the lower worlds who had been on that pilgrimage, but she was not familiar with any of them. Xian. Gongsun Zhong called, after he and Gongsun and I, who were at the front, found Gongsun Xian walking behind and chatting with Luo Fan. Excuse me then, Gongsun Xian said to Luo Fan, who nodded. Gongsun Xian sped up and moved past Yi Futian and the others, meeting up with his brother and sister. You knew him? Gongsun Zhong asked. Indeed, during the pilgrimage, Gongsun Xian answered. It would have sufficed to just greet him. Don't talk to him so much from here on out. Gongsun Zhong reminded her. As the daughter of Divine Cloud Valley, men who were to marry both Gongsun and I and Gongsun Xian needed to be of the best in Emperor Xia's realm, be it in terms of background, talent, and training as well as appearance. For instance, Xiao Shang had a liking for Gongsun and I, and Gongsun Zhong had little to say about that. Xiao Shang and Gongsun and I were a good match after all, and Gongsun Zhong looked forward to seeing them together. Who the hell is that Luo Fan, by the way? He dares to swoon at the daughter of Divine Cloud Valley? Furthermore, what Yi Futian said left a bad impression on him. Besides, Yi Futian had a score to settle with Li in heaven. Despite appreciated by Emperor Xia, his achievements in the future would have been limited regardless, let alone Luo Fan who was behind him. I know what to do, Gongsun Xian answered. Both of them did not bother concealing their voices as they spoke, so there were many around them hearing the conversation, and they cast amused looks at Yi Futian and his people. While Gongsun Zhong had never conversed with Yi Futian directly, but Yi Futian's attitude was apparent nonetheless. Gongsun Zhong did not bother giving any face to that person who boasted that he would have been able to overpower all under Saint Plain from Li in heaven. Luo Fan turned his eyes at the front, and he frowned a bit. Yi Futian caught Luo Fan's expression as he turned his head around, asking telepathically, So you've taken a liking to her then, fifth brother? Don't be stupid. I've flirted with her with a few lines a few years ago, that's all. We don't know each other much. Luo Fan shrugged and looked indifferent, yet he seemed to be averting Yi Futian's eyes nonetheless. I find her not bad though. Yi Futian smiled and said, She actually came up and chat to you. She might have actually taken a liking to you. Yeah, stop overlaying fourth brother's experiences on me, will you? Luo Fan quipped exasperatedly. Speaking of which, you and fourth brother seem to share similar likings. Yi Futian wore an amused look. His fourth brother had taken a liking to Yushi of Alchemy City all those years back, and his fifth brother came to like a daughter of an armorer force then. Both of those brothers are closest to each other, and are always up to something together. So they come to like the same type of girls then? I was just bored from training all those years back and seeing the awesome might of the flame rules. I just happened to flirt with her for a bit. But you know, your fifth brother here has incredibly charisma. It's entirely normal for girls to like me, Luo Fan commented rather shamelessly. Fourth brother was better at it though. He sealed the deal right there, and then after all, how about you try something similar yourself? You'd probably end up going home with the girl after winning an armor competition or whatnot, like fourth brother, Yi Futian jested. However, even if there were to be such a competition in the upper worlds, Luo Fan would have had no part in it. Shut up. Luo Fan closed the conversation with 2 words telepathically. What's this little shit going to be up to? Seal the deal, my ass. It was due to you she having thoughts about running away from the arranged marriage in Alchemy City all those years ago, that their fourth brother had been able to end up with her with the first place. As with him and Gongsun Xian, he was having fun with words and never given all that much thought to it all. The well-fed has no idea how the starving suffer. This dude at the front seems to be able to pick up pretty girls wherever he ends up in. See, another extreme beauty by his side. All who came to celebrate hailed from holy lands. Futian looked inconspicuous at all among the crowd. There were cheers heard and carriages were seen with clouds up in the sky far away. The entourage was a lavish one. Queen Xiao has returned to her home. A voice was heard from far away, heard all over the Xiao clan's vicinity. Queen Xiao was Emperor Xia's woman and was titled queen. Her status was exceptional, and even just returning to her ancestral home was considered quite a trip in itself. The family head of Xiao clan and other core figures appeared one after another, receiving her at the pedestal. The carriage moved in the air, and there were two figures seen sitting on the carriage. They were none other than Queen Xiao and Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan cast her gaze below and saw a familiar figure among the crowd, looked slightly displeased. Why is he here? She then saw the extreme beauty at Futian's side shortly after, and both of them seemed to be having a good time chatting away. Chapter 1032. Xia Qingyuan glanced over there coldly, a faint look of unhappiness on her face. Then she averted her gaze. Xia Qingyuan glanced over there coldly, a faint look of unhappiness on her face. Then she averted her gaze. The carriage continued forward, and then landed softly in front of the platform. Upon the platform, the host of the feast, Old Man Xiao, smiled. The people around him all bowed and said, "Welcome, Queen, welcome, Princess." The people here were all Queen Xiao and Xia Qingyuan's elders, but they still had to show courtesy to them. That was proper etiquette. "Father, I have come to celebrate your birthday." Queen Xiao stepped out of the carriage with Xia Qingyuan following behind. Everyone's eyes were suddenly drawn there. Just her silhouette was enough to give them an idea of her beauty. "Grandfather," called Xia Qingyuan. Their guards presented their gifts. Queen Xiao smiled and said, "These are from the Emperor." "Excellent, excellent. We are honored by the Emperor's graciousness." Old Man Xiao was all smiles. Ren Huang had personally sent him gifts. The Queen and the Princess had come to his feast, and the top forces of Emperor Xia's realm were all there. At this moment, the Xiao clan was the most glorious place in all of Emperor Xia's realm, save Emperor Xia's palace itself. Below them, many people from the top forces in Emperor Xia's realm sighed slightly. The Xiao clan itself was very powerful, but it did not stand at the top of Emperor Xia's realm by itself. At the very least, Xinyuan Palace, Lihan Heaven, and Divine Cloud Valley could all threaten them. However, ever since Queen Xiao had become queen, the Xiao clan's destiny had become brighter, and they had started on the path of glory, ascending to the peak of Emperor Xia's realm. Countless people had come to their door seeking to enter their household. Now, the Xiao clan had the most favored queen and the best-loved princess. This was truly a grand time for them. Moreover, with Queen Zhao's wisdom and Xia Qingyuan's talent, as long as the Xiao clan did not actively seek their own destruction, they would continue to move forward, becoming more and more prosperous. After all, with Queen Zhao's cultivation, her looks had not deteriorated from age. And Emperor Xia had said that Xia Qingyuan's talent exceeded his own. If there were no major changes, then the Xiao clan's prosperity would be ensured for hundreds of years, or even longer. "I welcome you, my queen." A middle-aged man to the side smiled. It was the queen's brother, Xiao Qianhe. "No need for such courtesy, brother," said Queen Xiao with a slight smile. "Please sit," said Old Man Xiao with a smile. Everyone nodded. Queen Xiao turned around and swept her gaze across the vast crowd of people. She stood there casually, with an air about her like she was the mother of the entire world, and extremely noble. Countless eyes fell upon her, including Futian's. She wore a phoenix crown and an embroidered tasseled cape. She was noble and graceful, and exceedingly beautiful. As she stood there, it seemed like she was the only person in the world, and even the sun and moon lost their brilliance. This was a woman so beautiful that people would not even dare open their eyes around her. Any who stood before her would feel their inferiority. This was Emperor Xia's woman. "Greetings, Queen Xiao," said everyone in the crowd with a bow. No matter what social position they held, Was there anyone in Emperor Xia's realm who would not bow before the queen? Today is my father's birthday feast. There's no need for you all to be so polite, nor so ill at ease. There was a slight smile upon Queen Zhao's beautiful face. After saying this, she sat in the second seat of honor upon the platform, leaving the main seat for her father. Xia Qingyuan sat beside her. It is an honor to have you all here. Please be seated, everyone, said Old Man Xiao with a smile as he waved his hand. Everyone bowed and took a seat. Futian also found an inconspicuous seat amongst the crowd. At a feast filled with people of the younger generation, he would not have to care about anyone, but many of the people here were elders of powerful forces. This was not his turn to seek the limelight. There would be time for that later. Yaoshi still sat beside him, which made him feel strange. He said, "Should you not be following your elder? Right now the only people here from Yaodai Divine Palace are me and a few others." "None of our elders came," whispered Yaoshi. She looked at Futian with her beautiful eyes, and there was a sense of charm in them. Futian nodded and said nothing. He could not shoo away a beauty sitting next to him. Moreover, she was quite interesting to talk to. There was never anything improper about her. She was like a fairy. Her charm was obvious with every action she took, and in reality there were no problems with her sitting there. "I think the princess is looking at you," whispered Yaoshi. "You must be mistaken," answered Futian. "The princess wears men's clothing, but she can't hide her beauty. If she went back to wearing women's clothing, I'm afraid she would make everyone faint," whispered Yaoshi as she looked at Xiaqing. Futian did not say anything, but he thought that if Xiaqing Yuan wore women's clothing, her beauty could compare to that of Yaoshi. At that moment, the great figures at the feast were chatting casually, mostly polite formalities. Many serving maids weaved through the crowd, serving good wine and delicious food. It was truly a grand occasion. The people from the various forces offered their gifts in succession, but the gifts from the top forces were all just formalities. With the Shao clan's current glory, what used were common gifts. When it came to Divine Cloud Valley, they presented a divine weapon was their gift. "How has Brother Gongsun been doing recently?" Old Man Shao asked a middle-aged man from Divine Cloud Valley. It was Gongsun Jing, the second-generation leader of Divine Cloud Valley. As for the most important figures of the top forces, they had not come. For those who stood at the top, it was enough to just send some of their subordinates. It was only a feast after all. Only at a holy ceremony put on by Emperor Xia himself would all the top figures of the realm come together. "My father is well. He has been painstakingly researching armoring, hoping to better himself in that respect and contribute more to His Majesty," replied Gongsun Jing politely. The leader of Divine Cloud Valley had once been Emperor Xia's armorer. That is so good of him. With Brother Gongsun looking out for him, His Majesty can surely rest easy, answered Old Man Xiao with a smile and a nod. Divine Cloud Valley only has a meager amount of power. The ones who truly protect His Majesty are the 8 divine generals. It is said that there have been some disputes in recent years with Emperor Li and the demon world, said Gongsun Jing. Of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, Emperor Li's realm and one of the demon worlds were adjacent to Emperor Xia's realm, so there was occasionally friction between them. Disputes are inevitable amongst the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. But things are much better than they were 300 years ago, said Old Man Xiao with a smile. 300 years ago had been the age of the twin great emperors' unification. The swordmaster of Lihan has been away for many years, traveling around the 3,000 realms of the Great Path and improving his swordsmanship. I have no idea how high he has cultivated now. Old Man Xiao looked towards the cultivators from Lihan Heaven. There was a saint among them. The swordmaster of Lihan's whereabouts are uncertain, so we from Lihan Heaven also do not know how high he has cultivated, answered the saint. Ah. Old Man Xiao nodded. I hope that all of us cultivators in Emperor Xia's realm can continue to get stronger. That is something for His Majesty to worry about. No need to trouble yourself over it, father, said Queen Xiao with a smile. Indeed, we are all old men here. We should be watching the next generation make names for themselves, said Old Man Xiao. Father, Qing Yuan is very talented, even unparalleled in this world. Are you really so worried about the next generation? Said Xiao Qianhe with a smile. Indeed, the princess is talented without equal, and she has been personally trained by His Majesty. Plus, she had trained very hard. In the future, she will certainly become an assistant to His Majesty. Many people below them praised her one by one. Xia Qingyuan was already quite outstanding, and with her status as the princess, it was only natural that everyone would praise her so much. Xia Qingyuan seemed to be quite used to such occasions, and so she seemed very calm. She also did not seem too pleased with herself due to their praise. She accidentally glanced towards Futian once again. The people there probably did not know that among them was one who had defeated her. Even if that man was a scoundrel, Futian did not see her looking at him. He was casually chatting with Yao Shi. Since he had been invited, he could eat and drink in peace. As for him not bringing a gift, old man Xiao did not seem to notice. "You are all flattering her too much," said Queen Xiao with a smile. "Where is Xiao Sheng?" She looked into the crowd and saw a figure stand up and bow. "Here I am." Queen Xiao looked at Xiao Sheng, then at the beautiful woman beside him. She suddenly understood. "Is this the daughter of Divine Cloud Valley?" "Greetings, my lady." "I am Gongsun and I," said Gongsun and I. "Excellent. You are truly worthy of being a junior of Divine Cloud Valley," Queen Xiao praised her. "And you have grown up, Xiao Sheng. I'm sure you will both soon enter the Saint Plane. You should consider cultivating together. The path of cultivation takes a long time, so I would not like him to put too much energy into his feelings for a girl. Moreover, he is going to serve His Majesty in the future," said Xiao Qianhe. "That is no problem. If he finds a suitable partner to cultivate with, he can bring it up with me, and I will make a request to His Majesty to let them marry." Queen Xiao was very wise. Xiao Sheng was moved by what she said. She understood what he wished for, and desired to help him, presenting her offer of help like a gift to his father. "If I find a suitable partner, I will certainly tell you." Xiao Sheng bowed to Queen Xiao. Everyone looked at him in awe. To have the queen arrange a marriage for you was a great honor. As a relative of Queen Xiao, Xiao Sheng had been born with a silver spoon in his mouth. The Xiao clan and Divine Cloud Valley would probably form a marriage alliance. This would make the Xiao clan even more glorious. Moreover, according to Xiao Qinhe's words, it seemed that he was planning to have Xiao Sheng enter Emperor Xia's service. It seemed that the Xiao clan's prestige would become even higher. The people from Divine Cloud Valley also naturally understood what Queen Xiao's words meant and had no objections. This would bring these two forces closer. This is also a generation of great talent for Divine Cloud Valley. Gongsun Zhong is but a half step away from the Saint Plane, and in a few years he will have a chance to get there. Lihan Heaven has Wang Chuan, Xinyuan Palace has Xinyuan Ao, and even more powerful characters appear at Jutian Temple from time to time. Everyone is looking forward to this next generation of heroes. Old Man Xiao could naturally not only praise his own Xiao clan, he also had to praise the others. "You are still missing one person, Elder Xiao," said Feng Xiao with a bow. "Ah, who do you mean?" Old Man Xiao looked towards the people from Lihan Heaven. Not long ago, someone boasted that he was unparalleled below the saint level. By himself he was able to sweep away everyone from Lihan Heaven who was not a saint, said Feng Xiao coldly. Futian, who was sitting there quietly, lifted his head and stared at Feng Xiao with cold eyes. Chapter 1033. The entire feast quieted down at Feng Xiao's words. Everyone looked over at her with great interest. The entire feast quieted down at Feng Xiao's words. Everyone looked over at her with great interest. A single person had swept away everyone under the saint level in Lihan Heaven? Old Man Xiao smiled and said, I have heard that a junior of Lihan Heaven, Wang Chuan, is said by the elders of Lihan Heaven to stand alone on his plane, who below the Saint Plane has as much ambition that they could sweep away all the cultivators of Lihan Heaven below the Saint Plane. Many people guessed what she was really talking about, and their gazes turned towards Futian. Futian had previously been named the princess's valet, leading to some turmoil. Some of the most powerful Holy Lands were paying close attention to this situation. Seeing many people look at Futian, Old Man Xiao also turned towards him. He smiled and said, Ah, so it is Qingwen's valet who is so ambitious. Excellent. Xia Qingyuan looked over towards Futian. That guy was never inconspicuous. But she did not think that he was all talk. Whatever he boasted of, he could do. Her father had praised him, saying he could command the 9 states all by himself. Even if he did not use all his techniques, Wang Chuan could probably still not defeat him. So you are Yi Futian? Queen Zhao's gaze fell upon him, and she smiled slightly. Although she was smiling, there was still an air of nobility about her that no one would dare to profane. Yi Futian rose and bowed to Queen Zhao. I am Yi Futian, Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace in the Barren State. Greetings, my lady. Queen Zhao nodded at him. You are truly a dragon among men. No wonder His Majesty thinks so highly of you. I wish you the best in your cultivation. Thank you, my lady, said Yi Futian. He sat back down. Yi Futian was of the younger generation, so even if there was wild boasting about him, the saints would not say anything. Moreover, the hosts of today's feast were Old Man Xiao and Queen Xiao, and since they had not said too much, naturally no one else would dare to. However, these words had been a bit too flattering. Wang Chuan of Lihan Heaven, Xinyuan Ao of Xinyuan Palace, Gong Sunzhong of Divine Cloud Valley, Qin Bai of Qin Palace, and Yao Shi of Yaodai Divine Palace are all said to be nearly peerless below the saint level, said Xiao Qianhe from beside Old Man Xiao. His gaze fell upon Yi Futian, and he said, Of course, you and Yu Sheng once fought your way through Jutian Temple to the 9th layer of heaven. And not long ago, Yu Sheng defeated Lu Cheng. So presumably the two of you are worthy of being on the same level as them. This is why His Majesty regards you so highly and has named you the princess's valet. But you are still young. Please do not forget how you got where you are and look down upon the great figures of Emperor Xia's realm. Cultivate your righteousness and guard against arrogance, and serve well at the princess's side. Give her your full dedication, and your future will be unlimited. Everyone nodded at his words. Xiao Qianhe was the princess's uncle, so he naturally had the right to remind Yi Futian of his place. There was nothing improper in what he had said. Xia Qingyuan glanced at Xiao Qianhe. She had not expected him to speak. He was her uncle, and there had been nothing wrong with his words, but she knew that Yi Futian was different than other people. He was a man who was prideful down to his very bones. Even when facing her, he had not lowered his head at all, and had even fought her at the imperial mausoleum. Moreover, her father had not named him her valet because he really wanted him to serve and protect her. It was to remind the people of his realm not to act against him casually. Yi Futian's current status was also very mysterious, and he must be very clear about why her father had helped him. After all, she knew that he had been depressed for a while, and as far as she knew, he did not know how her father had handled him during that time. Not knowing if he was going to live or die, coupled with the loss of his wife, had led to his depression. Later, her father had chosen to protect him. He did not ask why, but he must have speculated. So, this guy definitely did not fear her, and did not think of himself as her valet. Xiao Qianhe's words would have had no problems if they were directed at other valets, but Yi Futian would be unhappy with them. She looked at Yi Futian and saw him look up at Xiao Qianhe. There was no joy or anger in his deep eyes, but it was Yu Sheng behind him who looked unhappy. It seemed that he did not think it fell to Xiao Qianhe to give pointers to Yi Futian. Yi Futian smiled at Xiao Qianhe and nodded. I will of course remember my elder's words. Xiao Qianhe stared at him. Seeing his attitude, he was suddenly a bit unsatisfied. But, he started. But at that moment, Yi Futian continued, although I have received His Majesty's favor and have been made the princess's valet, I have never felt self-satisfied due to this. As for looking down upon the great figures of the world, let me say this. When the sages of Lihan Heaven were defeated, their saint got involved. All of Emperor Xia's realm must know this, as many cultivators personally witnessed it. So when I say that there is no one worthy in Lihan Heaven below the saint level, none can find fault with those words. This was too much. It was fine if people wanted to say he was arrogant or didn't know his place. But a saint getting involved was a saint getting involved. They had surrounded Yi Wuchen, and the sword saint of Liyang had wounded him. And then they had wanted to pretend like nothing had happened. That was impossible. What a stubborn fellow, many people thought secretly as they looked at Yi Futian. He was like this even in front of the queen and her own brother. He was truly a crazy and arrogant junior. It was obvious that Yi Futian would not accept Xiao Qianhe's admonition. He persisted in his arrogance. Xiao Qianhe's gaze was fixed on Yi Futian. Then he smiled and said, So there is some enmity between you and Lihan Heaven. There's nothing wrong with that. This is just a bit of disharmony on the path of cultivation. I hope that you can be so passionate in your service to the princess. Yi Futian looked back at Xiao Qianhe. Although Xiao Qianhe talked like there was no problem, he had a feeling that he was trying to sound him out. Moreover, who was it that had invited him to come today? Old man Xiao would not care about the affairs of his juniors. And Queen Xiao and Xiaqing Yuan were even less likely. As for Xiao Sheng, it was probably not in his power. It seemed that the only possibility was Xiao Qianhe. What was he trying to find out? Why had he invited him and then tried to provoke him by his words? His Majesty and the princess know my disposition. They can understand me. Yi Futian was still exceedingly polite. No matter what he was thinking, he could not offend the queen's brother in front of her face. He would naturally be respectful enough to Xiaqing Yuan outside. Emperor Xia had deliberately protected him, both by sealing off news about the Sacred War and by naming him the princess's valet. He was very clear on his place in this arrangement, and knew that the emperor and the princess supported him. If it had just been Li in heaven, he could have completely humiliated them. After all, they had acted first. If Emperor Xia was there, they would not dare do anything. But Xiao Qianhe was the emperor's uncle, and had a close relationship with Emperor Xia and Xiaqing Yuan. If it was possible to not offend him, he wouldn't. However, he would not let the fact that he did not want to offend Xiao Qianhe make his determination waver. Xiao Qianhe really places a lot of importance on you, Lord Yi, said Yao Shi with a quiet laugh right beside Yi Futian. Places importance on me? Responded Yi Futian. He seemed to disagree with these words. Why had she said that? You must not have heard that Xiao Qianhe previously told Queen Xiao that he wanted Xiao Sheng to enter Emperor Xiao's palace, said Yao Shi with a smile. The Xiao clan is prosperous right now since the queen is from their family, but they obviously want to go a step further. Xiao Sheng is an outstanding talent and is a relative of Queen Xiao and the princess. What a close relationship. Him entering the palace is obviously so that in the future he can help Xiaqing. Yao Shi lowered her head and continued. You tell me, is this not placing importance on someone? Although she was speaking unclearly, Yi Futian understood what she meant. He was surprised. Did she really see things so clearly? He never would have thought of this. Among the emperor's children, his favorite was Xiaqing Yuan, and he had even said that her talent exceeded his own. Many people predicted that the one who would rule Emperor Xia's realm was not the prince, but the princess. Xiaqing Yuan was the queen's only daughter, and so the Xiao clan would naturally support her. Due to this, the relationship between Xiaqing Yuan and Xiao Sheng was much closer than that between other half-siblings. So if Xiao Sheng became Xiaqing Yuan's assistant, how high would his position be in a few years? And a marriage alliance between the Xiao clan and Divine Cloud Valley would only help this along. Given this, Xiao Qianhe naturally would not want to see someone else besides Xiaqing Yuan whom the emperor would value highly. Yi Futian had come from the lower realm and was in Emperor Xia's faction, and moreover had been made the princess's valet. Perhaps it was because of this that he had attracted Xiao Qianhe's attention. Yi Futian suddenly realized why he felt like Xiao Qianhe was sounding him out. He was indeed sounding him out, and not just that, he was probably sounding out the princess's intentions at the same time. In that case, obtaining the favor of Emperor Xia and the princess was equal to offending Xiao Qianhe. His opponent's position had been set from the start. This had nothing to do with Li in heaven, and his arrogance had even less to do with it. Thank you for the reminder, he said to Yao Shi. If not for her, he would not have seen things so clearly. The two of them were communicating through spiritual will, so it took only a short time. Xiao Qianhe was silent for a while, then smiled and said, Many people have said that you are unequaled in the 9 states and are highly favored by His Majesty. Since you persist in your self-confidence, perhaps you truly do have the qualifications necessary to have your name be heard throughout the world. If so, I will say no more. Do you have anything to add, Qing Yuan? He turned and looked at Xiaqing Yuan. Yi Futian narrowed his gaze slightly. This Xiao Qianhe was shrewd. Today was Xiaqing Yuan's grandfather's birthday. Him being at the feast was equivalent to defying Xiao Qianhe. And since Xiao Qianhe was Xiaqing Yuan's uncle, him asking her if she had anything to add meant she had to declare her position. Xiaqing Yuan stared at Yi Futian with her beautiful eyes as everyone's gaze fell upon her. It seemed that they all wanted to know how she felt towards Yi Futian. This fellow is arrogant and doesn't know his place. He does not understand the rules, she said. Xiao Qianhe smiled upon hearing this. But Xiaqing Yuan continued. Yi Futian, you have boasted that there is no one of note under the sage level in Lihan Heaven. This has offended the people of Lihan Heaven. Let's take this opportunity to settle the matter. And if you lose, you must return to the lower realm. There was anger in her voice. Chapter 1034. Many went into deep thought after hearing Xiaqing Yuan's words at the banquet. Many went into deep thought after hearing Xiaqing Yuan's words at the banquet. What does Xiaqing Yuan mean by all that? While it seemed as if she was berating Yi Futian, she had nonetheless given him permission to engage the ones from Lihan Heaven. With Wang Chuan being absent, none of the students of Lihan Heaven present would have been able to take Yi Futian on. It was something that many present found amusing. Emperor Xia made Yi Futian the princess valet, which meant that Yi Futian served Xiaqing. While her words seemed to be targeted at Yi Futian, many wondered if she was also voicing her displeasure at the ones from Lihan Heaven. Feng Xiao was the one who provoked with words earlier, spreading what Yi Futian said for all to hear. If that was the case, then they would have only needed to duke it out right there and then. There seemed to be no reason to refuse such a proposal. Xiao Qianhe took one look at Xiaqing Yuan. It seems that the princess has made up her mind then. Well then, we shall see what Yi Futian is made of. If Yi Futian turned out to be just some crazy guy having a penchant to boast, then there would have been no need to worry. Both Emperor Xia and Xiaqing Yuan would have no longer had any need for Yi Futian. Yao Shi took one good look at Yi Futian by her side. She did not know if Xiaqing Yuan was clear how capable Yi Futian really was, and she had no idea how powerful Yi Futian actually was. However, she would have been able to gauge more or less if he were to fight, and she would have been able to tell what kind of an attitude Xiaqing Yuan had towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked at Xiaqing Yuan with a rather surprised look. Others may have known little, but he knew well that no one present knew what he was capable of than Xiaqing Yuan. Xiaqing Yuan had learned plenty from both the battle in the Imperial Mausoleum and the sacred battle fought at the Holy Ji Palace. The fog that clouded Yi Futian's mind dissipated within an instant. If Xiaqing Yuan were to take his side, that meant that to a certain extent, he had Emperor Xia's consent as well. As for the Shao clan, the family the queen hailed from, there would not have been any risk of getting him into trouble, so long as he did not offend them too harshly. Yi Futian was feeling rather grateful for she did for him. While he found Xiaqing Yuan's personality irksome, but that hardly mattered there, as one's stance took priority over everything else. But then again, Xiaqing Yuan probably meant every single word she berated him with. If the opportunity were to present itself, he would have had no doubt that Xiaqing would have wanted to beat him up real good. Yes, princess. Yi Futian bowed and stood up, appearing very polite and respectful. He was Xiaqing Yuan's subordinate after all, so he had to play the part with the right attitude. There was an empty space in the banquet. While the place was by no means small, but it was apparent that it was still inadequate for having pinnacle sages fight. However, Yi Futian did not mind at all. He walked to the middle and bowed to both Old Man Xiao and Queen Xiao on the pedestal, saying, "Today is the day where your birthday is celebrated, Senior Xiao. As a junior who was invited to the event, I naturally do not see it fit to spoil the mood of the event by fighting here. As such, I'd like to play a song here instead, a way to celebrate your birthday, Senior Xiao. I shall repel the sword wills of the swordsmen of Lihan Heaven with the tune alone." Yi Futian finished his lines and turned his eyes at the swordsmen of Lihan Heaven, saying, "Since you all, students of Lihan Heaven, claim that I was merely boasting, well then, all of you below St. Plain, feel free to come at me at once." He sat cross-legged as soon as he finished. The Guqin spirit appeared before him. He started plucking the strings without waiting for them to make a move. A tune was soon heard. The banquet turned unusually quiet after that, with only the sound of the tune in the air. Everyone turned their eyes at the silver-haired young man sitting alone, as if he was the only being worth paying attention to at the moment. There was a tinge of loneliness heard within his tune, as if he was isolated from the world. Vivid illustrations welled up in the minds of everyone within earshot. Despite being at the center of a lively crowd, he seemed isolated and completely alone. "Let's go," the leading sword saint of the Lihan Heaven students said. One figure after another appeared. Many swordsmen walked together and surrounded Yi Futian in the middle. Imoli of Lihan Heaven sat cross-legged before Yi Futian and took out his guqin as well. Feng Xiao stood by his side while all the others stood, surrounding Yi Futian and emanating sword wills. "You could make your move," Yi Futian said. One of them, who stood before Yi Futian, shot with sword wills about him as soon as Yi Futian finished talking, without any reservations. Both parties were very near each other, and compressing sword will attacks in very small vicinities would have been something extremely dangerous, as the destructive capacities of such attacks would have been formidable. The sword will rang with a high-pitched noise as it launched at Yi Futian at blazing speeds. Yi Futian plucked the strings and sent a sliver of music into the air, which surprisingly was converted into terrifying power of rules, shattering the incoming sword will. Whoosh! Terrifying sword aura storms whipped up within an instant. All of the mighty ones from Lihan Heaven burst with frightening sword will. A stifling pressure washed all over the banquet, turning into frightening storms. Saints acted and laid down screens of light, isolating that battlefield from the outside world. The terrifying sword aura storms were tore through the space as boundless sword will, intending to cut Yi Futian down. Yi Futian did not move, and neither did the ones from Lihan Heaven. It was only the music and the sword wills that were clashing. That small space looked like doomsday within that mere moments. Yi Futian was at the very center of it all. However, it seemed as if he was unable to feel any of that and remained playing his tune quietly. His tune pierced through the sword aura storms and became heard outside. A frightening storm of rules manifested around that lonesome figure. As the tune continued playing, sound waves shot forth and the air seemed to have been cut open. It tore right through the storm of sword wills, and the scene looked harrowing. The tune that Imoli was playing was heard as well, converted into extremely sharp sword wills. It seemed as if thousands of threads were flying about as every single tune he played felt like a sword, stabbing into Yi Futian's mind. Worse still, there were still boundless sword wills heading straight for Yi Futian, emanating from that storm that was cut opened earlier. However, Yi Futian continued to look as if he had not felt any of it. He continued sitting where he was quietly, as if countless swords cut his body and stabbed into his spiritual will. Yi Futian, in the situation he was caught in, felt as if he would have been torn to shreds at any given moment. But then again, he remained playing his tune in silence. His tune was lonely and sad, yet it had extreme pride laced within, as if to announce to the world that even if he were to make enemies with the entire world, he would still remain as he was and his mind would remain unflinching. Yi Futian's hair billowed in the storm like swords, his clothes whooshed in the air. He emanated an aura of rules about him at that moment that none of the sword wills were able to cut. An amalgamation of starry and space rules. The saints seemed to have been able to sense the power emanating from Yi Futian. He placed absolute defense around his body, while his power of rules continued to rage while being shrouded by his tune. The mighty ones from Lihan Heaven frowned mildly and burst with even greater sword wills. Some even unleashed their life spirits. Imoli plucked the strings in a frenzy, intending to penetrate his opponent's mind using his tune in an attempt to affect Yi Futian. However, he soon found that Yi Futian looked as if he heard nothing. The storm brought forth by Yi Futian's tune grew increasingly intense, shrouding boundless spaces. The tight space was filled with devastating space-tearing powers, making many feel threatened. A swordsman finally made a move. His body burst straight like a sword, lashing out straight for Yi Futian. One strike would have been capable of taking life and splitting space. Yi Futian remained seated quietly still and did not even bother lifting his head. The swordsman simply felt devastating lightning flashed in his mind in that moment, making him shudder at his very soul. At the same time, his body seemed to have stopped altogether. Devastating storms shrouded him, and he felt intense fear. What is with the power of rules and spiritual will attack of such magnitude? It seemed as if he was totally defenseless. The people of the world claim that I'm unbridled and arrogant, yet why would I need to prove anything to the world? Yi Futian said calmly. He plucked at the strings as he finished talking. That swordsman grunted and spitted blood at that very moment as his body dropped. He was not alone. Every single swordsman of Lihan Heaven around him was being attacked by his tune at the same time. At that moment, His tunes seemed to have been turned into true spiritual attacks, penetrating their will right there and then. They all suffered hallucinations right there and then, feeling as if they were being subjected to the might of the light of doomsday. That was not all. Their bodies seemed to have been frozen solid, making it almost impossible to move. I am who I am. Who below St. Plain from Lihan heaven is qualified to fight me? His fingers plucked the strings again as he finished his words. The people around him all grunted and spitted blood from their mouths in that very instant. The strings on Emo Lee's instrument snapped right there and then. His face was as white as paper. The entire space was filled only Yi Futian's music and that stifling storm. It was as if everyone was being subjected to Yi Futian's control. Who below St. Plain from Lihan heaven is qualified to fight me? None among the swordsmen of Lihan heaven dared move a muscle, and none had the strength to. Yi Futian was still playing nonchalantly. However, his frenzied tune was near its end, turning quiet yet lonesome. It was as if he needed understanding from nobody, and he had nothing to prove to the world. There were naturally many who doubted him, who came from the 9 states of the lower worlds, while many great figures deemed him too abrasive and unbridled, that he was not fit to stand abreast with the geniuses who stood at the pinnacle. But then, so what? Xiaqing Yuan allowed him to fight. As such, he overpowered everyone from Lihan heaven who was not a saint, with just one song. His tune slowly came to a close as his hair billowed. He remained seated there quietly, as if he had never done anything. However, everyone present was immensely shocked. He dealt with the attacks of the swordsman with only his control of rules and his formidable constitution. Yet, at the very end when he finally attacked, lashing out with both his tune and rule attacks, no one was able to stand in his way. No one was capable of doing so. It did not matter that they were cultivators from Lihan heaven. The result remained the same. Everyone present had their eyes on him. That one song seemed to have made them realize just how much pride that silver-haired young man from the 9 states held. It seemed that Emperor Xia had indeed made him the princess valet, due to having known of his strength and came to appreciate him because of it. When that was said, Emperor Xia's appreciation of Yi Futian seemed to have exceeded the expectations of everyone present. The permission that Xiaqing Yuan gave to Yi Futian to make a move became more intriguing than it had otherwise would have been. Is this her way of telling everyone that Yi Futian belongs to her? Xiao Qianhe cast his gaze at that figure. He sensed a sharp aura emanating from Yi Futian. Yi Futian put away his Guqin spirit and stood, bowing at the pedestal before saying, I beg your forgiveness for having interrupted the mood of the event. I shall take my leave at once. Go on then. Xiaqing Yuan said before anyone commented anything. Yi Futian excused himself and left with the people of the Holy Ji Palace. Since Xiao Qianhe had his own agendas, then Yi Futian saw no need to give him face and stay behind in the party. Chapter 1035. The swordsmen of Lihan heaven retreated in shambles after Yi Futian left. All of them suffered injuries of varying degrees. The swordsmen of Lihan heaven retreated in shambles after Yi Futian left. All of them suffered injuries of varying degrees. It was especially so in Feng Xiao's case, who looked extremely irritated. Yi Futian transformed his music into rules and manifested it as a large hand, pinning her on the ground right there and then, making her look really beaten up. The banquet turned eerily quiet. Everyone wore looks suggesting deep thought. Many had been able to guess that if Emperor Xia was willing to make Yi Futian a valet of Xiaqing Yuan, his most doted daughter, then there must have been something about that direct subordinate from the 9 states that caught his attention. Furthermore, with the battle records of both Yi Futian and Yu Sheng added to the list, he could have possibly been ranked alongside the most cutting-edge of geniuses. That battle that just happened moments ago verified their speculations. The mighty swordsmen of Lihan heaven had been vastly overpowered, and none of them were worthy of fighting him. Their powers and his were of different orders of magnitude altogether. There was no doubt that Yi Futian was at the level of edge of pinnacle below St. Plain as well. It was entirely possible that he could have fought toe-to-toe with Wang Chuan of Lihan heaven after all. They were wondering if such massive loss of face in Lihan heaven's part would have been enough to prompt Wang Chuan to descend from the 33rd layer of heaven of Lihan heaven, visiting Yi Futian at his cottage personally. Xinyuan Ao, Gongsun Zhong, Qinbai and the others watched Yi Futian leave. All of them came to have some level of respect shown in their eyes. There were probably a handful of such opponents to be found in even all of the upper worlds, so much so that they probably existed only in single digits. Yaoshi's eyes glittered. That tune from the silver-haired young man had been stunning, as if to declare that even if he were to not budge for even an inch, he would have been able to tear through the swordsmen of Lihan Heaven regardless. No one below St. Plain from Lihan Heaven would have been qualified to fight him. The only who was deemed qualified was probably Wang Chuan. She turned her eyes and looked at Xia Qingyuan. Her smile was indeed alluring. From what was seen, while Xia Qingyuan behaved coldly towards Yi Futian, she was nonetheless helping him out actually. One who was valued by His Majesty has indeed been of exceptional talent, and one who has quite an attitude to boot as well. A voice was heard breaking the silence of the banquet. Xiao Qinhe smiled and said, "Qingyuan, your valet is really something indeed, but you'd still need to work on him more. He would have become something quite difficult to tame otherwise." Xia Qingyuan's eyelashes twitched. Tame? She never actually had any thoughts about taming Yi Futian. However, since Xiao Qinhe put it that way, she nonetheless nodded and said, "My father made him my valet precisely he knew what Yi Futian is like. The first reason would be to nurture him, and second, to shape him up for the future. He hailed from the 9 states and is a palace lord of a holy land. He is quite arrogant and unbridled, knowing not when to keep his ego in check even in such an event today. I'd have father berate him when the opportunity presents itself. Please forgive the offense caused, uncle." "Yeah." Xiao Qinhe nodded without minding at all, yet he felt coldness all over him nonetheless. It seemed that the princess had indeed grown up and had her own mind, not giving him any chance to meddle in her affairs. What Xia Qingyuan meant by letting her father berate her simply meant that Yi Futian served her and Emperor Xia. As such, the emperor would have kept him in check personally, and that uncle of hers had better not have any ideas. Small matter. That tune has spruced up the banquet quite a bit, I'd say. Queen Xiao smiled and added, "Qingyuan, your father had planned out everything for you, making Yi Futian your valet and even letting you go on a pilgrimage with people from both the upper and lower worlds back then. You're near becoming a saint now, and you should indeed nurture your own force. When would you be summoning the heavenly chosen ones from the lower worlds?" As the princess of Emperor Xia's realm, Xia Qingyuan would have probably become the heir of his father's Renhuang throne. As such, she naturally needed to nurture her own force, and she needed the best of the best, as only those people would have been able to keep up with her and be useful to her. Emperor Xia would have chosen some candidates for her, while she was free to choose to nurture people on her own. Yeah, their planes would have been near Archmage Plain by now. I'm already considering summoning them up to the upper worlds to train, and have them achieve sainthood in the upper worlds. Xia Qingyuan nodded. Not just the ones from the lower worlds. If there are any geniuses of the upper worlds that you came to value, you could inform your father as well. But then again, I'm sure you have your ideas, so I won't tell you how to go about it. Queen Xiao smiled and continued, "But regarding your marriage in the future, I'd really like to do something for you, as your mother." "What are you thinking, mother?" Xia Qingyuan asked indifferently. She had yet to reach St. Plain, and as such, she had no mind for love affairs. "Well, you're right. Make sure you make the right decision in the future. I wonder who in Emperor Xia's realm would have made a good match for you. But then again, you'd venture out yourself one day to the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. There'd be many top-notch figures out there." Old man Xiao smiled and added. The few of them talked in discreet voices, as all of that were matters within the family after all. The others did not see their conversation as such, however. All of them listened intently, picking up the conversation despite the minuscule volume. Many came to have their own thoughts about things. The princess' future marriage would have definitely become more than an affair of their own family. It would have become something massive that would have affected all of Emperor Xia's realm after all. Many top-notch figures in the upper worlds harbored such thoughts, but they kept such thoughts to themselves. No one dared to let others know such thoughts out in the open. Xia Qingyuan's talents were known to be peerless in all of Emperor Xia's realm, and at the moment, few were capable of speculating who would have been worthy of becoming her future spouse. Gong Sunzhong of Divine Cloud Valley turned her eyes onto the proud and cold silhouette on the pedestal. As the most core students of Divine Cloud Valley, it would have definitely not been his first time meeting Xiaqing Yuan. He met her many times before, and he felt stunned in every single one of the meetings. He wondered himself as well, what kind of a man would have been deemed worthy of her hand in marriage. While he was of excellent talent himself and was the #1 figure below Saint Plain in Divine Cloud Valley, being rather renowned in Emperor Xia's realm as well, but he would have lost his shine before Xiaqing Yuan nonetheless. However, he strived to work hard and keep up with her, as that was the only girl that piqued his interests in that kind of way. While Yaoshi of Yaotai Divine Palace was stunningly beautiful and had looks that would have made cities fall, he remained unmoved at all. The second master of Divine Cloud Valley, Gong Sunjing, who stood by his side, took one look at Gong Sunjong and spoke to him telepathically. "I'd have your grandfather make a request to Emperor Xia to let you train with the princess. It'd be up to you if you'd be able to seize the opportunity or not." Gong Sunjong took one look at his father and said nothing. The banquet continued, and the ones from Lihan Heaven found some reasons to excuse themselves. Everyone knew what was going on and did not say much. Imowan of Tianji Pavilion stayed at his seat silently throughout the whole time, watching the attendees. He found it rather amusing that many of those who were present had their own thoughts, and most of the thoughts surrounded Xiaqing Yuan, the most renowned genius of a woman in all of Emperor Xia's realm. Things would have turned more interesting in the future in Emperor Xia's realm. However, none who were present had probably speculated that history would have moved in a totally different direction instead. And all of that had nothing to do with Futian at the moment. He would have been able to train in peace after he returned. The battle at the Shao clan's banquet spread like wildfire. Many were impressed by Futian's powers, so much so that he was actually able to make short work of all the swordsmen of Lihan Heaven. Just how powerful is he? Would Wang Chuan emerge? Many looked forward to it all, yet they found that Lihan Heaven was hardly doing anything at all, and Wang Chuan did not seem to have any intentions of emerging from his training. Some claimed that he was indifferent, while others speculated that he was simply making a breakthrough into Saint Plain. Regardless, no one knew what was actually going through Wang Chuan's mind. The #1 figure of Lihan Heaven hardly emerged from the mountain for the past 2 years. He was already at the very pinnacle of Sage Plain 2 years ago. It was said that even more than 2 years ago, there had been hardly anyone among the top-notch swordsmen of Lihan Heaven capable of taking even one strike from Wang Chuan. Time passed, and year 10020 of Divine Prefecture calendar was nearing its end. While it was said that as one's training reached higher heights, one would have came to have little thoughts about the concept of the end of the year. However, Emperor Xia's realm continued to be rather lively nonetheless. Countless forces busied themselves, and many were about to inspect the progress of their younger generations for the past year. Futian did not enter the palace to serve the princess, and Wang Chuan did not emerge as well. Emperor Xia's palace remained standing at the top of Cloud Peak, symbolizing its power and prestige. Many mighty ones from Emperor Xia's palace stepped out and stood high up in the air, casting their gaze far away, seemingly waiting for something. The clouds rolled several hundred miles away, and golden clouds were seen showering. A roar of the dragon was heard in the clouds. At that moment, countless looked up in the air, hearing the dragon's roar thundering in the air. Dazzling golden light rained down below. A huge figure appeared basking under the golden light. That huge figure was golden throughout, and its head looked overpowering and magnificent. 5 claws were seen at its abdomen, with lengths reaching over 1,000 meters. It was none other than the golden dragon. The hearts of many shuddered. One golden dragon after another emerged and filled with divine might. Those were saintly might, and they were sacred beasts capable of taking human form. Yet at that moment, there were actually 18 divine dragons pulling a carriage, blocking out the sky and looking magnificent. Who are they? The hearts of some raced. Which force in Emperor Xia's realm dared to emerge with such a magnificent entourage? Not even Emperor Xia and Xiaqing Yuan would have put up such a massive display going out, no? Images of true dragons were carved on the huge golden carriage, looking extremely extravagant, and there was an enormous golden character on it saying, Li, Emperor Li's realm. The hearts of many continued to race. Such an entourage could have only been of the neighboring Emperor Li's realm, which was right next to Emperor Xia's realm. Emperor Li established the Dali dynasty and ruled all of the lower and upper worlds of his. His power was magnificent, and he held stricter control over his realm, compared to Emperor Xia was his. What's with the mighty ones from Emperor Li's realm doing with such a huge entourage and heading straight for Emperor Xia's palace? Let's head to Emperor Xia's palace. The hearts of many remained racing as they followed the golden dragons, heading towards Emperor Xia's palace. The massive groups of mighty ones gathered as they headed for the palace, standing tall in the sky. Powerful saints stood guard outside the palace, blocking the golden dragon's way. Their extremely overpowering divine might shrouded the place. They were in Emperor Xia's realm after all. They needed to follow the rules and customs, even if the visitor was none other than Emperor Li himself. The golden carriage descended, and one figure after another emerged from within. The one taking the lead was a figure who was clad in golden, extravagant clothing and had mighty ones by his side. That young leader bowed in Emperor Xia's palace's direction shortly after. A voice was heard somewhere near him saying, "Li Yao, Crown Prince of Emperor Li's realm, has come to pay a visit to Emperor Xia." The palace stayed silent for a brief moment before a voice was heard. "Permitted to pass." The voice was heard everywhere. Li Yao and the mighty ones from Emperor Li's realm stepped into Emperor Xia's palace shortly after. News quickly spread that Li Yao, Crown Prince of Emperor Li's realm, came to ask for the hand of the princess of Emperor Xia's realm, Xia Qing'e. The news of the marriage proposal came as a great shock. Chapter 1036. The divine golden dragon pulled the carriage and entered Emperor Xia's palace. Emperor Xia was looking down from the ninth heaven palace, yet the people from the Emperor Li's palace were unable to see him. The divine golden dragon pulled the carriage and entered Emperor Xia's palace. Emperor Xia was looking down from the ninth heaven palace, yet the people from the Emperor Li's palace were unable to see him. "What is the matter?" someone asked with a brimming voice at said palace. "Li Yao, the crown prince of Dali dynasty, has reached the age of marriage. He has long heard the princess of Emperor Xia's realm, Xia Qingyuan, who is of superb talents and unparalleled appearance. As such, in the name of Emperor Li, the prince would like to ask Emperor Xia, here at Emperor Xia's palace, for her hand in marriage." The powerful saint at his side replied to the voice in the palace, bowing courteously as he spoke. He was not worried about what Emperor Xia would have done to him. Emperor Xia was a Ran Huang, emperor of the people. After all, when two realms fight, both parties shall not cut down the invoice. A Ran Huang would have definitely not done anything that would have tarnished his status. Xia Qingyuan was at her residence and heard the voices coming from below. That person's voice resounded throughout the heavens, and everyone within the vicinity of Emperor Xia's palace heard the words spoken telepathically clearly. However, Xia Qingyuan's expression was a calm one, and he was unmoved at all. She knew what was going on, and the marriage proposal was but an excuse. Those people were there for something else. "Li Yao, has your father told you to look at the mirror before you departed?" A voice was heard from high above, plain and unfettered. Li Yao did not mind Emperor Xia's sarcastic remarks. He bowed and replied, "He did not, Emperor Xia. Get out of my sight at once and tell Emperor Li this. If he dares to bring a marriage proposal here again to insult Qing, I shall cut down his envoys." A solemn, majestic voice was heard from the palace above. Heavenly might spread all over the place all of the sudden, bearing onto the people from Emperor Li's palace. The 18 dragons howled and shuddered. They were almost about to lay prostrate. Emperor Xia's voice was an extremely overbearing one, and took Li Yao's marriage proposal to Xia Qingyuan as an insult to the princess herself. While the people from Emperor Li's realm were bearing the mighty pressure from Emperor Xia, their expression hardly looked any different, as if they have expected things to turn out as such. Figures like the Run Huang had zero tolerance for provocations. It was no secret that Emperor Xia doted on Xia Qingyuan, so much so that even Li Yao, the crown prince of Emperor Li's realm, did not seem to be a fitting match for his daughter in his eyes. Furthermore, both realms had never actually been on good terms and had scuffles with each other every now and then. The crown prince and the princess met several times before, and he had long admired her. As such, we were granted permission by Emperor Li to come all the way here. It is fine that you did not find the arrangement agreeable, but Emperor Xia, Was it necessary to insult the crown prince of Emperor Li's realm? The saint beside him then continued, if you place the princess in such a high regard, then she would definitely be as superbly talented as told in rumors and unparalleled in all of Emperor Xia's realm. We have quite a number of superbly talented cultivators from Emperor Li's realm here today, and we would to request a sparring with the princess. How dare you? A cold, aloof, and very overbearing voice was heard. A proud silhouette was then seen standing tall in the air, appearing above those people. It was none other than the sacred general of Qian of the 8 sacred generals. He glanced at the people from Emperor Li's realm and said coldly, the princess is of unparalleled and esteemed status. She is not someone you people could simply ask for sparring matches with. We would be fine with having someone capable of fighting in her stead and defeating our cultivators nonetheless, the people of Emperor Li's realm said again, as if they were actually there to fight. Emperor Xia remained seated calmly in his palace and said with a composed expression, get out? It was apparent that the emperor was chasing out the guests. The mighty ones from Emperor Li's realm looked above, and they were unable to see where Emperor Xia was. The saints dared not probe haphazardly with their spiritual powers. While they were indeed boastful, they nonetheless actually did know where they stood, the Emperor Xia's palace, which was the absolute center of Emperor Xia's realm. None of them dared to do anything that would have truly overstepping the border, as they were simply there to fulfill their tasks. If Emperor Xia do not like us here, then we shall wait outside Emperor Xia's palace for a battle. If there shall be no one emerging to fight us within 3 days, we shall leave at our own accord, without needing further orders from you, Emperor Xia, a mighty one from Emperor Li's realm said with a brimming voice. They then retreated shortly after, leaving the palace. As they stated earlier, despite stepping outside the palace, they did not leave the realm. They really set up camp outside Emperor Xia's palace, and that action alone was one of blatant provocation. Even though the guests from Emperor Li's realm set up camp outside despite being ordered to leave the palace, Emperor Xia still could not have simply ordered for their execution. A huge crowd was drawn outside of the palace due to the golden dragon carriage being around. No one was able to tell how many people actually gathered around there. They all heard the conversation within Emperor Xia's palace earlier. There was simply no way a marriage proposal from the crown prince of Emperor Li's realm to Xia Qingyuan could have not attracted any attention. However, Emperor Xia had been incredibly overbearing, stating that if the other party were to bring the matter up again and insult the princess, he would have cut them down all the same, despite them being envoys. It was apparent that Emperor Xia had taken Li Yao of Emperor Li's realm seriously, and furthermore, he had taken such an action to be an insult to his most beloved daughter, Xia Qingyuan. The way he saw it, Li Yao was beneath Xia Qingyuan. That is our Emperor Xia indeed. Many were wondering deep down that, just how important the princess was to Emperor Xia, that he had to treat even a crown prince of Emperor Li's realm in such a manner. Who would actually be qualified in Emperor Xia's eyes then? What happened at the palace quickly spread everywhere else. Mighty One stepped out from Emperor Xia's palace soon enough, led by the sacred general of Qian, heading towards the people from Emperor Li's realm. A group of exceptional youths were around the general. Battles broke out soon as witnessed by countless there. The ones who came from Emperor Li's realm were all pinnacle figures below the Saint Plane, while the mighty ones from Emperor Xia's palace were too, extremely formidable, but they nonetheless lost more matches than won. In short, they were completely overpowered. What was even more astounding was that every single figure from Emperor Li's realm seemed to have been able to step into the level of edge of pinnacle below Saint Plane. All of them were unervingly powerful and saintly powers were actually emanating from them. Emperor Li's realm had actually deployed such a lineup to come provoke them. There were also people who doubted if Emperor Li's realm had indeed been so terrifying that they seemed to be able to easily overpower all of the genius who emerged from Emperor Xia's palace. They heard that Emperor Li had established the Dali dynasty and ruled all of Emperor Li's realm. All under the realm, whether they be from imperial lands or not, were subjected to absolute rule. As such, it would have definitely been far easier for Emperor Li's realm to mobilize capable men for specific tasks than Emperor Xia's realm. Emperor Xia sat quietly at his ninth heaven palace above. His eyes pierced through the layers beneath and watched the battlefield. A cloaked figure stood quietly by Emperor Xia's side and gazed at the battlefield below as well. So the period of 10 years is finally up then? Emperor Xia, who had been sitting regally, asked. The cloaked figure by his side nodded and said, Your Majesty, it would be after the end of this year. The armies of Tian and Dou had began to mobilize. Right. Emperor Xia nodded slightly. So they are here to probe us then. It is no wonder that they are able to overpower our men. They came prepared after all. Those people have been subjected to forced transformation of their foundations using saintly powers. Most of them would never be able to go any further, and they are little more than pawns of Emperor Li, the cloaked figure commented. He was naturally able to tell that the group of people from Emperor Li's realm out to provoke them were extremely powerful. They did not get to where they were from their own superb talents. They, who were all pinnacle sages, had also been subjected to inhumane means of infusing semi-saint-like powers. However, doing so would have been the same as shattering their future. But then again, it was entirely possible that those people did not have what it would have taken to make it as saints, so they were selected to become machines of war instead. How about we mobilize Tianji? The cloaked figure asked. If Tianji and Xiaqing Yuan were to be there to fight them, there would not have been much of a problem. Only people at the edge of pinnacle below Saint Plane level people, the semi-saints, would have been able to overpower those forcefully created mighty ones. No need to hurry. Have Tianji mobilize his men, but no need to act for now. Let the others feel what those people are capable of first. We might be meeting them in the battlefield soon enough. As for Qingyuan, tell her to stand down. Emperor Xia gave his orders. Acknowledged. The cloaked figure nodded, and his silhouette turned ethereal, before disappearing altogether. The news of the battle spread at blitzing speeds, kicking up quite a ruckus. It was especially so with the top-notch forces, as they were the first to catch wind of the news. Many mighty ones made their move, heading towards Emperor Xia's palace. The battles outside Emperor Xia's palace continued for days. The cultivators from Emperor Li's realm continued to have the absolute edge and overpowered the sages from Emperor Xia's realm by a considerable margin. Countless were stunned at the strength of the cultivators from Emperor Li's realm. But then again, the saints were somehow able to tell that something was off. Many younger generations of many top-notch forces gathered outside Emperor Xia's palace. People from the Divine Cloud Palace, the Qin Palace, the Shao clan, the Futian Temple, and many others were seen there, including some who were ranked on the Futian ranking. Some among them even made their move, yet things remained unchanged. Most from Emperor Xia's realm continued to be overpowered, and only a handful had been able to win. Those top-notch figures kept their hands to themselves. The princess and the few of the most powerful figures of Emperor Xia's realm had yet to make a move as well. Xiaqing Yuan was nowhere to be seen even then, as if none of that had anything to do with her. Countless from the upper worlds discussed about that matter, and Yi Futian naturally caught wind of it. He then arrived outside Emperor Xia's palace. He was there for one reason only, Li Yao. Many noticed Yi Futian's presence and discussed about him. He was then considered a renowned figure after all. Yi Futian took a look at Li Yao, who was sitting on the carriage as soon as he came. Li Yao was inexcusable for making that battle several years ago, back in the Holy Ji Palace being so brutal. Saint Ji and the 9 mighty ones acted as they did because of Li Yao. If Saint Ji had not made a move against him, Jieyu would not have died. As such, it was within reason to hold Li Yao responsible for Jieyu's passing, and Yi Futian was compelled to show up. He was not the only one there. Gong Sunzhong, Qin Bai and others were there as well. At that moment, high above the 33rd layer of heaven of Lihan Heaven, a figure was sitting there quietly. Sword will of the great path flowed and circled around him. Several people stood behind him, and they were saying something, seemingly informing him of the happenings of Emperor Xia's realm as of late. The ones from Emperor Li's realm are very strong then? The young man asked. There were seniors claiming that the people of Emperor Li's realm had been thrust into semi-saint level through forced means using saintly powers. Unless people at the edge of pinnacle below Saint Plane were to act, the chances of defeating them would be incredibly small, the ones behind answered. Semi-saint, eh? The young man mumbled to himself in a calm manner. He took one look and the sky and sword will gushed about, seemingly coalescing from the heavens. Sword, the young man said with a brimming voice, penetrating the heavens. Thousands of swords seemed to have flown and arrived before the young man in mere moments. He stepped forward and traveled using the swords. Sword aura burst as he made his move, tearing the space before him at breakneck speeds. Many at Lihan Heaven turned his heads above to catch a glimpse of the mighty scene. Their minds were shuddering. Looks like our big brother is only one step away from becoming a saint then. Wang Chuan, the number one figure below Saint Plain at Lihan Heaven, finally descended from the 33rd layer of heaven on that day. Chapter 1037. Things were at all-time high and mighty ones flocked outside Emperor Xia's palace. Things were at all-time high and mighty ones flocked outside Emperor Xia's palace. People were seen everywhere at a corner of the vast space. Two people were seen fighting at the center of the crowd. The mighty one from Emperor Li's realm threw a punch, and terrifyingly devastating lightning was seen coiled around his fist, as if concealing the power of the great path with. That punch struck its target, making the person on the receiving feel as if their body was tearing apart from within. Every single one of his internal organs seemed to have been ruptured as he was sent flying, spitting blood as he crashed to the ground. Many continued to be shocked by that scene. The side of Emperor Xia's realm suffered yet another defeat, as the one who was defeated was a mighty one from Emperor Xia's palace, and he too was overpowered. The power of his opponent's fist had concealed might of the saints, and furthermore, its force was compressed as much as it had been able to. As such, there were hardly any terrifying aura being sensed by the onlookers, yet the attack burst with extremely devastating force nonetheless. People of such levels would have been able to have fine control of their power at will. Their control was unnervingly terrifying. If they were able to make it as saints, such qualities would have been even more pronounced. At that moment, the crowd split without anyone telling them to. Cheers were heard and countless eyes turned around, looking at Emperor Xia's direction. A figure descended from the palace above and stepped into the crowd. The princess is finally here. The eyes of many sparkled, not knowing if the princess would have fought personally. Princess. The people from Emperor Xia's palace all bowed. Tianji brought his men and appeared behind Xia Qingyuan. Gong Sunzhong, Xinyuan Ao, and many others were there as well. The moment they saw Xia Qingyuan, they knew that the time for the ones from Emperor Li's realm to go home was near. If those people still insisted of staying around, they would have acted then. Princess Qing, we meet again. Li Yao turned his eyes at Xia Qingyuan and smiled. Xia Qingyuan is indeed stunningly perfect. What a waste for her to be dressed in men's clothing indeed. If she were to be clad in phoenix robes, her stunning looks would have enabled her to charm kingdoms. That, coupled with her cold yet elegant bearing as the princess, would have made her unmistakably charming. It was quite a pity he would never have had any chances to get near such a woman. Emperor Xia would have definitely killed him if he dared. The upcoming battle shall be one fought to the death. Do you intend to continue, or get lost? Xia Qingyuan eyed Li Yao and asked. We have yet to see what Princess Qingyuan is capable of, so we shall naturally continue, Li Yao replied calmly. Tianji, Xia Qingyuan called. Yes, princess. A towering figure was seen stepping out from her side. He seemed to have been able to shake the ground with every step he took. Futian took a look at that figure, whom he recognized. It was the man who stopped him when he was at Emperor Xia's palace, requesting to see Xia Qingyuan. Tianji. Many around them looked on with anticipation. He was Tianji, the son of the leader and the number one figure of the 8 sacred generals. He had superb talents, and acknowledging the merits and efforts of his father, Emperor Xia allowed him to train in Emperor Xia's palace, despite being little more than a guard, but that was only because of the limit of his plane. Tianji was destined to walk the same path as his father, becoming a sacred general serving Emperor Xia directly. As to whether he could have succeeded his father to become the next sacred general of Tian, that would have up to the extent of his powers and how far he would have been able to go in the future. Boom. Tianji walked. Unmatched pressure swept all over the place as he stomped the ground. The mighty one from Emperor Li's realm who fought before walked as well. Flashes of lightning clad around him and coursed about his body, bursting with devastating might of rules. Tianji raised his fists, and within an instant, Golden images appeared on each of them and materialized as blinding halos. Terrifying power of tearing rule burst from them. Furthermore, halos appeared on his body as well, emanating formidable pressure as if they were divine light. Halos of great path glittered and pressured his opponent. The mighty one from Emperor Li's realm frowned a bit and seemed to have sensed threatening force. However, there was no way he could have backed away then. He stepped forward as well. His fist struck the air with shattering crack of lightning, seemed to be out to swallow the heavens. Both came to clash with each other up close and personal within seconds. Boom, boom, boom. Wrecking explosions were heard, and within an extremely short span of time, both sides brought countless punches to bear. A shriek was then heard. The mighty one from Emperor Li's realm had his arms turned bloody and gory before his internal organs exploded from the relentless attacks. He was quickly thrown back to the dragon carriage and slumped to the floor, totally and undoubtedly dead. The hearts of countless spectators raced. They looked at the glittering Tianji, finding that the son of the sacred general of Tian had indeed lived up to his father's mighty name. His strength was undoubtedly formidable. Tianji was an edge of pinnacle below Saint Plain himself. He was nearly invincible at Sage Plain. Even if his opponent happened to possess powers enhanced through external means, said opponent was nonetheless quickly killed. Li Yao did not show much of any emotions from seeing his men killed. Those people had been trained to become suicide fighters and martyrs to begin with after all. All of them should have been prepared to die in battle. Tianji, son of the sacred general of Tian, was indeed formidable. There was little idea how many people of such levels were there in Emperor Xia's realm. Who else? Tianji turned his eyes at Li Yao. Li Yao looked at someone at his side and said in a low voice, "Get up there." There was a mighty one at each of his side, respectively, who had never participated in the battles. It was apparent that those two differed from the others. One of them walked out and stood before Tianji. That supreme bearing emanating from him seemed like a natural one instead of achieved using external powers. Xiaqing Yuan stared at the battlefield. That person would have probably been very powerful. As expected, the resulting fight between those two men was indeed spectacular. Tianji and that mighty one from Emperor Li's realm fought, and the fight ended up in a tie. Even someone as powerful as Tianji had been incapable of taking down his opponent. "That will do," Xiaqing Yuan then spoke. Both Tianji and his opponent stepped down simultaneously. The aura of both men still felt agitated. Xiaqing Yuan turned her eyes at Tianji's opponent. Other than the ones who have had their powers forcefully amplified, Li Yao had also indeed brought two true edge of pinnacle below Saint Plain fighters with him indeed. The sacred general of Tian had been known for his almighty prowess, and the son was equally as extraordinary. Are there any others from Emperor Xia's realm like him? Li Yao asked. Gong Sunzhong, Qin Bai, and some others were eager to try their hand, so they were about to walk out. However, Futian stepped out before everyone else. His expression was extremely cold as he gazed at Li Yao. Li Yao looked at him with a puzzled expression. He was not at that sacred battle back in the day, and his people, who had been watching the battle back then, were killed as well. As such, he decided to bail right away and left Emperor Xia's realm. He only knew later that the Holy Ji Palace emerged victorious in the sacred war. That good-for-nothing Saint Ji acted and still failed. He seemed to have sensed vengeance from Futian's gaze and asked, "Are you going to fight?" "I challenge you." Futian looked at Li Yao and said, "You?" Li Yao smirked when he heard what Futian said. "You want to challenge me?" There was no way he would have taken the challenge. Who else? Li Yao did not bother with Futian and had instead asked his people at his side. Someone else stepped out, spreading his aura at Futian. The surrounding spectators from Emperor Xia's realm felt rather hopeful about that battle. They thought the likes of Gong Sunzhong would have made a move, and never expected Futian to have acted first. Furthermore, Futian intended to challenge Li Yao. However, given that they were at Emperor Xia's realm, there was no way Li Yao would have simply agreed to fight. But then again, the people of Emperor Xia's realm were actually very curious as to how capable Futian would have been. That battle would have allowed them to witness for themselves. Li Yao isn't going to fight. Stay out of this battle. Xiaqing Yuan spoke to Futian telepathically. If vengeance is what you're after, You'll get plenty of opportunities in the future. Yi Futian remained standing where he was even after hearing Xia Qingyuan's words. He gazed at Li Yao and asked, "So you took Saint Ji's son away then?" "I don't know what you're talking about." Li Yao naturally would not have admitted. While Emperor Xia would have definitely found out that he was present when the Sacred War of the Nine State took place, but he never participated directly. There was no way he would have been stupid enough to just own up to the accusation of him inciting a lord of Emperor Xia's holy lands to revolt, when he was right in front of Emperor Xia's palace. You would be in their place soon enough. Yi Futian turned around and left after leaving a line behind. There would have definitely been reasons for Xia Qingyuan to tell him to stay out of that battle. Many were feeling puzzled as to what Yi Futian meant with that line. So, that's it? Gongsun Zhong then walked out next, fighting the one who emerged from the other side. Like how it was with Tianji, he too killed his opponent. Qin Bai, Xinyuan Ao, and a few others killed one of the other side each, letting everyone witness what did it mean to be called Edge of Pinnacle below Saint Plain. Other than the two sages right beside Li Yao, the number of other mighty ones continued to dwindle. So you really are not going to spar then, Princess Qingyuan? Li Yao continued to ask, seemingly still wanted to have Xia Qingyuan fight. Xia Qingyuan did not answer. Li Yao then smiled and said, "Well, if that is the case, we shall take our leave." He was able to more or less tell what the top-notch figures from Emperor Xia's realm were like in terms of powers. So they're finally leaving then? Many asked themselves deep down. While the supposed enemy had been sent home, but the battles actually ended with Emperor Xia's realm being on the losing side as a whole nonetheless. However, sword will whipped about in the air at that moment, seemingly announcing the arrival of someone. Countless looked up and found out to their shock that swords rained down straight from the air ceaselessly. Wang Chuan of Lihan Heaven, here to spar with the people of Emperor Xia's realm. Voice of the Great Path seemed to be heard from above. Sword aura blocked out the sky, and countless witnessed a figure arrived, riding on thousands of swords. Wang Chuan, an edge of pinnacle below Saint Plain from Lihan Heaven. Such unparalleled bearing. Many felt their minds shuddering in awe. It only merely an instant for the swords to arrive, and one mighty one after another before Li Yao stepped out, taking on the opponent who showed from the other side with sheer numbers. Wang Chuan, however, commanded the swords to coalesce into one entity. He himself seemed like the master of the swords. Celestial sword techniques seemed to brought forth as he launched himself at all others before him. One mighty one after another roared as their bodies burst with power. Their aura was cranked to the maximum, intending to take that one sword entity head-on. That sword, however, pierced through the air and straight into their minds. One strike was all it took to tear them apart. PFFDD. With only a light tearing sound, one of the incoming mighty one was unable to hold on and spitted blood. He dropped to the ground right away as his spiritual will was cut down right there and then. One sword to cut it all. Wang Chuan's sword will pierce the bodies of all before him. All of them dropped while spitting blood, their auras dropping at alarming rates. Heretical tricks unworthy of the higher circles, Wang Chuan commented plainly. His finger pointed downward as soon as he was done talking. All before him were penetrated by his swords in that one instant, ended up dead right there and then. Li Yao's eyes were frozen in place, and the other two by his sides looked troubled. The hearts of those from Emperor Xia's realm raced. Yi Futian provoked Lihan Heaven back then, and Wang Chuan never bothered looking for him. However, he was absolutely stunning as he descended from the 33rd layer of heaven and cut down the mighty ones from Emperor Li's realm. Wang Chuan was truly the number one figure below Saint Plain in Emperor Xia's realm. Chapter 1038. Countless people were fascinated as they watched this heroic figure with the impressive sword. Countless people were fascinated as they watched this heroic figure with the impressive sword. Someone had come from Emperor Li's realm to provoke them by giving a command to their princess. In Emperor Xia's realm, many people looked at Princess Xia Qingyuan as a goddess that should not be profaned. However, in the provoking battle with Emperor Li's realm, the cultivators of Emperor Xia's realm were suppressed. Tianji and Gongsun Zhong had gotten involved, and thus they were able to defeat their opponents, but their foes had been so many that it seemed the only way they were able to win was due to the intervention of these two great figures. One of the two people beside Li Yao had even managed to fight Tianji to a standstill. Because of this, Wang Chuan of Lihan Heaven had flown over on a sword. He was such a powerful figure that as his sword struck the ground, all the cultivators besides the two people beside Li Yao who had a bit of divine path power were killed. Moreover, his sword had clearly already reached the extremes of the sage plane. It had elements of the divine path. It seemed that Wang Chuan was much more than halfway on his path to sainthood. One more step and he would be there. Before Princess Xia Qingyuan had reached the peak of her powers, even she would have had difficulty beating Wang Chuan, who was at the peak of what was possible below the saint level. It was highly likely that Wang Chuan, who had come from the 33rd heaven, could inherit the ceremonial robes of the leader of Lihan Heaven. At Old Man Zhao's feast, Yi Futian had suppressed the cultivators of Lihan Heaven and had boasted that there was no one there of note below the saint level. Was that really true? It was just that Wang Chuan had not wanted to come down for a single battle. At that moment he stood there majestically and independently in a white robe with sword wills flowing around his body as he stared at Li Yao. Li Yao stared back at him, then smiled and said, "Marvelous. I am grateful for this opportunity to see you in action. If we have a chance we should do it again." He waved his hand and suddenly 18 sacred golden dragons streaked through the air, pulling the carriage into the sky. And so he left. Xia Qingyuan did not order for him to be stopped. Although he had provoked her, she still followed the rules. Emperor Xia was the host here and could not detain his opponent. "Princess Xia Qingyuan, I'll see you on the battlefield," came a voice from the sky along with the dragons roaring. Xia Qingyuan knew what he meant by this. Li Yao sat upon the dragon with eyes flashing. Today he had tested the combat prowess of the cultivators below the saint level of Emperor Xia's realm. It seemed that more preparations needed to be made. Even though those dead soldiers had been strong enough, they still could not resist someone of Wang Chuan's level. And they would be even more useless against actual saints. Yi Futian looked up at Li Yao riding away on the dragons. His white hair flew in the wind, but his heart was cold. His enemy was right before him, but he didn't have the power to kill him. He could not get revenge for Jieyu. Moreover, Li Yao had never looked at him seriously. He probably had never cared about what he had done at Jisheng Cliffs. Who had died there had nothing to do with him. All that he cared about was whether or not Saint Ji had completed his service. As for everything else, it meant nothing to Emperor Li's son. And as a mere sage, why would Li Yao ever care about him? Xia Qingyuan glanced at Yi Futian. Besides the people from the palace, she was probably the only one who knew the hatred that he felt for Li Yao. As for the others, they were all looking at Wang Chuan. The figure who had come down from the 33rd heaven turned slowly and nodded slightly to Xia Qingyuan. He was elegant beyond compare. He turned to look at Yi Futian. This was his first time seeing him. They had not known each other before, but upon seeing him he instantly knew who he was. Yi Futian felt him looking at him, and he turned away from the fleeing Li Yao, looking back at Wang Chuan. In that moment their gazes crossed over each other. Everything was silent across that vast space. It all seemed a little bizarre. This silence was all because the two of them were looking at each other. One was Yi Futian, who had swept away the swordsman of Lihan Heaven and said there was no one there of note below the saint level. The other was the best cultivator of Lihan Heaven, Wang Chuan, who had come down from the 33rd heaven and killed the cultivators of Emperor Li's realm. The two of them finally stood face to face. So, would they have a real exchange today to solve the enmity that had grown between them? Everyone was trembling on the inside as they watched with great expectation. Could Wang Chuan defeat Yi Futian in a single sword stroke, as he had done to the cultivators from Emperor Li's realm? The sword way of Lihan Heaven has 33 levels, and countless cultivators follow it. I don't even know how many powerful cultivators there are below the saint level. Many of the swordsmen have never revealed their true strength, and have not come down off the mountain. This does not mean that there is no one of note, said Wang Chuan, seemingly in response to Yi Futian. If there are people of note, then why did a saint have to get involved? Asked Yi Futian. Uncle Master Li Yang made a mistake, but if it had been me, I would have done the same. After all, I could not watch the cultivators of Lihan Heaven being killed, and I'm sure you would have done the same as well. They had really done wrong in Pei Qinying's battle, but it was still unfair. Lu Chang had gone to fight for Pei Qianying, but was still defeated. Wang Chuan's voice was calm as his sword was wrapped around him. To put it bluntly, Li Yang had done something wrong. Many people sighed inwardly. It was probably only someone as heroic as Wang Chuan who could call out their elder like that. But he had said he would have done the same in that situation. Indeed, there were some things that from a certain standpoint should be done even if they were wrong. Could he have really watched his disciples die? In the end, he was his own person, and nobody could shield him from his own faults. Even so, I have not heard a single apology, nor will I acknowledge your so-called standpoint. In the end, our strengths were not equal, said Futian. If their strengths had been equal, the outcome would have been very different. Is the world of cultivation not always like this? Wang Chuan looked at Futian. Futian did not dispute this, but nodded seriously. You're right. Such is the world of cultivation. Whether it was Li in heaven or Li Yao, it was all the same. Would Li Yao not think the same way? He only pursued his own goals. Why would he care about the deaths of others? I heard that the enmity between you and Pei Qianying stemmed from Wuchen, and that was why you fought your way up the sky stairwell and to the 9th layer of heaven. If you cannot calm yourself today, then come up to the 33rd layer of heaven. I will wait for you there. If you can fight your way through 33 layers of heaven, that will prove that you are right. When Wang Chuan was finished speaking, the sword will float around him, and he turned into a brilliant light sword and sped away. But the words he left behind made everyone's hearts beat faster. He had not fought Futian, but would wait for him on the 33rd layer of heaven. Futian had said there was no one of note below the saint level in Li in heaven. If he could fight his way to the 33rd layer of heaven, that would prove his words. But that was Li in heaven, not Jutian Temple. Would Futian dare to go? Futian looked up into that figure that had turned into a sword and said, In 7 days it will be the new year. I will see you then, Li in heaven. Now, the 10,020th year of the divine prefecture calendar was coming to an end. In 7 days, it would be the first day of the 10,021st year, and on that day he would go to Li in heaven. He had agreed to do so, so he would go. I will wait for you, came Wang Chuan's voice from the sky, making everyone's hearts beat wildly. Futian really wanted to go to Li in heaven. He was truly insane. Gumu was also there that day, watching Futian. In the past, Futian had fought his way to the 9th layer of heaven, and he had personally witnessed him crush Pei Qianying. But no matter how powerful those at Jutian Temple had been, the people on the 33 layers of Li in heaven were stronger. Many of the top figures from Jutian Temple were there. As for Wang Chuan, he was at the limits of what could be achieved below the saint level. He did not need to go to Jutian Temple to prove his power. It would be nearly impossible for Futian to fight his way to the 33rd layer of heaven. And even if he could, judging by Wang Chuan's performance with his sword here today, he was only a half step away from sainthood. Could Futian really defeat him? Everyone had a feeling of great anticipation. Emperor Xia's realm had proposed a marriage alliance with the princess. Wang Chuan had killed his foes with a single sword stroke, and Futian had declared his intention to go to Li in heaven. The end of that year could truly be called shocking. Xia Qingyuan looked at Futian as well. His answer had been firm. He really was going to Li in heaven. She swept her gaze over everyone and said, In 7 days, I will go as a witness. On saying this, she turned and left, returning to Emperor Xia's palace. But her words left everybody stunned. Xia Qingyuan would personally go to witness the battle. Was this also for the purpose of protecting Futian? After all, they were going to Li in heaven. If Xia Qingyuan was there, no one would dare do anything underhanded. Of course, since Wang Chuan had made a promise and invited Futian to Li in heaven, it was not likely that anyone would try anything underhanded. Phew, many people sighed. On the first day of the next year, there would be a great performance by some magnificent actors. The crowd dispersed, including Futian. The news spread with frightening speed. After all, the people from Emperor Li's realm coming had already caused a huge sensation, and so many people were gathered together. That had been followed by the agreement between Futian and Wang Chuan. How could this not ignite everyone's emotions instantly? This was the first time that a great stir had been caused in Emperor Xia's realm by 2 juniors. There had never been so many people paying so much attention to two junior sages before. And moreover, Xiaqing Yuan was going to watch. This was destined to be a year of unsettlement. Everyone felt that the 7 days passed very slowly, and they could not wait for them to pass by. But the more they wished for this, the slower they seemed to go. Finally, under great anticipation from everyone in Emperor Xia's realm, the 10,021st year of the divine prefecture calendar came. Many people gathered together under Lihan heaven, coming from all directions. On that day, Futian came riding on a sword. He stood beneath Lihan heaven, preparing to ascend the 33 layers. Chapter 1039. Countless cultivators were gathered together below Lihan heaven. Many people from the top forces had come as well. Countless cultivators were gathered together below Lihan heaven. Many people from the top forces had come as well. Everyone's gaze fell upon Futian. Futian and those with him descended from the sword and looked up, then started forward. Everyone looked on in amazement. There were 5 people coming forward. Besides Futian, there was Yushang, Wuchen, Shueke, and Zirei Qianqiu. Wuchen and the other 3 must be the ones that Lihan heaven had surrounded and tried to kill, said someone in the crowd. Ah, that must be it. After Yusheng arrived, the sword saint of Liang struck out, and after but a single sword stroke, Yusheng was covered in blood. Once someone had brought up the reason that this bitterness had started, many people suddenly understood. Futian was bringing them up to Lihan heaven to rid them of their enmity. Up in the air there was a blue phoenix, riding the wind with a stunning figure standing atop it. It was Princess Xiaqing Yuan, who had come to witness the battle. Having here there would ensure that no saints interfered as Futian ascended the 33 levels of heaven. Futian and the others stepped forward onto the staircase and entered Lihan heaven. The village saint and the others waited below. With Xiaqing Yuan there, they did not need to worry about Futian's safety, so it was best that they wait for his return there. Each of the 33 levels of Lihan heaven had many cultivators, richly decorated jade palaces. It was towering and majestic. Step by step, Futian and the others ascended to the first level of Lihan heaven under everyone's gaze. A group of cultivators appeared before them, all of them on the sage plane. There were only 5 people in front of them, but their eyes were still serious. It was said that Futian had wounded many cultivators at Old Man Zhao's feast with a single pluck of his guqin, including Feng Xiao and Imoli. They were not equal to this kind of power. But since he had come, they could not just huddle up in the corner. They stood there gripping their swords, with sword wills flowing around them. But at that moment, Wuchen, Suke, and Zirei Qianqiu stepped forward as fast as lightning. Yusheng followed behind them, and Futian came last. Lihan heaven was the primary holy land for swordsmanship in Emperor Xia's realm. Where else could be a better place for training with their swords? In the past, Luchan of Lihan heaven and his men had cornered Wuchen and the others. After they had been defeated by Yusheng, their saint had gotten involved. Today, they were going to give the cultivators of Lihan heaven a taste of their own medicine. The life spirit in Wuchen's brow spat out brilliant golden light as radiant golden sword wills wrapped around him, and his whole body became exceedingly sharp. Suke and Zirei Qianqiu both had divine implements, and they struck forward. Although they were only mid-level sages, and many of the cultivators from Lihan heaven were at the top of the sage level, their divine implements made up the difference. Even if their opponents had had divine implements, using them would still have been more advantageous to Suke and Zirei Qianqiu than if both sides had not had them. Of course, the strongest among them was still Wuchen, who had Renhuang's sword will. Wuchen flashed over in an instant. He opened his eyes that were as sharp as swords, and light swords shot out, piercing everyone's minds. An illusion appeared before the cultivators of Lihan heaven. It seemed that the sky was full of swords. A sword struck, and they all felt a clear sense of danger, but they did not know where it came from. This was the illusory sword technique. However, they were well trained for this. Some of the best among them closed their eyes and struck out, and in an instant there were swords everywhere. Futian stood behind them calmly. He had heard that in the first 11 levels of Lihan heaven the cultivators were all those who had not yet officially joined Lihan heaven, or whose talent was not enough and thus had not yet advanced to the core. The people on the middle 11 levels were the true core disciples. As for the top 10 levels, those were reserved for those whose talent was enough to certify their genius. Starting at the middle 11 levels, each level had someone at the saint level to train them. It was easy to see how powerful Li in heaven was. The teachers on the middle 11 levels were of the first tier of the saint ranking. They were disciples on the divine path. The top 10 levels were the true foundation of Li in heaven, and the teachers were of the elder generation. As for the 33rd level, it was called the heaven beyond heaven. Only top talents like Wang Chuan had a chance to go there and be taught by the swordmaster of Lihan. It could be said that the division of ranks in Lihan heaven was very strict. The sword saint of Liyang was in the top 11 levels of Lihan heaven. Lu Cheng, who had gotten involved previously, Chu Qingyang, Wang Meng, Li Qiushui, and Imoli were all there cultivating. Of course, anyone who could get into Lihan heaven was an outstanding cultivator. Those whose talent was referred to as not enough were only not good enough when compared with the people of Lihan heaven, but Yi Wuchen and the others were enough to handle them. After all, by using Renhuang's sword will and their divine implements, they could bring to bear a combat prowess equal to one at the top of the sage level, especially Yi Wuchen. In the previous battle, he had wounded Chu Qingyang, overbearing sword, and Wang Meng. Yi Wuchen launched the main attack, and sword illusions wrapped around his opponents. Su Ke and Zue Qianqiu accompanied him. They both sped up and launched surprise attacks. They were invisible and left no trace. With their help, the attacks became even more amazing. Cracking sounds rang out as the cultivators in front of them found their clothes stained with blood. They had all suffered wounds of various degrees. The sword's wills still flowed all around them as Yi Wuchen and the others continued forward. Yu Sheng and Yi Futian followed close behind. Along the way, countless cultivators attacked them, but all of them were defeated by Yi Wuchen and the other two. Yu Sheng did not even have to lift a finger. They quickly passed through the lower 11 levels and reached the middle 11. By that time, Yi Wuchen and the others were short of breath. Even though it had only been the lower 11 levels, everyone there had been extraordinary. They looked up into the sky and saw that their path was filled with swordsmen, but Yi Wuchen still looked very calm. A brilliant light shone from the life spirit sword. He reached out with his single arm, and suddenly thousands of swords gathered together into an unbreakable sword that seemed able to sweep away anything. "Lend me your swords," he said. Su Ke and Zue Qianqiu nodded. As they stood behind him, their sword wills flowed wildly into his. "Let's go," said Yi Wuchen, and suddenly the three of them turned into a single light sword. They tore through the air as they shot into the sky as fast as a bolt of lightning. An incomparable sword will emanated from them as they tried to break through the 33 layers of heaven. Boom! There was a loud sound as Yu Sheng stepped forward quickly. That sturdy figure followed close behind Yi Wuchen, causing the earth to tremble and countless buildings to waver. Ahead of them, a figure stood watching them with sharp eyes. Countless sword wills flowed around him and eventually formed together into a terrible sword diagram. He reached out with both hands and pressed them down, and suddenly the sword diagram sliced through the air towards the light sword that was shooting up towards him. A line of sword will tore through the sword diagram, slicing it apart. The sword will in front of the cultivator collapsed wildly. He turned pale and turned to retreat, dodging out of the way of the sword. He saw it pass in front of him, and he was instantly covered in cold sweat and his face was as pale as ash. He had to retreat, and this retreat would damage his swordsmanship. Up ahead, another cultivator was coming after them. A terrible storm appeared in front of him, and it turned into a storm of swords that covered the sky. The sky darkened as the swords fell, as if the end of days had come. Yi Wuchen and the other two shot up into the sky like swords, cutting through the air. They pierced through the storm and cut it open. The storm of swords turned into an endlessly destructive light that could annihilate anything. Yet Yi Wuchen seemed not to notice it as he continued forward. The sword will of the great path followed him, and the sword will present in the storm was also integrated into his sword. The swordsman paled as the sword sliced through the air. He flew away covered in blood, feeling like all the sword will within him had been destroyed. If Yi Wuchen had let his sword will explode, he would have been a dead man. The group continued forward. They wanted to pierce through the 33 layers of heaven. Swordsman after swordsman was wounded or retreated. Many people watched them from below. From down there, they could faintly feel the invincible sword will. And of course, there was an incomparably powerful figure following behind them. At that moment, there was no sword will on the 33rd layer of heaven. It seemed as if there was only one person in the entire world. He sat there with his single eye closed, as if he had entered into a state of emptiness. This was Wang Chuan. A figure appeared in a palace across from him and stood at the edge of it. He stood there casually. He gave off no aura, but he wielded a sword that could pierce the heavens and the earth. The foremost swordsman in Emperor Xia's realm, the swordmaster of Lihan, had returned from his cultivation. "Why did you ask him to come here to fight?" he asked. The 33rd layer of Lihan heaven is also known as the heaven beyond heaven. You once said that there are men beyond men and heavens beyond heavens. The swordsmen of Lihan heaven say that I am unequaled, but my swordsmanship is impure. "I need someone to break me out of my habits," said Wang Chuan. "Do you seek victory or defeat?" asked the swordmaster of Lihan. "Neither. I only wish that my swordsmanship can be without fault," answered Wang Chuan. "You lack a single step on the path of swordsmanship?" asked the swordmaster of Lihan. "Yes." Wang Chuan nodded. "You have invited someone to Lihan heaven to fight before the eyes of all the world to prove your determination, and seek defeat to prove your lack of flaws. If you can break through your limitations and achieve success through defeat, then you will surely be the foremost swordsman of Lihan heaven." The swordmaster of Lihan spoke calmly and without surprise as he quietly watched his disciple kneeling before him. Chapter 1040. At the 11th heaven of Lihan heaven, Yi Wuchen moved forward with great momentum. The swordsmen of Lihan heaven, who were in front of him, were all wounded and retreated. At the 11th heaven of Lihan heaven, Yi Wuchen moved forward with great momentum. The swordsmen of Lihan heaven, who were in front of him, were all wounded and retreated. At this time, some of the sacred elders of Lihan heaven stood next to the battlefield and observed what was happening inside, and their hearts were slightly disturbed. They did not think that Yi Futian's group of 5 came to challenge Lihan heaven. So far, only Yi Wuchen was making the moves. The two strongest people, Yi Futian and Yu Shang, had not yet fought, and Yu Shang followed Yi Wuchen closely. As for Yi Futian, he walked alone in the back as if taking a leisurely walk outside, relaxing. As if the 33rd layer of heaven of Lihan heaven meant no threat to him at all. They are about to break the 11th heaven. Looking at the radiant sword opened a path that would go straight to the 33rd layer of heaven. Even just Yi Wuchen alone had a sword way superior to countless swordsmen of Lihan heaven. Soon, Yi Wuchen set foot onto the 11th heaven, and it was also the place where the real geniuses of Lihan heaven gathered. In this 11th heaven, there were elite cultivators of sword way from Lihan heaven. Since Yi Futian's group of 5 set foot onto Lihan heaven, until now not much time had passed before they had crossed the 11th heaven, and Yi Wuchen only had one sword. At this point, the sword stopped. The forward-moving sword will finally dissipated, and Yi Wuchen's group of 3 stood there, still surrounded by infinite sword will. They looked up and forward, then continued moving forward. It seemed that they intended to take the momentum and get to the highest layer of heaven. Yu Shang still followed closely behind, with Yi Futian taking up the rear. Until now, Yi Futian and Yu Shang still had not made a move. There were even fewer people who were on the 11th heaven. When they looked up, they saw a line of figures that lined up straight from bottom to top. In each heaven there were just a few people, but everyone was of the existence at the peak of the sage plane. At this time, there was a swordsman standing in front of Yi Wuchen and the others, standing in the void above them, surrounded by sword will, his life spirit blooming, and above his head there was now a sword diagram, shining downward. The light fell on Yi Wuchen and the others. From there, an astonishing atmosphere of sword-way atmosphere faintly permeated the outside. At this moment, the sword chi vaporized into rain. The sword diagram was growing bigger and bigger, covering the void. Endless sword will was falling down from the sword diagram with extremely fast speed, without any rules or restraints. These sword will were dropping with craze, completely drowning the area beneath the sky. Yi Wuchen and the others stood below, like standing in the rain, only that this was a rain of swords. Pust! Around the eyebrow chakra of the sword spirit rushed out, and an even more dazzling sword will shrouded his body, as if once again entering into the state of the last battle when he was assassinated. He stood there, as if he had transformed into Sword Wei, completely in charge of the great path of the sword. Infinite sword will between heaven and earth gathered together, centering on Yi Wuqian body. In the void, as the sword rain fell, Su Ke and Zhui Qianqiu were resisting and dodging, but Yi Wuqian still did not move. The sword rain fell on him, but did not harm him at all, even melting into the sword will that surrounded his body. An even more beautiful sword light swept out from his body, as if he reigned supreme in the Sword Wei. Wuqian's comprehension of the Ranhuang sword will is even deeper, Yi Futian thought to himself. It had been some time since the last battle, so it was normal that Wuqian's power had increased and improved. But the power he now comprehended was the Ranhuang sword will, just a shred of improvement translated into considerable increase in combative power. Above the sky, the swordsman of Lihan Heaven frowned and felt a sense of danger. Then he saw that Yi Wuqian moved. His whole person seemed to be turning into Sword Wei and integrated with it in one. Not at all within the possibility of someone in the sage plane, but the one-armed figure that bathed in radiant glory, at this time gave that feeling to the swordsman of Lihan Heaven. The white garment was bright as snow, and he moved directly toward the sword diagram, and the one arm lifted, pointing to the void. Buzz. At this moment, brilliant light poured over the sword diagram above, but Yi Wuqian seemed to be unaware of it. Just like the last time, his one finger pointed to the sky, and suddenly there was a sword light between heaven and earth, directly tearing and opening, smashing toward the sword. The sword diagram spun wildly and became more violent and dangerous. The sword will that erupted from it seemed to be all-powerful, but it was broken by Yi Wuqian's sword. There was a gap in the sky, and Yi Wuqian carried the shredding rules of Sword Wei toward it. The sword diagram oscillated, and cracks seemed to appear faintly upon it. The cultivator made a snorting sound, and the sword diagram disappeared instantly. It was formed with his own life spirit, so naturally he would not have allowed Yi Wuqian to destroy it. A sword crossed from his side, and Yi Wuqian did not even give it a glance, but simply continued going up. The swordsman from Lihan Heaven had a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, looking pale. Only one move of the sword. He had guarded here and had thought that today he would fight with Yi Futian or Yu Shang, but he would never had thought that he just saw these two people instead without even making an exchange with either, and he was defeated by one move from Yi Wuqian's sword. This guy, Su Ke and Zhui Qianqiu, saw Yi Wuqian breaking the sky with his sword and could not help but try to catch up with him quickly. Did he want to try to get to the 33rd layer of heaven by himself? At this time, Yi Wuqian was urging the Ranhuang sword will with his spiritual power, and his strength was exerted to the limit. Such possibility was not entirely without merit. Maybe he could really make it. In those previous battles, Yi Wuqian did not really exercise all his power, but was reserving it, waiting to explode for the 11th heaven to reveal his true strength. Yi Futian showed a flash in his eyes, and he and Yu Shang continued to keep up. Today, Wang Chuan invited him to come to challenge the 33rd layer of heaven, but it had always been Wuqian and the others fighting, because he also wanted to see if Wuqian could get to the 9th heaven. The five of them kept moving forward, and the opponents were stronger and stronger, but the advancement of Yi Wuqian's kept pace without stopping. All the way upward, all the cultivators seemed to only have one sword. As if Yi Wuqian had only one sword, and was only good with one sword. At this time, above the sky up front, a suffocating pressure dropped down, and the loud rumbling sounds could be heard. The heaven and earth made a sharp whistling sound, and a boundless and beautiful sword mark blossomed upon the sky, as if to sever the sky and cut directly toward Yi Wuqian's body. 3,000-mile sword. A sword that cut through 3,000 miles, slashed toward Yi Wuqian in the air. The last time, Yi Wuqian was defeated by this sword. At this time, he was still simply raising his hand, pointed in the void, and a sword opened up the sky, colliding with the thick sword mark that came chopping down from the sky. For a moment, the world seemed to be collapsing, and the storm that could tear and destroy everything swept out. The sword mark was torn, and Yi Wuqian rushed forward. However, there was another sword that greeted him, and seemed to be even more fierce and violent. The figure that stood in front of Yi Wuchen was the enchanted genius of Lihan Heaven, Lu Cheng. After Lu Cheng lost to Yu Sheng that day, he had gone to the outer layer of heaven to seek higher cultivation. Although it was impossible to metamorphose his strength, it must have been much stronger than it was before. Could it change the outcome of this battle? Yu Sheng was still behind Yi Wuchen. Originally, he was the target of Lu Cheng, but at the moment, only it seemed that he had to first defeat Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen blocked a sword move again, but then he saw endless sword marks came down from the sky that seemed to chop through the sky. This time Lu Cheng asked for Wang Chuan's help to understand a truth. Swordsmanship often did not need to be too rigid in its practice. Sometimes, the most simple and direct sword moves could often exert the strongest strength, so that sword and heart became one, sword and will became one. Lu Cheng at this time had comprehended this point. Every time he pulled out the sword, it was the same. He was at the peak of his spirits, and many sword marks had broken the sky, that seemed to be dividing the sky. But more than that, horrific sword marks melded into the sword will. Intending to destroy Yi Wuchen's spiritual will, Lu Cheng understood that although Yi Wuchen had not been instructed, he also understood. In the midst of the storm, he broke a lot of swords, but the sword marks of the great path became stronger and more aggressive. Upon his body, an extremely strong sword will seem to appear. The radiance of two different swords will shine at the same time. At this moment, the endless sword will above the sky flowed toward Yi Wuchen's body and blended into him. Back then, when he went through the trials at the ruin, he had received 3 Runhuang sword wills. 1 sword to open the sky, and 1 sword to return the truth. Yi Wuchen's body moved, as if entering a state of selflessness, like a sword, but with actual physical existence. His body skyrocketed, without unsheathing the sword, not attacking nor dodging. Lu Cheng's expression was cold. If Yi Wuchen was looking to die, then even Xia Qingyuan would probably have nothing to say. Many cultivators witnessed Yi Wuchen meld into the sword marks, slamming into them with his own body. When Yu Sheng tried to block him, Yi Futian used voice transmission to stop him. He knew a little of Yi Wuchen's style. He was extremely decisive, and usually cared nothing about himself. His person melded into the sword marks, seemed to trample and collapse, and the sword will dropped down madly. Many watched the scene in the void with great shock. Then they saw the sword marks explode and smash, and Yi Wuchen figure rushed forward. Bang, bang, bang. Sounds of loud booms came out. Yi Wuchen actually passed through folds of heavy attacks, and his whole person became illusory and appeared directly not far in front of Lu Cheng. He did not stop, but continued forward, and in an instant landing in front of Lu Cheng's eyes. As his one finger fell, there were stone-breaking shocks. Lu Cheng let out a scream, gathered all his entire life's cultivation of sword wei, and unleashed the most powerful strike with his sword. The fingers of Yi Wuchen's illusory and immaterial body had already pressed down on the sword. In this moment, Lu Cheng only felt that his body seemed to be penetrated by thousands of swords. He watched the body that was getting closer and closer. The sword he had unleashed was slowly broken bit by bit. An unparalleled sword light exploded forth, stung everyone's eyes. The next moment, countless people were shocked to see that Yi Wuchen was still standing there, but the sword will from his body had weakened much. As for Lu Cheng, he was covered in blood, falling to the ground, letting out a moan, and coughing up bright red blood. Yi Wuchen looked at him calmly without too much emotions and continued to move forward. Yu Sheng took a big step forward and also glanced at Lu Cheng coldly, directly passing over him and continued going upward. Another swordsman made a strike, and Yi Wuchen did not move again. Behind him, Yu Sheng rushed out and threw a punch that pierced through the void between heaven and earth, just as tyrannical as that day when he battled Lu Cheng. Just one punch was enough to shatter the sword of the other, and shocked another swordsman to fly out, breaking many of his ribs. Back then, Lu Cheng couldn't take the blow, and today it was the same with the other swordsmen, unless they were like Wang Chuan, who was no longer at this level. A group of 5, rolling forward over everything that was in their path, and no one was able to resist. With an absolutely strong posture, they had now gone to the highest place of Lihan Heaven, the 33rd layer of heaven. Looking up, One could see the figure sitting in front of the ancient palace and several swordsmen beneath him. Chapter 1041. The 33rd layer of heaven from Lihan Heaven, also known as the Outer Heaven, was in the midst of clouds and mist, just like a place where Sword Celestial would reside and cultivate. The 33rd layer of heaven from Lihan Heaven, also known as the Outer Heaven, was in the midst of clouds and mist, just like a place where Sword Celestial would reside and cultivate. Wang Chuan was sitting in front of the palace, his eyes closed, his robes fluttered in the wind. His aura was extraordinary, as if he was not of this world. Around Wang Chuan, traces of sword will float about, surrounding his body without dissipating, forming a terrible field of qi around him. At this moment, when Futian looked at Wang Chuan, he had a false sense that was as if what he was seeing was not a person but a sword. He was now one with the Great Path, and although he sat there quietly, he was more dangerous than anyone else. Wang Chuan, the leader of the younger generation from the Lihan Heaven who had been gifted in Sword Wei, just below the Saint Plain, who had slayed the cultivators of Emperor Li's realm with just one sword strike. At this time, he was sitting in the 33rd layer of heaven, waiting for Futian to arrive. In the other direction, above the ancient peaks that were steep and sharp as a sword, there were towering palaces. On its edge, a person stood with his hands behind his back, looking downward calmly. The swordmaster of Lihan was observing the battle in person. In the void, a sacred beast of blue phoenix floated in the sky, and Xia Qingyuan stood upon it, quietly looking down. She bore witness of Futian and his party reaching the 33rd layer of heaven, and until this moment, Futian still had not made a single move. Yi Wuchen had exhausted a lot of power, urging the Renhuang sword will. Otherwise, just he alone could make it to the 33rd layer of heaven from Lihan Heaven. But after his battle with Lu Cheng, it was difficult to sustain his own spiritual willpower, and Yusheng took his position as forward to clear the path. No one was able to stop this group of 5 when they arrived. This scene seemed somewhat familiar. Just like the time when they entered the 9th layer of heaven at the Jutian Temple, they moved with incredible momentum. However, the swordsmen at Lihan Heaven, especially those at the post-11th heavens, was much stronger than those that were at the 9th layer of heaven. After all, Pei Qianying was just one of the disciples of the 11th heaven, but today's Futian, Yusheng, and Yi Wuchen were also much stronger than they were. In front of Futian and company, a group of swordsmen stood there, blocking the way of Futian and Yusheng. They had been moving their way up to this point with ease, and it was clearly not a good look for Lihan Heaven, especially when the swordmaster himself was watching all this in person. The fact that Lihan Heaven was penetrated so easily by them seemed to confirm Futian's opinion that there was no one under the Saint Plain in Lihan Heaven. Yusheng stepped forward and shook the ground, and he went to those swordsmen. These were the swordsmen from the 33rd layer of heaven of Lihan Heaven. Any one of them would be swordsmen at the top of Sage Plain, and the sword will was clearly stronger than any of the opponents they had encountered before. At this moment, a person attacked, and a sword came at Yusheng. When the sword was unleashed, and lightning and thunder exploded between the heaven and the earth, as if they could break stones, and shattered someone's spiritual will. This sword was like a thunder catastrophe of the great path with the speed of lightning, and the domineering destructive power of the thunder, like the terrible light of catastrophe of the sword Wei. In the void, traces of horrific purple marks slashed toward the immense body of Yusheng, and in his mind, there seemed to also appear a sword light that wanted to chop his spiritual will to pieces. On the body of Yusheng, the light of the Buddha and demon circulated. The immortal body was indestructible. As the horrific sword light came to him, a loud booming sound was heard, and even the defense that was as strong as Yusheng started to crack, but his actual body was unaffected as he continued forward. The roaring sound came out, like the sound of the great path, turning this space into a destructive space of sword Wei. Endless sword light slammed into the body of Yusheng. At this time, Yusheng felt that he was in the end days of sword light. His spiritual will seemed to be drowning in the sword Wei. Streams of destructive currents curled around his body, and the immortal body was broken, but there was still a terrible dark golden light floating about his body. When that horrible sword Wei hit his body, it was devoured little by little and demonized. Boom! A loud sound, Yu Shang continued to step forward, like a demon god, gave out a suffocating pressure. The body of the swordsman in front twirled in flight, and the light of the end days permeated the void. In an instant, endless sword will was produced between heaven and earth. Since Yu Shang was going to devour and demonize it, he would let the rules of the sword way break his physical limit until it was destroyed from within. He wanted to see just how strong this immense body was that could bear the sword way. Bang! Another loud sound. The space trembled, and Yu Shang took another step forward. The demonic power bloomed in his pupils, and the swordsman felt that there was a horrible pressure. Centered on his body, there now appeared statues of demon god, so that he no longer faced a man, but a demon. The expression of the swordsman changed slightly, and there were now statues of horrible demon gods surrounding him. Yu Shang stepped out again, and a destructive dark thunder sword of catastrophe exploded from the midst of the demon gods, as if the attack he was using on Yu Shang was now demonized by Yu Shang, whose destructive power seemed to be even stronger now that there was demonic power integrated into it. The sky was dim without light, like a real end-days sword catastrophe. His look changed slightly, fighting now against his own strength, and sword chi continued without ceasing, difficult to destroy. In front, a gigantic demonic Buddha palm print covered the sky and the sun, crushing the void, slamming down to all living beings and collapsing the sword way. Boom! With a loud sound, his body was slammed to the ground, completely suppressed. His whole body was like being torn apart, full of blood, and terrible to behold. However, the swordsmen from behind continued to attack with no fear whatsoever. Even if they knew it was a lost cause, they were still willing to fight. From the 33rd layer of heaven of Lihan Heaven, they were the swordsmen who stood at the highest point. If they retreated, who else would fight? Yi Futian did not look at below, but stepped forward, alone, toward the swordsman who was sitting on the edge of the palace. From the body of Wang Chuan, Yi Futian could feel an aura, the aura of someone who had dipped into the Saint Plane. That day when Wang Chuan took his sword and came down from the 33rd layer of heaven and ended the cultivator of Emperor Li's realm with one strike of his sword, he had already felt that Wang Chuan had truly reached the limit below Saint Plane, and this limit meant that he was infinitely closer to the divine path. Perhaps it was only a thin line apart, but from Wang Chuan's person, he had been able to perceive a trace of divine authority. After that battle, outside of Emperor Xia's palace, many people in Emperor Xia's realm had proclaimed that Yi Futian was already the first person below the Saint Plane within Emperor Xia's realm, and were betting that he could step onto the 33rd layer of heaven. However, his halberd would be broken here, and lose to the hands of Wang Chuan. Although this ending was unlikely, the strength and the heart of Wang Chuan were not something that the likes of Pei Qianying and Lu Cheng could have compared. At this time, Wang Chuan opened his eyes and looked at Yi Futian. His eyes were full of terrible sword will, and when he looked at Yi Futian suddenly felt that there was sword will piercing into his eyes, as if to pierce through his spiritual will. Nonetheless, he stood there steadily, and his eyes stared directly toward the other. An extreme suppressive atmosphere enveloped this space. Wang Chuan had not really made his strike yet, and Yi Futian felt that he was already in the midst of ruinous sword will which was everywhere, wrapping the space around him, madly stabbing his body, his spiritual will. His white hair flew in the air, and his clothes flapped in the wind, emitting sharp and harsh sounds. In just a moment, they had been riddled with holes. Yi Futian continued to move forward, as if he was not at all disturbed by the sword will, and headed directly toward Wang Chuan. He wanted to see if this first person below the Saint Plane, this swordsman who was only a step away from being a saint, could threaten him. Every step that was taken, the sword will madly enhanced, enough to tear everything into pieces. If it was anyone else in the Sage Plane but Yi Futian, they would probably already have been turned into endless pieces now. Wang Chuan's expression was as usual and extremely calm, not at all as if he was being threatened by a major battle. In front of him, there was the once-in-a-lifetime genius who was known as the unparalleled of 9 states. Even after having entered the upper worlds, he was still one of a kind, much valued by Emperor Xia and the princess. In this battle, he did not seek victory nor defeat, only that the heart and the sword would connect into one, and that the sword way would be flawless. Sword. Wang Chuan spat out a word. It was the first word between the two in this first meeting. There was not an extra word. The sound fell, the sword chi surged to the sky. The sword of heaven and earth, above the firmament, countless swords descended, surrounding his body, humming and spectacular. Go. Another word fell, and thousands of swords broke through the sky in an instant, breaking the air and away from the spirit. The sword way of all heavens falling like a river of heaven. Each of these thousands of swords was like a divine implement, tearing the void and slashing the souls. It was truly a sword that contained divine authority. Above Yi Futian, there loomed a ruinous light of catastrophe, centering on his body, like the end of days, and thousands of rays of the light of catastrophe exploded at the same time. Every light beam was like a sword, colliding with the onslaught of the sword will. The sword light and the light of catastrophe madly burst and destroyed, and there was a horrific scene between the two. The sword will did not extinguish, nor did the light of catastrophe. Yi Futian carried the catastrophe of end days, and continued to move toward Wang Chuan, like a god who was taking a walk in the infinite sword will. Seeing Yi Futian coming forward step by step, Wang Chuan's body slowly floated up, and he straightened out his legs that were originally in the sitting position. Like Yi Futian, he also stepped forward toward Yi Futian. The two did not seem to be in the middle of a battle, but every step that was taken gave birth to destructive power that was enough to pulverize sages. The space between the two of them had become an absolute no-man's land. The light of catastrophe and the sword light madly entangled and colliding, without any sword skills, magical powers, just confrontation of the simplest kind. Wang Chuan's entire body radiated a flawless sword light, as if his entire person had been integrated into thousands of sword will and entered into a state of meditative consciousness. While in this state, Yi Futian actually felt the pressure, and he had a feeling that he was not facing someone who was half-dipped in sainthood, but a true saint. By the sword way of 3,000, Wang Chuan spat out a command, and as his voice fell, the sword light of all heavens melded into his body, rendered his body even more radiant, like an illusion, as if it was no longer a physical entity, but a body of sword. 1,000 rays of sword light dissipated. All of them were integrated into the body of Wang Chuan, but the sword will between the heavens and the earth was several times stronger than it was before, as if a qualitative change had taken place. The light of catastrophe around Yi Futian's body was suppressed, and the way overpowered the rules. Under the sword way, no rules could exist. Wang Chuan borrowed 3,000 swords and turned them into the way. Wang Chuan of this moment represented the sword way. The man was the sword, was the way. He continued to move forward, and the sword will stabbed into Yi Futian's body, as if to break his body and cut off his spiritual will. Chapter 1042. Yi Futian stood there as countless sword will pierced his body as he was caught in the storm of sword will. Even his spiritual will seemed to have been caught in that Lihan sword will. What he was caught in felt rather familiar to him, like how it was when he was being subjected to the medicine baths and suffering their intense agony. There had been multiple times when he was subjected to his breaking point and almost crumbled. Yi Futian stood there as countless sword will pierced his body as he was caught in the storm of sword will. Even his spiritual will seemed to have been caught in that Lihan sword will. What he was caught in felt rather familiar to him, like how it was when he was being subjected to the medicine baths and suffering their intense agony. There had been multiple times when he was subjected to his breaking point and almost crumbled. The medicine baths provided by Saint Jiang had him breaking his limits all the time back then. The limit of both his physical body and his spiritual will continue to be challenged, making him infinitely near to experiencing the divine calamity. What Wang Chuan subjected him to actually made him feel a sense of familiarity. It was a testament that Wang Chuan's sword will was infinitely close to the level of divine calamity as well, making him simply one step away from achieving sainthood. Having suffered through the medicine baths meant that the level of sword will attacks he was subjected to then was utterly unable to truly shake him. Not enough. The storm of calamity conjured by his spiritual will within his mind seemed to have become even stronger. His physical body rang and shone with brilliant light, seemingly having resonated with the great path. Yi Futian's eyes were incredibly sharp. It was as if he were to pierce through the great path. He took one more step forward, intending to see what Wang Chuan's limits were, and if Wang Chuan would be able to shake him. An opponent like that was hard to come by, so much so that he had met no one of such prowess before in Emperor Xia's realm below the Saint Plain but Xia Qingyuan. Wang Chuan's eyes stayed on Yi Futian. Yi Futian, as one who had trained his ways through his physical body, meant that he was far from being able to reach Wang Chuan's level, yet Yi Futian was nonetheless capable of taking on his attacks with his physical resilience alone. There was hardly anyone as powerful as Yi Futian in that sense, and he had no idea if Xia Qingyuan would be capable of that, as he had never fought her. However, his mind remained as calm as the surface of a lake. Every single step he took amplified his sword will. The space between the two of them seemed to have burst with a harrowing storm. The high-pitched whipping seemed rather deafening. Wang Chuan's hand extended as he looked before him. Boundless sword will coalesced before his hand, and a sword seemed to be conjured bit by bit. I shall conjure a sword using the powers of the great path. If you're able to take this strike, there is probably no one below the Saint Plain who can defeat you, Wang Chuan said. The sword before his hand gradually materialized, pulsing with the will of the way of the sword. It pierced through the space, and Yi Futian vaguely felt as if his body was about to be torn apart. All pressure that he was suffering at that moment had actually surpassed that of the medicine baths he went through all those years ago. So this is what the so-called edge of pinnacle below Saint Plain is. The people of Emperor Xia's realm claimed that Wang Chuan possessed powers at the level of edge of pinnacle below Saint Plain, and they had been right. He was indeed qualified to be called such. It was a pity that Wang Chuan met Yi Futian. Despite being the edge of pinnacle below Saint Plain, the Holy Land where he came from would still be reduced to having no one around below the Saint Plain. The space seemed to have been frozen solid, and everything seemed to have stopped flowing. Yi Futian's rule powers affected the entire space, yet it was still unable to stop the sword will from flowing. The sword will of his opponent was above the level of his own rules. Yi Futian extended his hand, and the rules conjured a halberd. It was shining all over, and it pulsed with powers capable of tearing everything apart. Wang Chuan waited for Yi Futian's halberd to come into being before lashing out with his sword. That simple thrust seemingly merged his being with his sword into a single entity. That one thrust seemed to be of true swordsmanship. A dazzling flash of the sword appeared in the space around them. The currents around them crumbled, and everything seemed to have been reduced to nothing. The space seemed to be truly stifled. One thrust with the sword seemed to have destroyed everything in the world. It seemed to be the other sword thrust capable of doing so. Great force shot to the sky from Yi Futian's body. While his plane was not at Wang Chuan's, and he had yet to comprehend the power of the great path, the terrifying force about him continued as he stepped forward. Light of rules coursed about his body as they were infused within his halberd. He thrust his halberd as he saw the sword coming from the other side. Dazzling light burst, and a black dot of vortex actually manifested below the devastating sword will. With every inch the halberd moved, the force turned greater. I don't care how strong your sword is, my halberd shall take care of it. Both parties had been fighting for quite some time, and it was only then that they truly attacked each other. Both were figures at the pinnacle of their training below the Saint Plain. One of them trained in the way of the sword, while the other, in the way of the halberd. Both parties were capable of infusing everything they were capable of into their weapons, bursting with a single thrust, and there was utterly no need for complex methods. As such, both parties never needed more than one attack. The sword clashed with the halberd. Abundant sword will was reduced back to the way while the halberd crumbled 1 inch at a time. The sword crumbled as well as the halberd, being reduced to bits inch by inch as well. The terrifying storm pierced through the bodies of both men. If both men had been top-notch sages beneath the 33rd layer of heaven, they would have simply torn each other apart. However, both of them continued moving forward. Wang Chuan pointed with his finger after his sword crumbled, and Yi Futian replaced his halberd with his fist. The space rumbled as they kept going at one another. The first and the finger clashed in an instant. Boundless sword will pierced through his arm from his fist. His body burst with the light of the sword. At the same time, his fist punched through his opponent's finger, sending shockwaves into Wang Chuan's body, where he raged furiously. Stifling noises were heard, and the actions of both men seemed to have halted altogether. Yu Shang had finished his battle before things came to that point between the two. Everyone turned their eyes to the battlefield above, then at the two unmoving figures. Things seemed rather eerie at the moment. Eerie sword aura coursed about Futian's body as they pierced him all over the place, while the sword will on Wang Chuan seemed to have disappeared altogether. So, who won? The devastating aura circling both men finally dissipated altogether. A terrifying sheen was seen on Futian's body. Thunderous sound resounded from his body, and the sword will finally dissipated altogether. It seemed as if he had never been hurt by the sword will in the first place. His silver hair billowed in the air, and his eyes remained looking brimming as he gazed at Wang Chuan before him. Cough. Wang Chuan coughed, and blood was seen at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, the hearts of the swordsmen below shuddered violently, and they looked ashen. Big Brother actually lost? Being the number one figure below Saint Plain of Lihan Heaven and having superb talent in swordsmanship, the seniors of Lihan Heaven claimed that under Saint Plain, Wang Chuan was a plane on his own. At that moment, however, blood was seen from his mouth, and the strength of his aura was dropping quickly. It was as if he had been crippled altogether. It seemed that even his body was barely holding on. It felt as if one had made it to Saint Plain in an instant, yet quickly dropped back down as a mortal. Wang Chuan turned around and stepped out in the air. His steps were slow and narrow, as if he had been reduced to a complete mere mortal. The skyscraping bearing he had before was nowhere to be seen. He walked before the palace and sat down where he had been before. Wang Chuan then closed his eyes. There was no doubt that he lost. As someone who had become a semi-saint and almost achieved sainthood, he remained incapable of destroying Futian. In contrast, his opponent had managed to deal considerable damage to him. His internal organs were all rattled, and no one knew exactly how many injuries he had sustained, causing his aura to feel so weak. Wang Chuan recalled the path of cultivation that he walked all along. He became famous at an early age and had been the focus of everyone else ever since he became a part of Lihan Heaven. His path had been smooth sailing right up to the point where he entered the 33rd layer of heaven and became a personal student of the Lord of the Swordmaster of Lihan. He made it to Archmage Plain 5 years ago, and there were few in Lihan Heaven capable of fighting him toe-to-toe back then. He defeated every single one of his peers below Saint Plain at Lihan Heaven 2 years ago. Few were even able to make him lash out with a second attack. He was lauded as the edge of pinnacle below Saint Plain back then. However, he knew that it was now, at this very moment, that he truly became someone befitting the title, someone who was truly one step away from achieving sainthood. He knew well that if he were only to keep walking the path that he had walked so far, even if the likes of Futian did not show up, his hard work would have eventually bore fruit and enabled him to become a saint. It would not have made any difference even if he had been able to defeat Futian. Futian had not appeared at the upper worlds for long, but had become incredibly renowned. Both Emperor Xia and Xia Qingyuan held him in very high regard. When he fought the Lihan Heaven swordsmen at the Shao clan's residence back then and had indeed proved that none of them were qualified to fight him, Wang Chuan knew right there and then that Futian would become a rare rival. He might have been able to fight Wang Chuan, and Wang Chuan might have even ended up losing. However, he invited Futian to fight him at the 33rd layer of heaven nonetheless. If Futian was able to fight all the way up to the 33rd layer of heaven and truly defeat every single swordsman of Lihan Heaven, even beating me, what will become of the swordsmen of Lihan Heaven, and what will become of me? Wang Chuan thought. Will our minds in swordsmanship practice be fractured, and our way of the sword become flawed? He lost moments ago and his mind was shaken. He was a semi-saint, and yet he was unable to shake Futian. There would have been no way that his state of mind would have remained totally unmoved. Everyone in the world would know of his defeat, and his reputation would be tarnished. There was no way he could be unaffected. No one in Lihan Heaven under Saint Plain had been able to defeat Futian. The gleaming title of being the number one holy land of the sword in all of Emperor Xia's realm would be tarnished because of him from then on out. His mind was definitely affected. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to think. Countless thoughts welled up in his mind in a single instant. Am I practicing the way of the sword for fame, for wealth, or to better my mind? If you feel troubled by anything, then the only to do is simply to cut it down with one swing of the sword. The voice of the swordmaster of Lihan was heard from the palace at the highest peak. Wang Chuan was shaken. He recalled the way of the sword that he practiced and the myriad of teachings from his teacher. Fame, glory, and everything else in the world felt as if they were of no value. There was simply no way one could have always remained undefeated in one's cultivation to reach the great path. Wang Chuan looked up at the swordmaster of Lihan, then smiled and said, "I understand, teacher." He then turned his eyes at the air before him. His weakened aura spiked and became incredibly powerful in an instant. His sword will shot to the heavens within a single moment. He remained seated upright, and he said, "There will be one less person in this world tangled by worldly matters of fame and wealth. On the path of the sword, there shall be me, Wang Chuan." He lost, and yet his path leading to sainthood was complete. Sword calamity of the great path showered from the heavens above. The clouds rumbled and things looked severe at Lihan heaven within that instant. Divine calamity. Futian looked up at the sky, and his mind was slightly rattled. They stepped into Lihan heaven's territory and fought all the way up to the 33rd layer of heaven. However, Wang Chuan ended up using his ordeal to reach sainthood, and his mind was elevated. Wang Chuan lost but had become a saint. At that moment, Futian felt the turn of events to be ridiculous, and something did not sit well with him. "Thank you." Wang Chuan looked straight ahead at Futian. Futian's expression was a complex one. It was not only him. Even the swordsman at the 33rd layer of heaven did not know what to feel about the turn of events. Is Brother Wang Chuan setting himself as an example here? They wondered. At that moment, an unflinching gaze shot towards Futian and his people. Futian felt something and looked up. The swordmaster of Lihan was looking at them. Futian felt as if that one look from the swordmaster of Lihan had penetrated his being, seeing all that doubt and struggle in his mind. The swordmaster of Lihan then looked at Wuchen, who was right behind Futian. A sword shot down from above straight into Futian. That sword was conjured from the body of the swordmaster of Lihan himself. Futian was totally startled and turned around to look at Wuchen. He saw the sword punch right through Wuchen's body, which was then coiled around by unparalleled sword will in his entire being. That sword seemed to have seeped into his body. Wuchen felt as if his entire body was about to be torn apart. The sword will raged in a frenzy within. Slivers of terrifying sword will coursed about his body. At that moment, he had instead chose to close his eyes and let the sword will rage on. The sword will about him grew increasingly strong. It continued until his way of the sword became elevated, and he broke into Archmage Plane. Wuchen opened his eyes, and there seemed to be sword will in his eyes. He then looked up at the swordmaster of Lihan above, with a complicated expression as well. "Your mind of the sword is pure. I shall lend you my sword then." The swordmaster of Lihan's voice sounded fleeting as it came from above. Futian turned around and looked at the swordmaster of Lihan, with a tinge of regret in his eyes. He then bowed to the air and turning around, saying, "Let's get out of here." Chapter 1043. Countless were standing before the layers of palaces of Lihan heaven. Countless were standing before the layers of palaces of Lihan heaven. Wuchen was able to throw his weight around with his way of the sword, and Yushang had been unervingly overpowering. They all made it up to the 33rd layer of heaven, and everyone was eager to learn of how things ended up there. But they were unable to do anything but wait. Everyone, instead of the swordsman of Lihan heaven, was waiting eagerly. There were countless others who gathered below Lihan heaven, including top-notch figures from all over Emperor Xia's realm. That was the very first day of year 1002-1 of Divine Prefecture calendar. Futian went to Lihan heaven and was about to fight Wang Chuan. Xia Qingyuan the princess would have served as the witness, making the fight one that caused quite a stir. No one knew how Futian and his people had been able to get to. The powers of Futian and Yushang would definitely allow them to get to the 33rd layer of heaven. Will they be able to come back in one piece from the 33rd layer of heaven, though? "Look!" someone shouted in the crowd. Countless turned their eyes to the air. terrifying light of calamity of the great path appeared. It got increasingly strong as the skies changed. Every single beam seemed like a sword of the great path. Divine calamity. The minds of many shuddered. Someone actually made it to become a saint. Furthermore, it might have very possibly been one from the 33rd layer of heaven. They had originally thought that Futian's entourage would take some time despite being able to get to the 33rd layer of heaven. No one expected the fight to conclude so quickly. Is it Futian or Wang Chuan? Someone seemed to be mumbling to themselves. They naturally thought of Futian and Wang Chuan first when it came to making it through divine calamity. While Futian is indeed formidable, his plane should still be quite a long way away to get that far. Wang Chuan, on the other hand, has been an upper-level archmage for years. He was already at the pinnacle of Sage Plane 2 years ago. He attacked with only one single stroke in that battle 7 days ago. He was already half a saint by then, someone said, and the other one who mumbled earlier did not say anything further. There was no doubt that if it were one between the two achieving sainthood, it would definitely be Wang Chuan. So Wang Chuan won then? Someone else asked. He invited Futian for a battle at Lihan Heaven, so that he would defeat Futian at the 33rd layer of heaven and have his way proven then? Many thought so. That battle should have been won by Wang Chuan. He would not have been able to achieve sainthood otherwise. They were not the only ones who thought so. Most of the swordsmen of Lihan Heaven shared that opinion. At that moment, Futian stepped down from the 33rd layer of heaven. Everyone around watched them as they made it through the layers. When he passed by, Lu Cheng, Feng Xiao, and some others stared at Futian coldly. No one below Saint Plane in Lihan Heaven is capable of beating you, eh? Feng Xiao said in a sarcastic manner. She thought that brother Wang Chuan had defeated Futian in that battle and became a saint afterward. Futian, on the other hand, seemed to have asked to be humiliated with what he did. However, he saw those harsh words as nothing but jokes. Futian took one look at her. If what just happened at the 33rd layer of heaven had not happened, he might have actually replied. But, at that moment, he was not in the mood. That look he gave Feng Xiao was a plain, uncaring one. He ignored her altogether and continued walking. There was no doubt that Feng Xiao was exceptionally talented for being able to train at the 11th layer of heaven, and she was presumably a future candidate for sainthood. However, if she were to find out the truth, her mind would have been so rattled that her path to sainthood would have turned out much more difficult. But then, none of that had to do with Futian. The calamity of the great path ceased as they walked down. Wang Chuan was able to make it through the calamity of the great path at the 33rd layer of heaven. Many from Lihan Heaven smiled. Yet another saint was born in Lihan Heaven, and one who had been an incredibly renowned and high-profile one. Futian and his people felt more like lonely guests. They came with great force and left Lihan Heaven in silence. That seemed to have made many swordsmen of Lihan Heaven cement their speculations. When Futian and his people appeared below Lihan Heaven, countless eyes stared at him. The village chief, Qinzhuang, and the others were waiting below as well. It was only natural that they were aware of the discussion. Futian emerged. The ones who were waiting said and asked nothing. After having fought that sacred battle outside the Holy Ji Palace years ago, they knew too well to even assume that Futian lost. The fact that Wang Chuan became a saint after the fight did not matter. It was just that something might have happened during the fight. "Let's go," Futian said to the village chief, who nodded and manned the sword. The entourage stepped onto the huge sword and flew away right there and then. What happened to that battle? Countless watched the figures who left. So they just leave without saying anything? Judging from Futian's expression, did the fight end up shaking him so much that his state of mind became affected? He claimed that none below the saints of Lihan Heaven would be able to fight him. He lost, and it is no surprise that his mind is affected. The discussions went on and someone claimed gleefully, "See, I told you, Wang Chuan would definitely win. The number one figure below the saints is now a saint." There were always post-factum wise men around, regardless of day and age. But then again, it remained a fact that none of them knew what the truth of the battle was truly like. Futian left, but the crowd remained unwilling to disperse. Someone continued to watch the sky until the divine calamity ceased altogether and Wang Chuan truly emerged a saint. It was only then that they reluctantly left. The news of Yi Futian's defeat began to spread everywhere. Countless talked about the battle as if they had been there themselves and witnessed the entire battle. Many saints emerged at the 33rd layer of heaven of Lihan heaven after Wang Chuan attained sainthood. They all naturally knew of the outcome of the battle. Despite being saints, they still felt rather restless. The swordmaster of Lihan then looked at the saints and said, "I've been on pilgrimages throughout the realms and have fought several great battles, suffering several defeats as well." Many looked up at the swordmaster and felt rather shaken deep down. The swordmaster of Lihan, the number one swordsman of Emperor Xia's realm, had actually suffered several defeats out there. As cultivators of the great path, who in the world dares to claim that they shall never be defeated? The swordmaster of Lihan spoke calmly and then continued, "This battle shall be a lesson. Lihan heaven is a place for learning swordsmanship, and that is all. This holy land is not the number one holy land of the sword." The people of Emperor Xia's realm all claimed that he was the number one swordsman, yet that was in no way to say that he shall forever be undefeatable. The swordmaster of Lihan finished. He turned around and left. The saints felt rather shaken still. The state of mind of the swordmaster had been elevated to an even higher state. There was none in the world who was free of ego. Cultivators were not exempt even if they were to become saints. As such, there had been cases of the sword saint of Liang sending out swordsmen of Lihan heaven to regain face lost for the Holy Land. If they were to continue to succumb, no one would be able to tell how things would end up in the future. Wang Chuan seemed to have merged with his surroundings into a single entity at the moment. His aura was stable and conserved. He looked below Lihan heaven and said, "We shall always remember the words of our teacher. Lihan heaven claimed to be the number one holy land of the sword all the time, and today's battle shall be a lesson." "Brother, what was Yi Futian actually like?" some swordsmen below, who had been defeated by Yusheng before, asked. They were still unable to understand that as powerful as their brother had been, he nonetheless lost. Wang Chuan turned his gaze far away. His expression was a fleeting one as he said, "You all once claimed that I was a plane of my own among the swordsmen of Lihan heaven. However, from today's battle, I shall tell you that below Saint Plane, Yi Futian is on a plane of his own, while all others are of other planes." He then turned around and continued, "Despite having become a saint, I still need to train in silence for a period of time." The swordsmen below froze. They never expected Brother Wang Chuan would have such a high opinion of Yi Futian, so much so that he appraised Yi Futian with words that his elders had once appraised him with. Below Saint Plane, Yi Futian was a plane on his own, while others were of other planes. There was no way Yi Futian would learn of Wang Chuan's praise of him. He was riding the sword with the village chief after all. The wind blew on him as he stood quietly at the forefront of the huge sword. His clothes flapped about in the wind and his silver hair danced wildly. Despite having won the battle, he did not feel what he once felt after winning. He was steeped in deep thought instead. He recalled the scenario when he trained in the cottage back when his third brother and teacher were always the ones teaching him. There were countless cultivators in the world, and only people of an open mind would be able to make it as sages. Attaining sainthood had even stricter requirements on the state of mind. A lacking state of mind would have never been able to make such a breakthrough. Despite the reasoning, the so-called flawless state of mind actually differed from one person to another. Some made all the way to become saints due to hate, some due to resentment, and some were so bigoted that their state of mind actually proved flawless. As long as one was able to maintain their state of mind until there were no openings to be found, such states would then prove flawless. Wang Chuan's plane was truly at the very edge of the pinnacle, and he was really one step away. The battle with Yi Futian proved that his state of mind was indeed flawless, and then he made to become a saint. Yi Futian's teacher, Dozhan, protecting his principles with his life at the battle of the Holy Ji Palace. He was then able to break through the limits of his physical body, elevating his plane and making him a saint. Everyone had things that they needed to hold fast to. Yi Futian actually thought that the swordmaster of Lihan was actually acting out against Yi Wuchen back there. However, the swordmaster never said anything. When they made it all the way through the 33rd layer of heaven, he had lent a sword to Wuchen and helped the young sage make it further. He did not know what the swordmaster was holding fast to, but that state of mind alone made Futian felt rather ashamed of himself. It might have been time for him to quiet down and train for a period of time. He was not all that far from becoming a saint, after all. Wuchen walked towards Futian quietly and cast his gaze far away. The swordmaster lent him a sword, and that shaken him considerably as well. The sword lent by the swordmaster of Lihan is still with me, Wuchen said quietly. Yeah. Futian nodded. The number 1 swordsman of Emperor Xia's realm is really above us. Futian took one deep breath and smiled all of a sudden, becoming able to let go. He then looked at Wuchen's empty sleeve and said with a smile, Wuchen, you're now an upper-level archmage yourself. The path leading to sainthood is no longer all that far away. The swordmaster claimed that your mind of the sword is pure, so you'll definitely be able to make it as a saint. After attaining sainthood and being baptized by the great path, emerging as a new being, your arm might actually be restored. Wuchen took one look at his left sleeve and said, It's been years. I've gotten used to it. Yeah, we've been around for this many years in the blink of an eye, so much so that you've gotten used to it. Futian smiled, as did Wuchen. Chapter 1044. The curtain was closed on the 10,021st year of the divine prefecture calendar with a battle between people at the peak of what was possible below the saint level. Afterward, Wang Chuan embarked upon the divine path. The news of Futian's defeat shocked Emperor Xia's realm. The curtain was closed on the 10,021st year of the divine prefecture calendar with a battle between people at the peak of what was possible below the saint level. Afterward, Wang Chuan embarked upon the divine path. The news of Futian's defeat shocked Emperor Xia's realm, but no one from Lihan Heaven would talk about it, and there were even rumors that Wang Chuan had evaluated Futian very highly, saying that he stood on his own level. His high evaluation of him made the other cultivators of Lihan Heaven throw themselves into their own training. This made people wonder if it had been Wang Chuan who had won or Futian. Could it have been a draw? The two men of talent obviously appreciated each other, and this battle had allowed Wang Chuan to advance to the next level. Had this ended the battle between them? Given the ambitious character that Futian had shown before, if he had won, he would not have held his tongue and would have instead mocked Lihan Heaven. It was said that after the battle, he had gone back to the cottage to lose himself in cultivation. It was as if this battle between geniuses had never happened. Princess Yaxing Yuan never mentioned the battle either, making everyone even more curious about what had happened. What had happened on the 33rd level of Lihan Heaven? The days passed, and people's interest in the battle gradually cooled. Important things happened in Emperor Xia's realm every day, and the people's eyes would not remain fixed on a single battle forever. This was especially true over the past few days. It was said that the top forces had been summoned to Emperor Xia's palace, and Princess Yaxing Yuan had summoned the cultivators from the lower realms that she had chosen in the past to come to the upper realms. In addition, many saints from the 9 states came to Emperor Xia's palace as well. As the news of this spread out, many people understood what it meant. 10 more years had passed. At that time Futian was at the villa cultivating. His state of mind had changed after the battle, and now he was firmly fixed at the upper sage level. His next goal was the saint level. Yaya and Glass Saint were also there cultivating. With her reincarnated body, Yaya's state of mind was already in the right place, so she only had to increase her level. Thus, her rate of progress was extremely fast, and she grew far stronger each day. And she was receiving her instruction from incredibly powerful Glass Saint. Futian sat beside Yaya and whispered, Yaya, how is the Saint Plane divided up? Looking straight forward, she replied, Some people say there are 3 tiers of the Saint Plane, and some people say there are 4. Very few people reach the 4th tier, but if you want to reach Renhuang's plane, you have to reach this 4th tier first. The first tier of the divine path consists of proving your holiness. Your state of mind is without blemish, your faith is firm, and you must pass across the catastrophe of the divine path. Most of the saints of the 9 states are at this tier. At the 2nd tier of the divine path, you know your true self, and thus it is called the true self plane. Your state of mind is even more firm and pure. She is on this tier, but now she is a little confused. She hesitates on this tier, trying to find her true self. Yaya looked at Glass Saint. In the past, all she had wanted was to kill the great Zhou sacred king, and her mind was firmly set on that. But she had run into difficulties and was unable to advance to the next step. After the great Zhou sacred king had died, she had been severely wounded and her level was very unstable now. Although her swordsmanship was coming along well, she was not advancing in terms of her level. She needs to undergo a change in her state of mind in order to advance to the third tier of the divine path. This tier is close to the level of perfection and is called the flawless holiness. No one in the 9 states has reached this level. Saint Xia and Saintly are the closest, but it will still be difficult for them to reach it. At the 3rd tier, you are already tending towards perfection. As for the 4th, it is called the legendary plane or holy nirvana. In order to go even higher and reach the Renhuang plane, it is first necessary to achieve nirvana. Yaya spoke slowly as she introduced Futian to the 4 tiers of the saint plane. What is the highest tier that you ever got to? Asked Futian. I achieved nirvana. Yaya did not hide anything and spoke directly. Futian looked at her, then reached out and patted her head. It felt great to have a legendary sister who had achieved nirvana. In the future, he would rely on her more. Yaya's face grew dark and she bit her lip, but it seemed that she had already become used to this guy's shocking behavior. There was no use resisting it. She knew that Futian still looked at her as the old Yaya and did not want her old personality to disappear. What about the swordmaster of Lihan? He asked as he pulled his hand back. Right now, the swordmaster of Lihan was the best swordsman in Emperor Xia's realm. He must have reached the legendary plane. So many years have passed. He must have had many years of nirvana, answered Yaya. Futian was not surprised. With his supernatural state of mind, the swordmaster of Lihan was known as the best swordsman, so there was nothing strange about him entering the legendary plane. How many saints in Emperor Xia's realm have achieved nirvana? Futian asked curiously. I don't know much about the cultivators in Emperor Xia's realm, but there are probably a few at the 3rd tier of flawless holiness. There can't be more than 10 who have achieved nirvana though, answered Yaya. Futian nodded. He trusted Yaya's judgment. If the number of people who had achieved the peak of what was possible below the saint level was so small, then the number of people who had achieved nirvana would be even smaller. The sound of footsteps came from behind him. He turned and saw the village chief, who said, Someone has come from Emperor Xia's palace, saying the princess has summoned you to the palace. Xia Qingyuan? Futian was a bit confused. He didn't know why she would be looking for him. These past few days, he had been cultivating diligently and had not paid attention to the affairs of the outside world. The saints from the palace are probably there as well, said the village chief. A strange look came over Futian's face. What has happened? He asked. The princess has probably summoned you because of this. If you go, you'll find out, said the village chief. All right. Futian nodded. Why don't you come with me? He had entered the upper levels of the sage plane, but he was still nowhere near as fast as the village chief, and the villa was quite far from Emperor Xia's palace. The village chief nodded and the two of them left, riding on a sword towards Emperor Xia's palace. Many cultivators had gathered together in a mighty hall in Emperor Xia's palace. Futian walked in with the village chief and saw many familiar figures there. He smiled when he saw Dozhan, Yu Qi, Zhuge Qingfeng, Su Shang, Yuan Hong, and Yun Shang coming towards him, calling out, Palace Lord. 6 of the saints from the barren state were here. Only Saint Jiang was not. Saint Jiang isn't here? Asked Futian. Saint Jiang only cares about cultivating. You still don't understand him, said Dozhan with a smile. Everyone in the palace was extremely grateful to Saint Jiang, especially Dozhan. Saint Jiang had played a key role when he had passed through the catastrophe of the divine path. If he had not been there then, Dozhan would not be here today. Futian nodded. He knew Saint Jiang's wishes. He smiled and said, with Saint Jiang and his 2 great disciples there, the disciples of the palace will improve greatly. Of course, and they also have instruction from us saints. There is a different scene in the barren state every day, said Yu Qi with a smile. With 7 saints stationed in the lower realm, you have no need to worry. And you have been named the princess's valet by Emperor Xia. You truly are worthy of being the leader of the barren state. Everyone looked at him with faces full of smiles. His status as the princess's valet was truly extraordinary. Futian looked at them all in shock. They were all saints. Shouldn't this have seemed ordinary to them? It must be because his mood had changed. Now that the Baron's state had stabilized, he was in a much better mood. That was indeed the case. Their dream had always been to become saints, and now that they had achieved that, everything was on the right track. How long had Futian been in the upper realms? And he had already become the princess's valet? And moreover, his fame was growing. They were happy. "Futian," said a voice. Futian looked forward and saw 3 figures coming towards him. He bowed slightly and said, "Greetings, seniors." The 3 who were coming towards him were Saint Xia, Saint Li, and Moon Saint. During the Great War in the 9 states, they had all been very close to him, and Moon State had even directly participated in the war. "I knew you would become famous in the upper realms, but I never would have imagined it would happen so quickly," said Saint Xia with a smile. "But from now on, you can't face the princess the same way that you used to." Saint Xia had been sick with worry over Futian. He was far too brazen. But now Emperor Xia had personally given him a title, and now that he had come to the upper realms, he would become close with the princess. He was her valet, after all. "Don't worry, the princess may have a bad personality, but she is a good person," whispered Futian. "You?" Saint Xia pointed a finger at Futian. He was speechless. This guy had the guts to say that the princess had a bad personality. That was simply. Futian smiled when he saw Saint Xia's reaction. Saint Xia stared at him. This guy's future was growing brighter and brighter, and now he even dared to tease him. "I heard that not long ago you went to Lihan Heaven to take care of matters. You should restrain yourself as much as possible," said Saint Xia as he shook his head. But even though he had said this, Futian would probably not listen to him. Legendary figures were always overbearing to the extreme. Futian was obviously this kind of person. There was no use urging him. But Lihan Heaven was the top force in Emperor Xia's realm, and this guy had still dared attack them. "Do you know everything that happened?" asked Futian. "I know a little bit about everything that you've done in the upper realms," said Saint Xia. "There has not been a man like you in the 9 states for many years. Please don't disappoint us old fellows." Futian thought of Yaya's evaluation of the saints of the 9 states and understood what Saint Xia truly meant. Right now there was no one in the 9 states at the 3rd tier of the saint plane, the flawless holiness. Thus, Saint Xia was full of expectations for him. His expression grew a little more solemn, and he nodded seriously. Saint Xia was more or less the leader of the 9 states. He did not expect to get anything from him, but he still had great expectations of him. Thus, he paid attention to what he was doing in the upper realms. That was his current state of mind. Many other powerful people from top forces were also nearby. Xiao Sheng from the Xiao clan and Gong Sunzhong from Divine Cloud Valley were there, and they were all looking towards Futian. Seeing the saints gathered around him, they whispered about this unparalleled figure from the 9 states. He truly must be incredibly important down there, for as soon as he came, countless saints flocked around him. But even though he was unparalleled in the 9 states, there was nothing unusual about the people of the 9 states placing so much importance on someone like this. After all, the lower realm did not have as many powerful figures from top forces as the upper realms. Chapter 1045. Futian naturally did not care about what the other top forces thought of him. He turned his gaze and saw some of the most powerful figures who had come. He had seen many of them before, like Lin Shubai from 9 States College, Tong He, and Bai Luli from Jixia Holy Palace. And beside Bai Luli was another powerful figure from Jixia Holy Palace, one of Princess Xia Qingyuan's heavenly chosen ones. In fact, all of the heavenly chosen ones were here, aside from the ones that he had killed. He knew that these were all people that Xia Qingyuan specifically wanted to train. Futian naturally did not care about what the other top forces thought of him. He turned his gaze and saw some of the most powerful figures who had come. He had seen many of them before, like Lin Shubai from 9 States College, Tong He, and Bai Luli from Jixia Holy Palace. And beside Bai Luli was another powerful figure from Jixia Holy Palace, one of Princess Xia Qingyuan's heavenly chosen ones. In fact, all of the heavenly chosen ones were here, aside from the ones that he had killed. He knew that these were all people that Xia Qingyuan specifically wanted to train. Of course, in addition to the people from the 9 states, there were also some people that Xia Qingyuan had chosen to guard her in Emperor Xia's palace, like Tianji, the son of the sacred general of Tian. At that moment, a maid came up to Yi Futian and said, "Imperial bodyguard Yi, the princess summons you." A confused look came over Yi Futian's face when he heard he call him Imperial bodyguard Yi. He looked at the maid and recognized her as the maid who had told him that the princess would not see him when he tried to enter the palace. She looked at him coldly, as if she was not pleased by this turn of events. She probably thought that he had no respect for Xiaqing. Yi Futian naturally did not want to get into an argument with a maid, and moreover, there was nothing wrong with being called an imperial bodyguard. After all, he was the princess's personal valet. "Go on," Saint Xia said to him. Yi Futian nodded and walked forward. All the geniuses of the 9 states watched him with trepidation in their hearts. After all, Yi Futian had grown up with them, and it could even be said that he had risen with their help. But in the last sacred war, Yi Futian's reputation as the best in the 9 states had been created, and later in the Battle of Proving Holiness, the barren state had produced 5 saints. Later, they had heard that after they left with Xia Qingyuan, Yi Futian and Yu Shang had gone to the upper realms, ascended the sky stairwell, and fought through many layers of heaven to retrieve Yi Wuchen's life spirit. They had heard many more rumors about Yi Futian after coming to Emperor Xia's palace. He seemed to be quite famous in the upper realms, and he had been named the princess's valet. And now the princess had invited only him to come over. Did that mean she trusted him? Lin Shubai watched Yi Futian walking over with a conflicted look on his face. When Yi Futian had gone to 9 State College to cultivate, he had been nothing more than a talented junior. There had been many small disturbances in the college because of him. He had once reminded Su Chehan of this, but now he and Little Butterfly had entered the Holy Ji Palace, and Saint Zheng as well. It was enough to make one sigh. What kind of charm did he have to make saints act like this? Even his master, Saintly, regarded Yi Futian highly. Yi Futian walked through the crowd to another palace hall. Xia Qingyuan stood there quietly, looking forward so that she could see everyone who was coming in. "Princess," said Yi Futian. "Come here," said Xia Qingyuan. Yi Futian nodded and walked to her side. "Why is it that you have summoned people from both the upper and lower realms?" he asked. "Do you know the history of the divine prefecture?" asked Xia Qingyuan. Yi Futian shook his head. No. He had grown up in remote Qingzhou, and although he had read through many books at 9 States College, he still did not know the history of the divine prefecture. He only knew a few things about Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing. Moreover, as he got stronger and set his gaze higher, he realized that what he had once thought was the truth was often just rumors. Only by standing in a higher position could one touch the actual truth. In ancient times, the heavenly path collapsed, all cultivation was blocked, and the path transformed into thousands of realms. For thousands of years, powerful figures plundered the heavens and the earth, controlled the great path, and enslaved all sentient beings. The world of cultivation became exceedingly strict, and people did as well. The strong became stronger, and the weak had no choice but to submit, said Xia Qingyuan. She spoke calmly as she recounted the history of the divine prefecture. Yi Futian's heart trembled as he heard her words. He felt solemn. In ancient times, the heavenly path had collapsed. What was the heavenly path? What did it mean that cultivation had been blocked, and that the path transformed into thousands of realms? In Emperor Xia's realm, the rules of the upper realms were much clearer and richer, and obviously more suited to cultivation than in the lower realm. Xia Qingyuan said that powerful figures plundered the heavens and the earth, controlled the great path and enslaved all sentient beings, and that the world of cultivation became extremely strict. Did that mean that there was a better place for cultivation? At that moment, he thought of Chess Saint. Although he was a plunderer himself, his words were perhaps not meaningless. What happened 300 years ago? Yi Futian suddenly asked. He thought of Emperor Yi Qing. 300 years ago, Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing had declared themselves emperors of all the world. However, he did not know if what this person from the lower realm had told him was true or not. The history of the divine prefecture is a history of chaotic looting and plundering. Because the great figures of the age created powerful forces, their plundering of the great path became even crueler. 300 years ago, Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing declared themselves emperors and rebuilt the world in an ordered fashion. Thus, the divine prefecture has been much better off for the past few hundred years. But the fundamental problem still cannot be solved, continued Xiaqing Yuan. But this has little to do with us. Best not to think about it too much. Her father had said that Yi Futian's background was probably dreadful. She guessed that he might be related to Emperor Yi Qing. Yi Futian wanted to know why Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing had fallen out, and why Emperor Yi Qing was taboo in the divine prefecture. Everything had been destroyed, and so Xiaqing Yuan probably didn't know. In any case, this gathering probably had nothing to do with any of this. What Xiaqing Yuan had said was correct. None of this had much to do with him. Does the history of the divine prefecture have to do with this gathering? Asked Yi Futian. What I was just talking about is just the background. Most of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path are under Renhuang's control, but there are some exceptions. These are the lordless realms. For example, not far from Emperor Xia's realm there is a place known as the Empty Realm, which was formed from a piece of the shattered heavenly path. Now that the divine path is not scattered, its will covers the empty realm. Many wandering cultivators have gathered there to cultivate. In addition, many cultivators from the realms of the three emperors are stationed there, answered Xiaqing Yuan. Emperor Xia's realm and Emperor Li's realm? Asked Yi Futian. Xiaqing Yuan nodded. And the demon emperor's realm that is ruled by the demon peacock emperor. These three realms are neighbors, and the empty realm is the area in between them all. When Yi Futian was cultivating in the 9 states, he had heard that the barren state was connected to the demon emperor's realm, and if you continued west past the summer state you would reach the Dali dynasty. In the upper realms, this represented the realms of the 3 emperors. Is this place there for the purpose of helping people understand the way of the divine path? Asked Yi Futian. Xiaqing Yuan nodded. And the empty realm isn't the only place like this. There are many resources for cultivators in the upper realms. You did not take part in the battle of proving holiness, but the resources for these battles come from there. These things were formed from the heavenly path and are extremely mysterious. Not only can they help you understand the way of the divine path, but they also contain the broken pieces of great path that have been refined into sacred spirit stones. When used for cultivation, they have many uses, such as forging divine implements. This stirred up Yi Futian's feelings. He had not been in the upper realms for long, but he had already learned how lacking the lower realms' cultivation resources were. He had never heard of these things. Not long ago, Yaya had taught him of the 4 tiers of the divine path. The holiness of witnessing the divine path, the holiness of knowing your true self, flawless holiness, and nirvana. This had made him realize that one's state of mind was very important in becoming a saint. What Xiaqing Yuan was telling him now made him realize that cultivation resources were also very important. When cultivating, it was important to raise your level bit by bit, and then understand the great path. You needed your level to be stable, and your state of mind to be untroubled. When you had achieved both of these things, you could understand the divine path and break through to the next level. His understanding of cultivation had recently become much deeper. After the Sacred War, Yu Qi, Zhuge Qingfeng and the others' mental states were strong enough, but their levels were not high enough. Thus they had participated in the battle of proving holiness, using outside power to understand the great path and bring their levels closer to where they needed to be in order to break through to the next plane. Master Dozhan was the same way. His mental state had reached where it needed to be, and he had used a battle matrix during the Sacred War to transcend the limits of his flesh and raise his level up to the divine path, thus attracting the divine catastrophe. Thus, there were 2 difficulties for a cultivator who wanted to break through to the saint level, which was why there were so few saints in the lower realm. The first was that if your talent was not enough, you would have no way to reach the peak of what was possible below the saint level. The second was if your mental state was not good enough, you could not succeed. For the people of the lower realm, the first difficulty was more important. If you didn't have enough talent, you could not break through the barriers that you would face while cultivating. Therefore, the people of the 9 states greatly cherished the battle of proving holiness. This was what the people of the upper realms called cultivation resources. For the geniuses of the upper realms, these were nothing, and instead, the thing that kept them from becoming saints was the second difficulty. Of course, this was only relative. The top forces of the upper realms had a broad vision. They practiced powerful martial arts and had famous teachers to instruct them. For example, Wang Chuan's state of mind was so strong that he could even set out on the divine path through a defeat. Thus, it was much harder for someone from the lower realm to become a saint than someone from the upper realms. Things were unfair for them from birth. If this is so important, how does it affect sages? Asked Futian. The conflict between the three emperors' realms was a battle between saints. Which is of less importance, the loss of a saint or the loss of a sage? Asked Xiaoyan. Futian suddenly understood. Compared to the sacred war that had just broken out, more saints would fall in this one. The three realms have agreed that a battle between cultivators below the saint plane will decide who has the right to control the empty realm for 10 years. Of course, saint-level cultivators will go there as well, since people not following the rules happens all too often. So a battle between saints could break out at any moment. Futian nodded. Emperor Xia was there to enforce the rules of sacred wars in the 9 states, and no one would dare to go against him. But in this war between the three realms, the rules were nothing more than a three-way verbal agreement. There were no cultivators above them to enforce the rules. Since the rules were set so weakly, they could be broken at any time. It seemed that Li Yao had also come for this same reason, in order to prepare in advance. When do we leave? Asked Futian. He would definitely not refuse. One reason was because Emperor Li's realm would take part in the battle, and the other was because he wanted to experience this for himself. I will give 7 days for every force to send people here. When the time comes, you will command the forces of the 9 states, said Xiaqingyuan. She was giving her heavenly chosen ones over to him to command. Excellent. Futian calmly agreed to this. Chapter 1046. Truth Hurts. Chapter 1046. Truth Hurts. 7 days later, in Emperor Xia's palace, many mighty cultivators gathered. Forces from all corners of Emperor Xia's realm gathered together. Its composition impressive and strong. Of course, apart from the direct forces belonging to Emperor Xia, many of the top forces of the realm came on a voluntary basis. Still, there were also many who did not participate, such as the swordsmen of Lihan Heaven. Divine Cloud Valley and the Shao clan had the most cultivators in attendance. After all, their relationship with Emperor Xia was an extraordinarily close one, so it was only natural that they would follow Emperor Xia closely. Even though Emperor Xia did not personally participate in this event, since the princess would personally attend the Battle of the Empty Realm, it had already caused a great sensation among the people. This was the first time Xiaqingyuan participating in a direct confrontation involving the Imperial Realm, therefore defeat was not an option. The Shao clan was the family of Queen Shao and were the elders of Princess Xiaqingyuan, so it was natural for them to fully support her. From this battle onward, Shao Shang would officially become part of Emperor Xia's palace. The same was true of the Divine Cloud Valley. The Valley Master of Divine Cloud Valley was an old acquaintance of Emperor Xia, and Gong Sunzhong was its 3rd generation. Though he was in love with Princess Xiaqingyuan, he was afraid to show it, but still, he held out hope in his heart. Of all the forces that arrived today, the people of the upper worlds formed one camp, while the cultivators of 9 states formed into a different camp. Futian also arrived, in the camp of 9 states. It was not just Futian or Yushang, but Yaya, Glass Saint, and the village chief would also be attending this time, and the empty realm would be a suitable place for Yaya to continue her cultivation. Xiaqingyuan stood on the stairs in front, and looking down from the sky, she said, "This time in the empty realm, those elected from the 9 states shall be directly commanded by Futian as their own independent camp." All the saints who heard her glanced at Xiaqingyuan and thought that the princess indeed thought highly of Futian, as she was having him command those who were divinely selected. However, this was not unexpected, as Futian now possessed the talent, strength, status, and all of the qualifications to make him a suitable candidate for this role. However, it also implied how highly Xiaqingyuan regarded Futian. The top forces of Emperor Xia's realm had many strong and powerful cultivators, and they were followed by many other cultivators, forming a self-contained camp led by the best of them, such as Shao Shang, Gong Sunzhong, and Xinyuan Ao. Now Futian, along with his group and the divinely selected from the 9 states, although not as strong in numbers, was still able to form a camp of his own, enough to keep up with the top forces of the other camp. As for the camp of Emperor Xia's palace led by Xia Qingyuan, there was no more that needed to be said except that not all the powers were present there. Two great armies had already arrived in the empty realm. Not only that, but in the empty realm, Emperor Xia also had his own principalities. Although the empty realm was not as vast as Emperor Xia's realm, it was a complete one. For those divinely selected in the 9 states to be commanded by Yi Futian, some had no disagreement, but there were also some who had other ideas. They thought that they would be following the princess, but now, were they to follow Yi Futian instead? It seemed that Yi Futian had gone farther than they had, and had a different relationship with the princess. Princess, guards came over and bowed at the stairs. Virgin Yao Shi of Yaodai Divine Palace requests an audience with you. What is she doing here? Xia Qingyuan's voice was cold. Although Yaodai Divine Palace was also a top force in Emperor Xia's realm, it was not very close to Emperor Xia's palace. Its remote location was far away from Emperor Xia's palace, but recently it seemed that Yao Shi often visited this area, and her motivation remained unclear. She said that she wants to participate in the battle with the army. Let them in, Xia Qingyuan replied. Yes. The guards left, and not long after that, the cultivators of Yaodai Divine Palace came, led by Yao Shi, and attracted countless attention in an instant. After all, the beauty of the Yaodai goddess was extremely phenomenal, especially Yao Shi, whose beauty was out of this world and incredibly magnificent. Yao Shi greets the princess. Yao Shi bowed slightly to show her respect. Her every move was full of beauty which fascinated everyone. Xia Qingyuan looked at that beautiful goddess, and her voice was colder still. Did Yaodai Divine Palace only dispatch its sage-level cultivators? To answer the princess, the battle of the empty realm is now the battle below the Saint Plane. If it turned into the battle of the divine path, the great army of His Majesty would respond. Therefore, Yao Shi only brought the sages to come lend our help to the princess. Yao Shi's voice was still soft with a wonderful charm. Even as a woman, Xia Qingyuan had to admit that she was an enchanting creature. Just her voice alone was enough to charm one to the bones and led many to fantasize. After reaching the empty realm, you will wait for deployment, Xia Qingyuan said. Yes, princess. Yao Shi nodded. When she finished, she smiled and walked toward the other direction, where the people of 9 states gathered. Yao Shi's clear and pure eyes were full of smiles, enough to make anyone who beheld them feel their heart skip a beat. Master Yi, we meet again. Yao Shi smiled at Yi Futian. Goddess. Yi Futian nodded in return. The people of 9 states, when witnessing this scene, all expressed a surprised look, silently watching Yi Futian. Who exactly was this bastard? In the short time since arriving in the upper worlds, the princess clearly favored him, and now this magnificent goddess greeted him first rather than any one of the powerful characters of the upper worlds. This, never mind the people of the 9 states, even Yi Futian himself did not quite understand. Recent rumors in Emperor Xia's realm say that in the battle of the 33rd layer of heaven in Lihan Heaven, Master Yi was defeated, but Yao Shi does not believe it. Seeing Master Yi today, I would like to ask Master Yi, how exactly did the battle go? Yao Shi asked smilingly. The rumors in Emperor Xia's realm said that Yi Futian was sorely beaten. To be asked by another person, it might seem a bit rude. If Yi Futian was indeed defeated, it would be more like a deliberate attempt at humiliation, so no one would take the prerogative to ask such a question. However, when Yao Shi spoke, her speech and demeanor did not make anyone feel that there was anything inappropriate with the question, and no one would even consider it as an insult. It was as if she had complete confidence in Yi Futian. In fact, many cultivators of the upper worlds also wanted to know the reality of that battle, so their eyes were all fastened on Yi Futian. I won, but so did Wang Chuan, said Yi Futian. In that battle, he had made a breakthrough in his state of mind, and his level had become higher. Wang Chuan especially had changed his mindset, and had passed the divine catastrophe and become a saint. Therefore, there were no losers really. They both won. If no such thing had happened on the 33rd layer of heaven, he would probably have said something blatantly humiliating about Lihan Heaven, but he did not do so now. Yao Shi's eyes twinkled, and she continued to gaze at Yi Futian. She smiled lightly, although I don't know what that really means, since Master Yi said that both won, then it must be so. Winning is winning, defeat is defeat. How can both win in a battle? Gong Sunjong of Divine Cloud Valley piped up. Even if the battle was a tie, it would only be possible to say that both were unbeaten. Yi Futian's words were somewhat ridiculous. Yi Futian looked at Gong Sunjong. The Xiao clan wanted to groom Xiao Sheng in Emperor Xia's palace, following Xiaqing Yuan, and become her most trusted right-hand man. Xiao Sheng was unhappy about Xiaqing Yuan and Emperor Xia's interest in him. But what could be the reason for Gong Sunjong's hostility toward him? Was it because Xiao Sheng wanted to marry his sister Gong Sun and I? Or was there a reason similar to Xiao Sheng's? One day, if you can reach the realm of Wang Chuan, perhaps you will understand. Yi Futian did not expound further, but made a blunt declaration. It was equivalent to saying that the realm of Gong Sunjong was not as advanced as that of Wang Chuan. Although that day, Wang Chuan took thousands of swords down the mountain to slay the people Emperor Li's realm, many had thought that Wang Chuan was the first person under the Saint Plain in Emperor Xia's realm, and even Princess Xiaqing Yuan may not be able to surpass him. Even though Gong Sunjong also had a reputation as being one of the best under the Saint Plain, it was probably not quite the same as Wang Chuan. But an unspoken thought was different than Yi Futian's public declaration, and it did not leave him any room to stand down. Moreover, Yi Futian stated that he and Wang Chuan had both won, which implied that he placed them in the same position. Now that he declared that Gong Sunjong was not on the same level as Wang Chuan, was he also insinuating that Gong Sunjong was not as good as he was? Gong Sunjong stared at Yi Futian and calmly said, Wang Chuan has already broken into the Saint Plain. I'm clearly not at the same level as him, but what about you? From the 33rd layer of heaven in Lihan Heaven, Yi Futian and Wang Chuan battled. Yi Futian was the winner. At this time a voice was heard, making everyone's heart tremble. Everyone turned their attention to the person who had spoken. It was the only figure on the stairs, Xiaqing Yuan. In the battle of the 33rd layer of heaven, Xiaqing Yuan was a personal witness. Who would dare to question her words? In that battle, Yi Futian was the winner. Everyone present was stupefied. Many had speculated that Yi Futian was defeated, and some had speculated that the battle was a tie, hence Yi Futian's tight-lipped insistence that both of them had won. But no one had thought that it was Yi Futian who had won. If he had won, why was Wang Chuan the one who broke into the way? Why was he looking thoughtful when he came down the mountain that day? Why did Yi Futian never again humiliate Lihan Heaven? Many people were puzzled, and Yao Shi looked toward Yi Futian. Her eyes revealed a strange splendor. Even though Wang Chuan was defeated, he used the defeat to enter the way, eschewed the shackles in his heart, and detached himself from winning and losing. He attracted the divine catastrophe but was able to enter the divine path. Yi Futian's pronouncement that Wang Chuan also won was not an incorrect statement, Xiaqing Yuan continued. Her voice was calm, but every word was whipping Gong Sunjong's heart. She continued, Do you have any more questions? Gong Sunjong's state of mind had been shaken. If it was simply the news that Yi Futian defeated Wang Chuan, it would not have affected him much. However, a supposedly simple dialogue today put him into a trap. At the end, when Xiaqing Yuan announced the result of the battle, it undoubtedly stung his heart deeply. Yi Futian had won, but he was not arrogant. He had not mentioned anything of the battle, even claiming that Wang Chuan had also won. But because of his persistence in asking for the details, attempting to force Yi Futian to admit his defeat in front of Xiaqing Yuan, the level of the two men was now clear as day. Many people looked at Gong Sunjong with sympathy. Although Xiaqing Yuan did not reprimand him, this was a trap that he had dug for himself. Xiaqing Yuan's simple announcement of the truth about the battle was enough to bruise him. The world misunderstood that battle, saying that Palace Lord Yi was defeated, and yet Master Yi never explained it, and even today, he pronounced that both won. This kind of generosity, Yao Shi looked at Yi Futian with a smile. Departure. She had not finished when Xiaqing Yuan interrupted her and made a command coldly, which stunned many. Chapter 1047. The empty realm was located in the middle of the three major imperial realms. The endless and massive empty realm was shrouded in the boundless brilliance of the Great Path. Mysterious and unfathomable, a horrific light of Great Path was everywhere, and even had faintly condensed into physical form, creating a huge light screen that enveloped the entire empty realm like a boundless matrix. The empty realm was located in the middle of the three major imperial realms. The endless and massive empty realm was shrouded in the boundless brilliance of the Great Path. Mysterious and unfathomable, a horrific light of Great Path was everywhere, and even had faintly condensed into physical form, creating a huge light screen that enveloped the entire empty realm like a boundless matrix. This land without a master was, in reality, governed by all three imperial realms, and it had been the cause of many explosive wars. Later, the three imperial realms agreed that the right to control the empty realm should be determined by the confrontation under the Saint Plane, rotating every 10 years. This would avoid the never-ending battles of friction where no one would willingly give up control. Once every 10 years was a term acceptable to all three imperial realms. However, the empty realm was not sparsely populated because it was without master. On the contrary, the empty realm was extremely prosperous. Its martial traditions were extremely robust because the entire realm was bound by the rules of the Great Path. Many cultivators in the Saint Plane had crossed infinite distances and spaces to cultivate here. Over time, many characters of the Saint Plane had gathered at the empty realm. Some top principalities of faraway holy lands had even led the descendants of their clans to come here to cultivate, just as Xia Qingyuan had done in the beginning to go to other realms for experience. Over time, many cultivators even settled down in the empty realm, so that the empty realm of today could be said to be very populated. Of course, the empty realm was not a place of unrestricted access. In order to enter the empty realm to cultivate, a payment of sacred spirit stones was required as the entrance fee. Therefore, every 10 years, the governing realm of the empty realm could obtain a large number of sacred spirit stones. Furthermore, this was just a glimpse of the resources offered by the empty realm. At this time, above the sky of the empty realm, suddenly a loud sound was heard, and the void seemed to tremble. Then, an incomparable golden light screen appeared, and countless many looked up at the sky and saw that there was a huge diagram of a matrix, like a massive matrix of space, with a beam of light shooting from the sky and falling to one side of the empty realm. In that direction, there was an ancient city, with many flags flying in the city, engraved with the majestic character of Xia. The people of Emperor Xia's realm have arrived. Countless people who saw this scene said to themselves, only the three major imperial realms could make an appearance like this in the empty realm. Not long ago, the armies of Emperor Xia's realm, Emperor Li's realm, and the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm descended and made camp. Today would be the arrival of key battle participants. Moreover, the armies that descended this time were very strong. The two great armies that were deployed were the army of Tian and the army of Dou in Emperor Xia's realm. These two great armies were controlled by Sacred General Tian and Sacred General Dou, with strong combative powers. The Sacred General Tian ranked number 1 among the 8 Sacred Generals, so one could imagine the importance of this battle. Many suspected that the leader of this war would likely be the most adored little princess in Emperor Xia's realm, Xia Qingyuan. As of now, she should be at the pinnacle of the Sage Plane, and it was possible that she would use this battle as the first battle after the growth she had achieved in cultivation. The Battle of the Empty Realm itself was meant as a way to temper the army of sages in the three major imperial realms, to train the best of those who were in the Sage Plane. Not only was the army deployed by Emperor Xia's realm very strong, but the same was also true for Emperor Li's realm and the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. It was speculated that the main participants of this battle would all have surprisingly eminent backgrounds. The light beam descended from the sky and fell inside Emperor Xia's city. Many people had already begun to inquire who would lead the army. At this time, in another direction, there was also an extremely radiant beam coming down, and the void trembled once again. A spatial diagram of a matrix appeared in the sky. The cultivators of Emperor Li's realm had descended. Boom! There was a dull sound that came, and in the distance, the light of space sprinkled down, rocking the void. Terrible demonic aura slid down from the sky, followed by many figures who descended with the beam of light, falling inside the Demon Peacock City. The three imperial realms seemed to have had made an agreement and had come one after another. This sensational news spread quickly in the empty realm. The three imperial realms, as if with some tacit understanding, had all chosen their royal descendants as leaders of the armies. Emperor Xia's realm, Princess Xia Qingyuan led the army and descended. Emperor Li's realm, Prince Li Yao led the army and descended. The demon peacock emperor's realm, the one and only twin siblings, Kong Zhan and Kong Xian. At once, the empty realm was shaken to its core. In the wars of years past, there had never been such a situation where all three imperial realms were led by the prince or princess of the realm. The battle this time was possibly the grandest battle of the empty realm in 100 years. It could even be a battle that would determine the status of the three major imperial realms going forward. After all, it would be a direct confrontation among the descendants of the three great imperial realms, and Xia Qingyuan and both Kong Zhan and Kong Xian were reputed to be the most outstanding descendants of Emperor Xia and the Demon Peacock Emperor. In Emperor Xia's city, the cultivators led by Xia Qingyuan descended from the sky and landed in the center of Emperor Xia's city in the empty realm. In front, there were many cultivators coming toward this side. The two who were leading had an unusually majestic aura and strapping physique. Both carried themselves with authority. Although there was no detectable breath being released, they still gave out an extremely suppressive power. Behind them, there was a group of cultivators in the Saint Plain, and further back was a horrific army of sages. At first glance, it was all great and strong cultivators. Futian and others from the 9 states trembled in their hearts. This was the war of the upper worlds. It was on a much grander scale than the sacred war that had involved the 10 holy lands. Moreover, this was the battle for the 10-year control of the empty realm. If it was a real battle of Renhuang's realm, what would it look like? Just imagining it gave people pause. It was rumored that there had been many battles of extinction in the past. Before Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing unified the lands, the divine prefectures were also full of chaos and must have been even more so than today. Princess. The two great sacred generals who were in the lead greeted Xia Qingyuan with a slight bow and did not give a formal greeting. After all, they were already standing at the top of the Emperor Xia's realm, and as Emperor Xia's most trusted advisors, even in the presence of Emperor Xia, there was no need for them to perform formal greetings. Princess. Behind the two, the mighty army saluted Xia Qingyuan, and it was a spectacular moment that shocked Emperor Xia's city. Although the army under the jurisdiction of Emperor Xia was constituted of warriors made of iron and blood, they knew that this princess, who was greatly favored by His Majesty, was not a delicate, sheltered little girl. She was extremely outstanding in her own right and had led the powerful cultivators of all kinds to trial. Even at a young age, she had already traveled through many realms and had survived many conflicts with others. Now, she was personally visiting the battle as the most precious princess of the realm. This itself was worthy of the respect of all military personnel. 2 sacred generals and everyone, thank you for coming, Xia Qingyuan said to everyone in a clear voice. The war was about to begin. The atmosphere here was a world away from that of Emperor Xia's palace, solemn and reverential. In the battle for the empty realm a decade ago, Emperor Xia's realm was disastrously defeated. Our city was breached and attacked. Not only was the flag of Emperor Xia torn and insulted, but Emperor Xia's city suffered numerous deaths and injuries, an incredible blow. After the war, many cultivators of the empty realm swore their allegiance to Emperor Li's realm. Now, 10 years have passed. Emperor Li's realm has become even stronger with the momentum of their last victory, and he intends to govern the empty realm for another 10 years. However, since His Majesty allowed the princess to personally participate in the war, our realm will be able to regain control of the empty realm and wash away our shame, the sacred general of Tian said clearly, not at all avoiding the defeat of 10 years ago. That's not all. For the victory of this war, Emperor Li used inhumane means to forcibly create demi-saint cultivators. He recently came to our realm to boast, Xia Qingyuan said to the sacred general of Tian. In that battle, Li Yao was not really intending to ask for her hand. The 2 great imperial realms were on very unfriendly terms. It was not something that would escape Emperor Li. It was merely a pretext to deter them and to test their resolve. It must have been the doing of the imperial advisor of Dali, the sacred general of Tian said with indifference. Emperor Li's realm was also known as the Dali dynasty. The world was ruled by imperial families, so that all clan forces were obliged to obey. The imperial advisor of Dali was a cultivator who was neither just nor evil. His cultivation was great and his methods terrifying, and he was also well versed in the techniques of armory making as the premier armorer of the dynasty. Aside from armory making, he was also an expert in the dark arts and was considered to be one of the most terrible existences under Emperor Li in Dali dynasty. It was said that Prince Li Yao of the Dali dynasty was also a disciple of his. Even so, Emperor Xia's realm will win in this battle for the empty realm. Xia Qingyuan's voice was cold and confident. At this moment, Yi Futian suddenly vaguely understood why Xia Qingyuan had not wanted him to respond that day when Li Yao challenged him outside of Emperor Xia's palace. Perhaps it was because she did not want Li Yao to know his true strength. Afterward, Xia Qingyuan had also not disclosed anything regarding the battle between him and Wang Chuan until right before they left, but she disclosed the results of the battle in Lihan Heaven to everyone. Was all this on the account of this battle? He could see that Xia Qingyuan had attached great importance to this war. Since the princess is so confident, there is no reason for us not to win. The sacred general of Tian nodded in agreement. After this war, all officers here are entitled to their share of the fragments of the great path unearthed in the empty realm in the next decade. Those who fight extraordinarily will be rewarded further. Xia Qingyuan looked at the crowd. What else would motivate worldly cultivators joining the army of Emperor Xia? It was also for cultivation, to grow by fighting wars of iron and blood. But, of course, it was also for cultivation resources. The fragments of the Great Path were also the sacred spirit stones, and it was undoubtedly an extremely valuable spiritual resource to them. At this time, the sacred general of Tian frowned. He turned back and looked into the distance and said coldly, "The war hasn't started yet, and Emperor Li's realm is already disregarding proper etiquette? Apologies, sacred general. Prince Li Yao would like to invite Princess Xia Qingyuan, as well as Kong Zhan and Kong Xian, for a get-together in Kongxian City at the Jiuxiao Tower so all three parties can meet." The messenger spoke clearly in the void. Xia Qingyuan looked up into the void and said, "Very well, I will go." "I'll take my leave then," the messenger replied, and the aura of the messenger disappeared. It seems that Li Yao is very confident and believes that he already has the victory well in hand, remarked the sacred general of Tian. "Let's go. Since Li Yao invited us to visit, we will go and see about the leaders from Emperor Li's realm and the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm," Xia Qingyuan said, and then stepped into the void. Suddenly, many people levitated with Xia Qingyuan to depart with her. "The army will station here. Sacred General of Tian and Sacred General of Dou would both go, and the army would remain in Emperor Xia's city. Those who had come with Xia Qingyuan from Emperor Xia's palace would follow her." Chapter 1048. Kongxian City was the largest city in the empty realm with cultivators from various realms found there. It was a very bustling trade city. Kongxian City was the largest city in the empty realm with cultivators from various realms found there. It was a very bustling trade city. Due to having great path fragments unearthed, the city was known to be a mine of treasures. That, coupled with powerful cultivators gathered from all corners, all sorts of trades were taking place in the city, as great path fragments were of different attributes after all, and the ones from the empty realm were of the great path of space. The Jiuxiao Tower was an extremely renowned place in Kongxian City. Many powerful saints were there, and the place was getting cleared out. Mighty ones from the Dali dynasty. Many murmured and mighty ones gathered from all corners. Saintly, golden dragons were seen pulling carriages, and a group of people appeared making a lavish entrance. The one who was taking the lead was dressed extravagantly and was of superior bearing. That was none other than Li Yao of the Dali dynasty. They quickly settled at the top of the Jiuxiao Tower and waited silently. The ones who witnessed the scene knew what was going on. The people who were able to make Li Yao and his entourage wait would have definitely been people of the two remaining forces. As expected, another group of mighty ones were soon seen coming through the air. Xia Qingyuan, princess of Emperor Xia's realm, and two sacred generals. Many turned their heads in her direction. Despite being dressed in men's clothing, her beauty nonetheless shone through. That was the very first time many laid eyes on the extremely renowned princess from Emperor Xia's realm. As for the group of people at Xia Qingyuan's side, Yi Futian, Xiaoshang, Tianji, and the others. Few there knew much of them. They were at the empty realm after all, and those people would have only heard of the very top-notch figures. They naturally knew little to nothing about those at Sage Plain, but the sages from Emperor Xia's realm were perceived to be among the very best nonetheless. A smile was seen in Li Yao's eyes when Xia Qingyuan appeared. He then said, "It's been a while, princess, and you look extraordinary as ever. It's a pity that I've never gotten to see you dressed in women's clothing, and I wonder if there would be a day when I get to see that, princess." Xia Qingyuan's group descended on the top of the Jiuxiao Tower and took a look at Li Yao coldly, saying nothing in return. "It's entire fine to not respond at all, Princess Qingya. My goal in this year's Battle of Empty Realm is to see you get dressed in women's clothing after all," Li Yao continued with a smile. "How insolent of you!" Tianji berated him with a cold voice, and many mighty ones at Xia Qingyuan's side looked cold as well. Li Yao had been to Emperor Xia's palace to ask for trouble a while ago. With the Battle of Empty Realm about to take place, he had gotten even more unbridled. "That is, if you manage to live through the fight," Xia Qingyuan said with a bone-chilling tone. "Please rest assured, Princess Qingyuan, I value my life very, very much." Eagerness was seen in Li Yao's eyes. Xia Qingyuan was not the only one present in that year's Battle of Empty Realm. The princess of the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, Kong Xian, was there as well. It was a coincidence both princesses were his peers, and he found that very delightful. Powerful demonic aura was sensed from far away. The sky trembled and countless turned their heads in that direction. They then saw sacred beasts and great monsters appearing in the air, emanating stifling pressure. An incredibly dazzling rock was seen in that direction, glittering with holy light and looking very dazzling. Every single feather seemed to be things created from gold. Its wings were spread wide as it flew and circled above the Jiuxiao Tower. There were a man and a woman, both of which looked extravagant, seen standing on the back of the rock, which was of sacred beast level. The appearances of both figures were extremely exceptional. The man looked demonically alluring, and his skin looked as far as that of a woman. He could have been even described to be beautiful. The woman by his side looked undeniably stunning, with a perfect, extremely sexy figure. She had stunning looks to go with her demonic figure, looking alluring yet not overly so. There was hardly any flaws to be found on her. They were the descendants of the Demon Peacock Emperor, Kong Zhan and Kong Xian, who were twins. Yi Futian looked up at both of them. Judging from looks alone, Kong Zhan's appearance probably rivaled that of Yi Futian. Kong Xian's appearance was on par with that of Yao Shi, yet she was of a totally different kind of beauty. I have heard of sacred beasts being able to take human forms. Both of them are not even saints yet, but how come they possess the ability to take human forms? Yi Futian asked Yaya, who was by his side, telepathically. The Demon Peacock Emperor is the emperor of the demonic realm. He has unparalleled methods, and he is of Runhuang Plain himself. As such, he is long versed in the creation of the world, making him no different from humans, the most intelligent of all beings. Thus, his descendants possess the innate ability to shape-shift. Yaya explained to Yi Futian telepathically. The Demon Emperor don't even need to be involved. In truth, the Demon Saint, who is already capable of taking human form, is already capable of such feat as such. You could see many demonic beasts in the air actually appear in human forms instead. All right, got it. Yi Futian nodded. It is not someone only demons could do, as humans could actually do the same. Descendants of extremely powerful people possessed innate extreme talents. The greater the ancestors' powers, the more apparent such signs show in the descendants. Truly extremely powerful figures could just impart their powers to their descendants, or simply meld the great path into their own life spirit, which was then passed on to their descendants. Said descendants would then continue to awaken stronger talents as their training grew. Yaya continued to elaborate. Yi Futian was awed by her words. So is that to say that my world tree life spirit harbors the power of great path, which could conjure all things in the world then? What level would be my ancestor would have been at then? From the looks of things so far, there had never been anyone else who possessed life spirits similar to Yi Futian's, and he dared not bring that up to anyone else as well. Knowing a man by repute is indeed inferior to seeing a man in the flesh indeed. Both are indeed superb. Li Yao then smiled and said, I'm rather curious then, between Princess Kong Xian and Princess Qingyuan, who would be the one with superior appearance indeed? The demonic eyes of both Kong Zhan and Kong Xian looked cold as they glanced at Li Yao. Terrifying demonic aura burst from behind them, and their eyes turned to look extremely ferocious. I shall take your head apart and feast on your heart. I wonder what the heart of the crown prince of Dali would have tasted like indeed. A demonic figure whose eyes shone with frightening cold light behind Kong Xian eyed Li Yao in an eerie manner. Looks like an animal that has not yet truly evolved then. Li Yao glanced at the demonic beast condescendingly and said, A proposal then. If either Princess Qingyuan and Princess Kong Xian is willing to serve me, then Dali dynasty shall share dominion over empty realm with the one who is willing to do so. How about that? Looks like you have a death wish. Two voices were heard at the same time. It seemed like Kong Zhan and Kong Xian shared a telepathic link as twins. Both of them said at the same time as they glared at Li Yao coldly, Your Highness, I shall tear this insolent one apart bit by bit. Another demonic beast was heard saying as they glared at Li Yao coldly, He dared disrespect Her Highness Kong Xian after all. If you like babbling so much, I shall skip the chatter. Xia Qingyuan then said coldly, Let's get on with the sacrifice to the flag then. Well, since you're in such a hurry, Princess Qingyuan, let's set the time for flag battle to be 3 days later then, Li Yao said. That will do, Xia Qingyuan replied. 3 days later then, Kong Zhan responded as well. Who would you choose to fight in the flag battle, Princess Qingyuan? Li Yao looked at Xia Qingyuan and said, I've heard that Wang Chuan of Lihan Heaven has already made it to St. Plain, and he is not here today. Quite a pity, I'd say. I wanted to take my revenge at the Battle of Empty Realm after all. He sounded rather lazy and relaxed. It was a good thing for him that Wang Chuan had not been able to participate in the battle. There was no way he would have felt that to be a pity. Furthermore, it seemed that there were hardly any swordsmen from Lihan Heaven showing up. Whether Wang Chuan shows or not, the outcome would remain the same, Xia Qingyuan said. Is that so? Li Yao scanned the people around Xia Qingyuan and said, I've had a taste outside of Emperor Xia's palace a while ago. Tian Ji, son of Sacred General of Tian, Gong Sunzhong of Divine Cloud Valley, Xinyuan Ao of Xinyuan Palace, doesn't seem like much to me. Who would be the strongest below St. Plain at the moment in Emperor Xia's realm? Other than you, Princess Qingyuan, I wonder. The eyes of countless youths behind Li Yao looked heated. They were all top-notch figures from Emperor Li's realm. They were determined to kill several important figures from Emperor Xia's realm and Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. There were a few who cast their gaze at Futian. Li Yao was perceptive enough to take notice and looked at Futian as well. So this is the guy who challenged Wang Chuan of Lihan Heaven a while ago then? Li Yao turned to look at Futian and said, We meet yet again. He had actually met Futian many times. Futian glared at Li Yao with unmistakable killing intent. Seems like you're not the only one. There seems to be many coming from the lower worlds, even the guy who had acquired the Renhuang lineage before, I see. Li Yao turned his cold eyes at Huang Jiuge. It was Li Yao who discovered the Renhuang lineage back then, and yet he ended up handing the place to someone else in a silver platter instead. Well, since you're here, how about you stay for a bit? I see that you have superb talent, so here's another choice. How about joining Emperor Li's realm then? I'd be happy to brush our scuffles before away, Li Yao said to Futian. Let's go, princess, Futian said to Xia Qingyuan and ignored Li Yao altogether. Didn't you ask me about Saint Ji outside of Emperor Xia's palace? I was the one who made him did what he did. I've taken both his son and wife to Emperor Li's realm. If you're willing to come to my side, I'd be happy to offer them to you. Li Yao narrowed his eyes. So that genius in the 9 states back then is now an important figure serving Xia Qingyuan now then? Li Yao had marked Futian to be a target, and he deemed Futian someone he needed to dispose of as soon as possible. We'll meet 3 days later, Xia Qingyuan said coldly, before turning around and left with the mighty ones at her side. Let's go, Kong Xian said as well. The rock took one look at Li Yao with its golden eyes and took to the air. The mighty ones from the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm left as well. Li Yao's eyes were devoid of the smirking and jesting demeanor about them after those people left. His expression became rather serious and said in a serious tone, Xiaqing is indeed indomitable. I never expected Kong Zhan and Kong Yao of the demonic realm to be such as well. If they prove to be that resilient as well, it seems like we'd have a difficult battle to fight up ahead. His provoking words and condescending demeanor were not truly what they appeared to be. On the contrary, Li Yao was taking the upcoming battle with utmost seriousness. It was the first important task entrusted to him by his father, and it would have played an important role in determining the course of his future. He was unable to afford to lose. There is no need to be overly concerned, Your Highness. Teacher has gotten amply prepared this time, and we tested what they were capable of outside of Emperor Xia's palace. We'd definitely be able to win this, a youth was heard saying by his side. Yeah, and keep a close eye on Futian. If he were to participate in the flag battle 3 days later, we need to be careful with our selection. If the chance presents itself, we'll have to take him out first. Li Yao's voice was cold. His intuition was telling him that Futian was extremely dangerous. Furthermore, Futian held intense enmity towards him. Killing intent was almost spilling from Futian's eyes, looking very determined to end Li Yao. While Li Yao did not care all that much, it was not a comfortable feeling being glared at like that after all, so he still needed to get rid of Futian as soon as possible. Rest assured, Your Highness. The people behind him nodded one after another. They were all genius-level figures of the Dali dynasty, and they had absolute confidence in their respective powers. Chapter 1049. After the mighty ones from the 3 realms of the emperors left, one figure after another was seen descending onto the Jiuxiao Tower. All of them were cultivators from Kongshan City. After the mighty ones from the 3 realms of the emperors left, one figure after another was seen descending onto the Jiuxiao Tower. All of them were cultivators from Kongshan City. Seems like the Battle of Empty Realm this year is going to be rather interesting. Who do you think would win? Someone asked. Emperor Li's realm had been dominating the Empty Realm for the past 10 years, and they had the greatest amount of power accumulated in Empty Realm, enabling them to pull all manner of tricks. With the cultivators from Dali Dynasty added to the list, it was very, very possible that they might have ended up as the winner again. It's been said that that imperial advisor of Dali had developed new methods and created a bunch of killing machines. It seems like Emperor Li's realm is going to bag it again this year. The twins, Kong Zhan and Kong Xian, had unparalleled combat prowess. It's been said that the descendants of great monsters of the demonic realm serving the demon peacock emperor had been here to support the twins in order to secure victory in the upcoming battle. Seems to me that the demon peacock emperor's realm has just as good a chance to come out on top. Yeah, Emperor Xia has claimed that her daughter, Xiaqing Yuan, had talents rivaling that of his, which meant she might have become the empress of Emperor Xia's realm in the future, so there was no doubt that she was extremely exceptional. But then again, they are not fighting mighty ones from Emperor Xia's realm this time, and have to be fighting those of similar levels from Emperor Li's realm and Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. Li Yao, Kong Zhan, and Kong Xian are probably just as capable as she is. We'll see if Emperor Xia's realm has any secret weapons with them this time around. Many talked, and judging from the looks of things, Emperor Li's realm had the best chance of emerging victorious still. They secured an overwhelming victory 10 years ago after all. However, things were different at present. The leading figures of the Battle of Empty Realm at the moment consisted of the princes and princesses of the respective realms. Things had never been of such grandeur for the past 100 years or so. If the royalties were leading their forces personally, then their subordinates would have also definitely consisted of the most powerful lineup they were able to gather. However, no one would have known of the final outcome until things had gotten to the very last stages. At that moment, all of the spectators were only speculating. They were those who had set games in Kongshan City, betting on who would have emerged as the victor in the Battle of Empty Realm. Many saints put down heavy bets as soon as the games were set. It was only natural that most bet on Emperor Li's realm emerging victorious. 3 days later, the forces from Emperor Xia's city, Emperor Li's city, and Demon Peacock Emperor's city, 3 cities representing their respective realms and laid out in a triangular layout, gathered at the central region between the cities. Stern, solemn pressure was felt everywhere. Countless mighty ones emerged in the air from far away, watching things unfold before them quietly. 3 grand armies appeared above that area. Their might shrouded the entire area, as if they were celestial armies themselves. It was the day of the flag battle as agreed by all three sides, which was also the start of the Battle of Empty Realm. The mighty ones from the three imperial cities had all left their respective cities and gathered there. One figure after another took to the air, and they formed three distinct camps as well. The sacred general of Tian, the sacred general of Do, and other saints were high up in the air. The saints were forbidden from entering the battlefield and participate in the Battle of Empty Realm as soon as the flag battle commenced. Deciding who would be the ruler of Empty Realm through battles between those beneath Saint Plain had been a consensus reached by the three emperors for many years. None dared to break the rules without good reasons, as any mishap could have resulted in a breakout of war between the emperor's realms. None of the realms dared to wage a war against one another until they were absolutely sure of it, as the price for doing so would have been too great. As such, having one battle held once every 10 years and only fought by the sages had been the most peaceful way they had been able to come up with to settle the matter. All three imperial realms had their chance once every 10 years, and the losers would have been able to yield easily. If the battle had been one deciding the right to permanent rule of Empty Realm instead, the other two that lost would not have been able to sit well with the result for long. While the saints were not participating in the battle, but all three sides nonetheless mobilized a great number of saints there, so as to ensure that none would have flaunted the rules. Things would have turned dire if something untoward were to happen. Furthermore, given how it was the royalties leading their armies personally in that year's battle, they needed to be extra certain of how things proceeded. The three forces below stood against each other in a similar fashion. The grand entourage brought about thick might and pressure to the place, making even the spectators standing from far away felt pressured somewhat. A group of people emerged from the army. Xia Qingyuan from the army of Emperor Xia's realm went forward. Tianji was seen bearing a huge flag and walked right behind her. There was an image of the lotus flower on the flag, and said flag was none other than the flag of Emperor Xia. That day was the day of the flag battle. Xia Qingyuan's side was not the only one doing so, as both Li Yao and the twins emerged as well, coming to the very front of their armies, and the flags behind them billowed. The flag of Emperor Li had an image of Golden Dragon on it, while the flag of Demon Peacock Emperor had an image of a peacock. Per the rules of Battle of Empty Realm, after the flag battle, the blood-stained flag shall be placed at the highest point of the three imperial cities. The side with the shaft of their flags snapped shall be eliminated from the battle. Li Yao then continued, life and death occurring during the Battle of Empty Realm shall remain as the affair of the battle. Saints are not allowed to interfere. Anyone who violate the rule shall be punished by death. Battle matrices are forbidden within the imperial cities. Any side that violates the rule shall be eliminated. Other than that, all sages are permitted to participate in the battle. The battle shall be held for 3 months. If the flags were to remain intact after the duration of 3 months, the victor shall be determined at this very spot. The victor shall be granted the right to rule Empty Realm for the next 10 years. Everyone looked serious. The Battle of Empty Realm had been held for more times than they were able to count, so there was no way any of them would have not known about the rules. We shall begin. Kong Zhan's voice was cold as he turned his eyes at Li Yao. Well then. Li Yao nodded. The flag battle shall be one to be fought to the death. No divine implements were allowed to be used. The flags shall be stained with blood. I would present to you, my candidate. A stout figure was seen walking out from the army of Emperor Li's realm as soon as he finished, emanating terrifying power all over him, as if there was no way to conceal his aura. Futian took a look and knew that he was like one of those killing machine warriors fighting outside of Emperor Xia's palace back then, who was forced into semi-saint status using special means. However, their planes were unstable, and they were no longer able to go further in their training, forever stuck at being semi-saints. A mighty one emerged from the side of the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, emanating thick, unbridled demonic aura. His body transformed as soon as he walked out, taking the form of a demonic beast. It was a terrifying-looking demonic ape who was leaking frightening power all over him. The flag battle was one that would have determined the morale of the forces in the Battle of Empty Realm. There were 3 battles to be fought, and in principle, the victors would have been able to stain their flags with the blood of their opponents by winning 1 battle each. Furthermore, The flag battle was a battle fought to the death. Among the three emerging, only one would have been able to emerge alive, making the fight harrowingly cruel. Emperor Xia's realm was the last side to field their warrior in the first battle, giving them an edge by allowing them to decide their candidate according to the other two fielded. Who would be the one to fight? Xia Qingyuan said. I would. A figure emerged. It was Xinyuan Ao of Xinyuan Palace. He was one of the most powerful figures under Saint Plain in Emperor Xia's realm, and a descendant of Emperor Xinyuan. As a descendant of a Renhuang, Xinyuan Ao was extremely prideful, yet he was none one of those who lived off the glory of his ancestors and did nothing himself. On the contrary, he had a keen battle sense and possessed an overbearing temperament. Despite the flag battle being one that would have had him fight to the death, he remained staunch in coming out to fight in that very first battle. Three candidates emerged and stood at the center between the armies. Terrifying aura swept all over the place. Xinyuan Ao burst with extremely dazzling golden light that looked like the light of Renhuang. An enormous sword appeared. While the blade was not a long one, but it was thick and looked overbearing. There seemed to be images carved on the sword, and the light of celestial entities coursed on it, while sparks of lightning jumped as well. Xinyuan Ao was basking in terrifying light all of a sudden. The Xinyuan sword spirit. The mighty ones from Emperor Xia's realm gazed at Xinyuan Ao. As one of the top-notch figures below Saint Plain, it was only natural that he was renowned. It seemed like he would have been able to bag that very first battle. Liao turned his eyes at Xinyuan Ao as well, whose ancestor was Emperor Xinyuan and of great renown. There was no way Liao would not have known. It was said Emperor Xinyuan had infused the Great Path's power on his life spirit that enabled him to manipulating powers of the celestial entities as well as thunderstorms. It was then passed down throughout his bloodline and enabled his descendants to possess superior talents from birth. The Xinyuan sword spirit that Xinyuan Ao summoned was indeed terrifying. Yi Futian kept his eyes at Xinyuan Ao as well. He had never spoken to Xinyuan Ao before, yet he was nonetheless able to sense that Xinyuan Ao was an extremely prideful person. The man's ancestor had been a Renhuang after all. Huang Zhouge's life spirit had only been able to be awakened again and became stronger all those years after inheriting the lineage of his ancestor. Xinyuan Ao, on the other hand, has had his powers long awakened and had always been extremely powerful. As one who was lauded to be among the handful of edge of pinnacle below Saint Plain in Emperor Xia's realm, it was only natural that Wang Chuan had fought him before as well. All the others in that battle were naturally anything but weak. His blade was drawn, and he blitzed like a streak of lightning at the mighty one from Emperor Li's realm. His opponent stepped forward and seemed to be shining with boundless golden light, seemingly having taken an invincible golden form, and saintly light burst from within. That mighty figure seemed like a human-shaped divine implement and actually simply lifted his arm, intending to beat down on the Xinyuan sword spirit lashing out at him. The flash of the sword dropped with a loud boom. The light of the celestial entities showered and lightning crackled. The power of the Great Path hammered down on its target with the force of doomsday. Boom! That mighty one from Emperor Li's realm remained totally unfazed. His legs steadied and both arms were outstretched, barging through the dazzling light and headed straight for the sword spirit. Xinyuan Ao took one step forward and appeared right above the sword, before he held the blade with both hands and brought it down hard. A beam of light of the Great Path out to tear space apart appeared from above, seemingly like a bolt of devastating lightning as it was brought down on the body of its target. That extremely powerful golden body was shattered, chopped in half, and died on the spot. Saintly aura seemed to still emanate from that broke body after the man had died. So the imperial advisor of Dali had crafted men like he crafted divine implements then? The sacred general of Tian said coldly in the air. While such means enabled one to craft human-form weapons, it was nonetheless inhumane. The people from Emperor Li's realm did not respond. Liao looked at that dead body dropping below with a deadpan face. They were the ones to field their candidate first in that very first battle, so it was only normal that they ended up losing. It was impossible to win all 3 rounds of the flag battle, but each side would have had a chance of fielding their candidate last, which would have enabled them to secure one victory. Xinyuan Ao walked towards the mighty one from the demonic realm, and as expected, that demonic ape was quickly cut down as well. The Xinyuan sword spirit flew towards the Emperor Xia's flag, staining it with the blood of his opponents. The demon peacock Emperor's realm was the first to field their candidate in the next round. Yet another powerful figure emerging and looking extremely ferocious, as they turned around to look in Xia Qingyuan's direction. Who would be fighting in the next round? Xia Qingyuan asked. Yu Sheng. Yi Futian responded calmly. Yu Sheng then walked out, and Xia Qingyuan knew what was going on. With the Emperor Li's realm being the last to field their candidate, Li Yao would have definitely wanted to take one victory of his side, and as such, would have fielded someone extremely powerful. The very reason why Yi Futian wanted Yu Sheng to fight was precisely to prevent Emperor Li's realm from being able to win. At that moment, Yi Futian stood calmly in the crowd and took a cold look at Li Yao. He wanted the blood of all three mighty candidates in all three rounds of the flag battle to stain Emperor Xia's flag. Chapter 1050. High up in the sky, many cultivators were watching the battlefield. In the first battle, the Xinyuan family had played a part, winning the first battle for Emperor Xia's realm. In the second battle, Emperor Li's realm had gotten involved right at the end, and they would most likely be the victors of that one. At that moment, a dark-robed figure walked about from beside Li Yao. A single glance at him gave everyone a feeling of raw power. He was cold and arrogant. High up in the sky, many cultivators were watching the battlefield. In the first battle, the Xinyuan family had played a part, winning the first battle for Emperor Xia's realm. In the second battle, Emperor Li's realm had gotten involved right at the end, and they would most likely be the victors of that one. At that moment, a dark-robed figure walked about from beside Li Yao. A single glance at him gave everyone a feeling of raw power. He was cold and arrogant. Chao Yuan, take his head as a sacrifice, Li Yao said to the man who was walking forward as he stared at Yu Sheng. Yi Futian had come from the 9 states to the upper realms and then had gotten involved in the battle for the empty realm. So, it was only right that he not leave this battle alive. And he had actively encouraged Yu Sheng to fight in this battle. He must have a death wish. Chao Yuan. Everyone in the sky felt their hearts tremble, even the sacred general of Tian. Many people had the surname Chao, but in Emperor Li's realm, there was someone who stood at the peak of all cultivators whose name was Chao. He was an outstanding magician from Emperor Li's realm who had founded a clan based on demonic methods that had achieved great prestige. He was one of the top 5 most powerful figures below Emperor Li, and thus it was obvious how powerful he was. He was a formidable man who had achieved the 4th tier of the Saint Plane, Nirvana. The man who strode forth now was named Chao Yuan, and he must be a descendant of that magician. The cultivators of Emperor Xia's realm and the demon peacock Emperor's realm are in trouble, many people thought secretly. Emperor Li's realm would certainly win this battle. Each of the 3 realms would achieve at least one victory in this flag battle, and the one who acted last had the best chance of victory. It would be difficult for them to lose this one. Even the 2 great saint generals of Emperor Xia's realm were looking at Yu Sheng nervously. Both Emperor Xia's realm and Emperor Li's realm had many descendants of powerful figures taking part in this battle, like the people from Xinyuan Palace, Divine Cloud Valley, and Jiutian Temple. But even if they were nervous, their expressions did not change. Being wounded was normal on the battlefield, especially as far as the 2 saint generals were concerned, who had experienced countless lives and deaths, and thus were numb to it. 10 years ago, Emperor Xia's realm had suffered a grievous defeat. Not only had the sovereign family in Emperor Xia's city been struck, but over half their army had also been killed or wounded. This time, they only hoped that the princess could obtain a victory for Emperor Xia's realm here at the empty realm. Chao Yuan stepped forward onto the battlefield, and his gaze fell upon Yu Sheng. He felt an aura similar to his own coming off of him. It was highly likely that his opponent had cultivated the demonic method just as he had, but he had never heard of anyone in Emperor Xia's realm whose demonic arts were stronger than those that had been passed down through his family. Li Yao wanted him to take his opponent's head, so he would do so and present it as a sacrifice to him and win the first victory for Emperor Li's realm in the battle for the empty realm. But before he could take Yu Sheng's head, he would first have to deal with the other fools. Chao Yuan stepped forward towards the demonic beast that had come forth from the demon peacock emperor's lines. The demonic beast reverted to its original form, a large and sturdy yak. Its roar thundered in everyone's ears, and destructive lightning swept forth from it towards Chao Yuan. Chao Yuan seemed not to see it, letting the terrible lightning pass through his body. Blood-colored demonic light burst forth from him that turned into blood-red lines that absorbed the power of the lightning. He used the electricity to increase his own power, and suddenly, the lightning was flowing over his body as he walked forward. The ground trembled with his every step. He was absolutely overbearing as he descended like a demon king, suppressing the giant yak. The yak's eyes were filled with demonic malice, but it still felt extremely threatened. Chao Yuan's every step was like a clap of thunder, causing his heart to flutter. It was a descendant of the sacred yak, with supernatural strength and power, and yet it was being suppressed by its opponent's power. It charged forward with a roar, rushing madly towards Chao Yuan. Heaven and earth seemed to crack and splinter as lightning shot out from it. Images of countless yaks appeared around it, filling both the earth and the sky. All of them were as large as the original, and they galloped towards Chao Yuan, trying to break everything before them into pieces. Boom! Chao Yuan seemed to turn into a demon, quickly growing to the same size as the yak. He stepped into the air, trampling on the images of yaks and crushing them to pieces. They could do nothing against him. Crack! Crack! The earth trembled violently, and Chao Yuan's body collapsed forward. A man and a demon rushed towards each other, and the dust flew up from the ground as they charged. Cracks appeared as the earth split apart. It was an astonishing sight. Cultivators of the demon path are truly overbearing to the extreme. This Chao Yuan is a devil in human form. He's even more wild and violent than the yak, thought many people as their hearts trembled. But when they thought of his family background, they were relieved. His powerful nature was beyond doubt. Chao Yuan collided with the massive yak and struck forward with his fist. The yak pierced towards him with its horns, purple lightning wrapped around them. They were locked in close combat. The demonic cultivator and a demonic beast were locked in close combat. Crack! A loud noise rang out as the yak's horns snapped and Chao Yuan's fist smashed into its head. Its massive body instantly shattered into tiny pieces, and its flesh and blood went flying everywhere. It was terrible to behold. Its blood splattered on Chao Yuan, and his fist was covered in it. Not just the yak's, but his own as well. His blood dripped to the ground, but he seemed to have felt nothing. He turned to look at Yusheng. Yusheng was still standing there calmly. Chao Yuan walked towards him, and suddenly, Emperor Xia's army, which was standing behind Xia Qingyuan, felt a terrible pressure coming from his body. Yusheng had been able to sweep away all the cultivators that Lu Chang had brought from Lihan Heaven and had once fought his way through Jotian Temple. Would he die in battle today? A flag battle was a battle to the death. Only the victors would survive. There was a flash of cruelty in Chao Yuan's deep eyes. Is your head ready? Chao Yuan stepped forward, and a wave of overbearing demonic power swept out. A dark gold demonic power swept out from Yusheng as well. The flow of demonic energy covered the sky, and then the entire area. The two flows of demonic power collided up in the sky. Everyone narrowed their eyes as they watched. It seemed that both of them had cultivated their demonic arts. But Chao Yuan had such an impressive heritage. Could it be possible that Yusheng's demonic power would be stronger? He would likely come to tragedy. Boom! Chao Yuan stepped forward again, his large and sturdy body moving slowly towards Yusheng. His eyes were fixed on Yusheng's head, and that was probably where his attack would fall. There was a crisp snapping sound as Yusheng's body transformed. A demon-like illusion shone behind him. He stepped forward slowly, but each step shook the earth, and the vibrations were no weaker than those caused by Chao Yuan. Even more terrifying were his eyes. Everything that he looked at with those dark eyes would be crushed beneath his feet. Chao Yuan narrowed his eyes. He felt a bit uneasy, as if what was standing before him was truly a demon that could command all other demons. It seemed that in all the heavens and the earth there was only him and him alone. In his mind, a huge demonic figure appeared, pressing down upon him, making the demonic power flow through his body less smoothly than before. This feeling made Chao Yuan's heart beat faster. He felt faintly uneasy, but the fighting could break out at any moment. The two of them were already charging towards each other, and there was no way to retreat. This was no time to be thinking of defeat. He shook off the thought and gathered all of his power into his arm. Blood-colored light wrapped around it, tearing his sleeve apart. Suddenly, the blood-colored light shot through his entire arm, making it extremely terrifying. Boom! The earth trembled as the two of them drew together. Chao Yuan struck out with his arm. He did not manage to tear off Yusheng's head. He would have to defeat him first. Yusheng also struck out with his fist, thrusting it directly forward. The two great demonic cultivators fought each other with the most basic methods. A violent airflow swept out, and at the instant they collided, deep cracks appeared in the ground, stretching out towards the faraway armies. But everyone's eyes were firmly fixed on the battle. Yusheng felt his internal organs tremble and his blood surging. His opponent's attack reached into his body layer by layer. He thought it would break him apart and kill him. The demonic will within him roiled, suppressing the power that was attacking him. His mighty demonic power poured into his opponent's body. At that moment, Chao Yuan went pale. Blood dripped from his mouth, but this was masked by the vigorous courage that filled him now. A terrifying force exploded out from him, swallowing up the demonic energy within Yusheng, and even trying to suck the blood out of his veins. But a mighty rule power burst forth from Yusheng at the same time. Dark golden light flashed, and Yusheng's body became like a bottomless hole as he transformed into a terrible vortex that resisted Chao Yuan's devouring power. As those cold, demonic eyes met his, Chao Yuan felt his head begin to split as terrifying demonic images entered his mind. He was like an actual demon. At that moment, Chao Yuan realized that his opponent's demonic arts were stronger than his own and could suppress him. He saw Yusheng pull back his fist, and in the next moment, there was a loud cracking sound as it punched through his head. Everyone watched this scene with horror. This cannot be. Li Yao's heart quivered so fiercely it seemed it would jump out of his chest. He saw Yusheng reach out with his huge demonic hand and place it upon Chao Yuan's head. There was another snapping sound as under everyone's gaze, Yusheng twisted Chao Yuan's head off. He then pushed Chao Yuan's body to the ground. Everyone's hearts beat wildly, and they trembled violently. This scene could not be compared to their attacks. Their breath caught in their throats, and they stood there frozen, staring fixedly at the scene before their eyes. Yusheng had plucked off Chao Yuan's head, and now stood victorious upon the battlefield. Chapter 1051. All was dead silent upon the battlefield. All was dead silent upon the battlefield. Li Yao had ordered Chao Yuan to bring him Yusheng's head, but now his own head had been removed. Yusheng had torn it off, killing him in brutal fashion. Even the cultivators from Emperor Xia's realm were deeply shaken by this scene. The army stared at Yusheng, secretly asking themselves, "Who is this man?" Xia Qingyuan sat there. Another one of her valiant officers had crushed Chao Yuan of Emperor Li's realm, and so Emperor Xia's realm had won a second victory in the flag battle. At least one of Emperor Li's realm, or the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, now had no way of making the blood they had shed here worth it. Moreover, Chao Yuan's death would have made the head of the Chao family quite upset. Although he wouldn't dare to act personally, he could at least support his brothers. After all, he was not the only prince of Emperor Li's realm. He was one of Emperor Li's 5 most powerful vassals and had great power of discourse. He felt that he had miscalculated and had underestimated Yusheng's power. Judging by the power he had shown today, he was at the limit of combat power below the saint level. He was not even necessarily any weaker than Wang Chuan. If Yusheng had this kind of combat prowess, then Yi Futian would be even stronger. These two must be the main generals of Emperor Xia's army. The saints of the 3 realms were quite surprised by Yusheng's strength. The sacred general of Tian's face relaxed a bit. Emperor Xia's realm had already achieved 2 victories. Even if they lost this last fight, they still had proven themselves to be the strongest here, which would be good for morale. Yusheng lifted Chao Yuan's head and rose up into the air. He smeared some of the blood on the emperor's flag, and then tossed the head towards Li Yao. The blood of 2 great cultivators of Emperor Li's realm was now on that flag. Li Yao looked at the head at his feet, then up at Yusheng up in the air. The two of them stared at each other. He could feel intense murderous intent coming from Yusheng's gaze. It was the same as Futian. They both wanted to kill him. After all this, Yusheng returned to Futian's side as if nothing had happened. Only the last fight of the flag battle was left. In this fight, Emperor Xia's realm would be the first to send out someone, and the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm would be the last, giving them the advantage. But Emperor Li's realm would not easily give this battle up, and would probably send out someone extremely powerful as they tried to seize victory. But if they did this, it was highly likely that they would have to fight fiercely with the great demon of the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, and one of them would be killed. No one even considered Emperor Xia's realm. They had already won twice, so they probably would not take the risk of competing in this fight. But if they did want to compete, would it be permissible for them to send out Xia Qingyuan? The main general naturally could not participate in a flag battle. Therefore, the last battle would be between the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm and Emperor Li's realm. "Why don't you send someone out?" said Li Yao coldly as he swept his gaze over Xia Qingyuan. He was waiting for Emperor Xia's realm to send someone to their death. Xia Qingyuan looked behind her. They had Xiao Shang, Gong Sunzhong, and others here, but none of them were willing to go out to fight. They wanted to give up on this last fight. After all, they had won twice in a row, so they didn't have to worry about the last one. Moreover, even if they wanted to fight, there was a high probability that they would lose. Their opponents would probably send out their top people. If they fought, they would likely face a tough battle. Little Condor called Futian, and suddenly, a black-winged condor waddled through the crowd towards him. A black-winged condor? A strange look came over everyone's faces as they saw this demonic beast. Li Yao cast a cold glance at Futian and said, "You're sending out an ordinary fool to die? You'd be better off just retreating." Black-winged condors were extremely common demonic beasts. Killing one of them was not a big deal, and would not even give him the pleasure of revenge. He had known that Emperor Xia's realm would let this battle go, but he had not expected them to be this shameless. They were not even sending out a person, but instead had sent a beast out to die. "You fool." The black-winged condor stared at Li Yao. It beat its wings and soared towards him, looking down at him as if he were an idiot. He dared to belittle Grandfather Condor? And he looked at who it was involved with, and still dared to mistake it for an ordinary condor? Even those big famous demons were nothing to him. When they ran into Grandfather Condor, it would cook and eat them as usual. It had followed Futian for so long that it no longer made a habit of eating raw meat. It was going to enjoy this. Li Yao saw the petty condor looking down on him, and suddenly, powerful murderous intent flowed out from him. He suddenly smiled and coldly said, "It must have been difficult for a lowly condor such as yourself to cultivate to this level. If you seek death so willingly, allow me to give it to you." On saying this, he looked back to a figure behind him and said, "Don't let him die too easily." "Very well." The figure nodded, then stepped forward. He was a youth wearing snow-white robes. Although he had been on the battlefield all along, there was no dust or dirt staining him. He carried a sword on his back in a thin scabbard, which meant the sword inside must be thin as well. A disciple of Dali's Sword Mountain. When they saw the sword on his back, the people watching up in the air could guess where he had come from. Emperor Li's realm had factions of swordsmen as well, and Dali's Sword Mountain was their most famous holy land for swordsmanship, equivalent in power to Lihan Heaven. This white-robed swordsman who had walked forward had come from Dali's Sword Mountain. His style was outstanding and his aura was unparalleled. He looked at the black-winged condor calmly. Even if the black-winged condor had some tricks up its sleeve, it would not be stronger than a great demon of the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. His main opponent in this battle would thus be the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. As for the black-winged condor, he would cut through it easily. At that moment, a young demon covered in divine golden light strode forward from the Demon Peacock Emperor's lines. His sharp, arrogant eyes were gold. The black-winged condor could feel a great pressure coming off of him. It could see that his original form was that of an extremely precious gold-winged rock. There was a family of god-winged rocks in the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, but there were very few pure-blooded members of the family. Any of them would be a treasure in the realm, but now one of them was being used to try and seize victory in this flag battle. Futian swept his gaze over the three beings who had come forth, and suddenly a strange look came over his face. He naturally knew the black-winged condor very well, and he actually felt space rule power coming from his opponents. Little Condor was good at that as well. He had dominated many demonic beasts over the years, but the black-winged condor was the only one that had followed him since his youth. It could feel his every sensation, and as he grew stronger, the black-winged condor had as well. It matched his every step forward on the path of cultivation. It could even be said that they had achieved enlightenment together. And so, he had let the black-winged condor take part in this battle. But everyone thought he had sent it to die. The white-robed youth walked towards the black-winged condor and said, "Since you've come to die, let me fulfill your wish first." On saying this, he moved as fast as thought, and suddenly thousands of swift and sharp sword wills were slashing forward as he charged towards the black-winged condor. But at that moment, a terrible, beautiful dark golden light was flowing over the condor's feathers. The light covered his entire body in an instant. The sword wills slashed down, but they only struck the golden light. They were unable to wound the black-winged condor. The cultivator from Dali Sword Mountain frowned, then smiled and said, "Interesting." On saying this, he disappeared and reappeared right in front of the black-winged condor. He slashed out with his sword with enough power to shock both gods and ghosts. There was an ear-piercing sound as space itself seemed to be cut. The sword swept across the ground, leaving sword marks in the dirt. But the end it only cut through an illusory figure, as the black-winged condor itself appeared up in the air, beating its wings. A strange look came over the face of the white-robed swordsman from Dali Sword Mountain. Everyone saw the black-winged condor circling up in the sky. Suddenly, countless images of condors appeared there. All of them were spatial afterimages. Space rule power. Everyone stared up into the air. Were they seeing this right? The black-winged condor sped up, causing a terrible storm to sweep across the sky. Extreme shadow. A bolt of golden lightning swept out, and all the images of condors rushed towards the same spot like golden afterimages. The white-robed cultivator rushed into the sky as fast as lightning. Both of them disappeared from where they had been and collided together in mid-air, then separated instantly. The white-robed swordsman slashed out wildly with his sword, and suddenly, the sky was filled with slashing swords that cut through everything. The black-winged condor flew around him, and the space around him seemed to tear, turning into a terrifying space storm. Can it really be that strong? Everyone stared at the formless demonic beast. They could not follow his trajectory. Boom, boom, boom. They collided many times until the white-robed swordsman felt his arm go numb. His attacks were no weaker than his opponents, but he was not as strong, and he could not bear this many repeated attacks. And he was gradually slowing down. Whoosh! A powerful wind blew out, and one of the golden afterimages coalesced into a long halberd in the black-winged condor's talons. Another golden afterimage swept over, and the black-winged condor appeared in front of the white-robed swordsman. This time, at the moment the swordsman slashed out with his sword, thousands of swords cut through the air towards the condor. However, all he could see was the golden lightning. The lightning seemed to have melded with the halberd. At that moment, space and time seemed to freeze. The white-robed cultivator's face changed as he felt his movements become restricted. He immediately understood that he had underestimated his opponent. This evil creature was truly crafty. Boom! The golden lightning crackled towards him and shattered his sword. The halberd pierced through the air. In the next moment, he felt a cold bite at his throat. "You asked for this." The black-winged condor pulled out the halberd, letting his opponent's body fall to the ground. It swept its gaze towards Li Yao and spat out a single word, "Fool." On saying this, he rushed towards the gold-winged rock. Chapter 1052. Li Yao stared at the corpse on the ground, and his eyes were gloomy. Li Yao stared at the corpse on the ground, and his eyes were gloomy. All three battles, all defeated. What he had called in disdain as a beast, had killed the great cultivator of the Dali Sword Mountain. If it was the previous battle with Yushang, that would be more acceptable, but this battle just gave him a sense of absurdity. Demonic beasts were even more dependent on talent than human. Unless there was a special chance encounter, The race they were born into determined the fate of the beasts. Therefore, when the black-winged condor stepped out, everyone thought for sure it was going to its death. Emperor Xia's realm had given up on that particular battle, and Li Yao even thought that Emperor Xia's realm was acting kind of shamelessly by sending an insignificant beast to its death. But who could have thought that the black-winged condor killed his swordsman from Dali dynasty? Moreover, this condor twice contemptuously called Li Yao an idiot. At this point, the eyes of the people turned to watch the battle between the black-winged condor and the roc. The speed of the two demonic beasts were fast to the limit, fighting in the height of the sky, causing a terrible spatial storm between the heaven and the earth. The black-winged condor even morphed, and each of its feathers turned into a dark golden color, faintly revealing a demonic light. Its eyes were extremely fierce. Its body was immense, its strength dominant, and it repeatedly colliding with the divine bird, the roc. The talent of the roc was impressive. Its body was like having been casted by golden divine metal. It was able to traverse the void with unparalleled speed, and its power to attack was equally powerful and incredible. Who could have imagined that a black-winged condor would dare to collide face-to-face with the roc? The many great demons of the demon peacock emperor's realm who gazed at the battlefield also revealed surprise in their eyes. What kind of genius was this black-winged condor? Die! A sharp voice pierced the void, and the roc's body bloomed with unparalleled golden brilliance. Its body seemed to expand, its wings fluttered across the space, and the countless feathers on its body turned into sharp blades, slashing toward the black-winged condor. The pupils of the black-winged condors were dark and arrogant, and the aura of space solidification covered the void. The golden brilliance that were shooting this way seemed to have slowed down. Its speed suddenly increased and passed through the endless light of slaughter. It descended before the roc in an instant. The sharp claws seemed to tear the space and stab toward the head of the roc. The wings of the roc trembled fiercely and actually broke through the aura of the space solidification. The golden claws also had the power to tear through the void, and they collided together. Afterwards, everyone saw two demonic beasts tangled deep in fighting. Between heaven and earth, the storm of space shredding grew ever more intense. This bird is too large to be stewed in one pot. The leisurely voice of the black-winged condor was heard, which shocked all the great demons of the demonic realm momentarily, and then the demonic aura swam out, wanting to tear the black-winged condor into pieces on the spot. A black-winged condor dared to insult the divine bird the roc, that it could not be stewed in one pot? Even Kong Zhan and Kong Xian could not help the twitching of the corners of their mouths and stared at the black-winged condor. Xia Qingyuan was slightly surprised. This black-winged condor seemed to have the cultivation ability of Futian and was an enlightened demonic beast. No wonder the roc is a divine bird, Futian said to himself. If it wasn't for the battle of sacrifice, this beast would make a great mount. The condor had been following him for many years and was enlightened by all of his cultivation. It had received the power of the demonic beast upon Mount Tian and had been bathed in St. Zhang's medicinal bath. It had also slayed many monsters in the endless ocean to increase its combative power and made many a sea monsters into stew. Other than the fact that its physical body remained unchanged, all of its other abilities had long since evolved. Previously, that swordsman was at a disadvantage in his power, but the roc could directly compete with the smaller condor in strength, physique, and defense. The wing on this bird is so meaty, it must be delicious when it's cooked. The voice of the black-winged condor was heard again, and the roc made a loud shrill, as if to give a violent attack. The black-winged condor zigged and zagged all the way in retreat, and the two golden shadows were constantly shifting and moving in the void, as if they had broken through the void. What? In the void, the cultivators of the demonic realm frowned. The black-winged condors seemed to retreat with an enchanting rhythm, dancing and flying in the air, and its movement gathered a violent momentum which wrapped it in a great storm of undeniable force. This damned beast was so deceitful, it had deliberately angered the roc. The roc's attack was getting stronger, but after many violent attempts, it was still unable to overcome the condor. The roc's energy continued to be depleted and appeared to be exhausted, at least for the time being. At this moment, The black-winged condor moved. There was a long halberd clutched in its sharp claws, carrying with it a terrible storm that shuttled through the void in an instant, descended in front of the rock. The rock felt an incredibly overbearing and barbaric pressure swept over it. It let out a scream but did not avoid the onslaught. Instead, it extended its sharp claws into golden blades, trying to stab the other. The halberd pierced through the sword, and it was broken and crushed. The halberd pierced through the claws of the rock, and then went on to penetrate its abdomen. The power of destruction was raging, and the rock made a pitiful whining sound. The brilliance on its body was still shining. Its wings shot out endless sharp spatial blades. With the dark golden radiance attached to its body, the eyes of the black-winged condor turned into the eyes of darkness, as if they were enchanted. It rushed toward its opponent with the long halberd stay inserted in the other's abdomen. Its sharp claws clamped on the neck of the rock, and then ripped it open. Blood instantly spurted out. The black-winged condor took a bite. At this moment, it seemed to have turned into a bird of dark magic, wanting to drink the blood of the rock. "Come back!" Futian spat out a command, and the black-winged condor released the body of the rock immediately, allowed its body to fall down. The black-winged condor returned with a beautiful arc, landed in front of Futian. Its demonic pupils disappeared, revealing an innocent look. Futian reached out and flicked him on his head, said, "The enlightened demonic beast is strong than anything. You yourself is a divine bird." The black-winged condor seemed to partially understand what was being said to him, but he still felt it was a pity that the blood of the rock had gone to waste. But Futian was the boss. Whatever he said must be right. Futian glanced at the fallen rock. Many of the great demons had the exalted reputation of being sacred beasts, but it was not because all of them they were sacred, but only that they had the potential to becoming that. Sainthood was a qualitative change. Whether it was a person or a demon, once entered into the divine and baptized by the great path, a rebirth occurred to change them from head to toe. Therefore, Futian had stated that an enlightened demon was stronger than anything else. Once it became a demon saint, even though the black-winged condor itself was an ordinary bird, as a divine bird, it would metamorphose drastically. What the cultivators call the saint plane. For the extraordinary to be sanctified, they must shed their mortal body. Therefore, there was no need to drink the blood of the rock. This battle had already enraged the great demons of the demon peacock emperor's realm. He did not much care about the attitude of Emperor Li's realm, but to offend the demon peacock emperor's realm would be too much, and it would not be a good idea for the other two to join an alliance. Seeing the previously ferocious black-winged condor appeared in front of Futian as a tamed pet, many expressed a look of amazement. In the War of the Sacrifices, Emperor Xia's realm had won all 3 battles. The crowd that was watching the battle from afar reveal an odd look. Emperor Xia's realm was the least favored force among the 3 realms. However, at the Battle of the Sacrificial Flag in the beginning of the battle for the Empty Realm, Emperor Xia's realm greeted the Empty Realm with a complete and total victory. So now, who else would dare to predict that Emperor Xia's realm would definitely lose? Yu Sheng and that black-winged condor. Were they the wild cards of Emperor Xia's realm? But that did not seem right either. Either Yu Sheng or that beast, they both seemed to obey the command of the white-haired youth next to Xia Qingyuan. Who was this handsome white-haired young man? In the army of Emperor Xia's realm, it seemed that he held a high position, very possibly second only to Xia Qingyuan. If so, was he the secret weapon of the army of Emperor Xia's realm? Many were now curious about Futian's identity. Naturally, Liao knew him. Kong Zhan and Kong Xian also casted a glance at Futian and seemed to realize that Xia Qingyuan was not their only opponent. Behind Xia Qingyuan, Tianji held the flag of Emperor Xia high up, and the blood-stained royal flag flew in the wind, making crisp sounds. The blood on the imperial flag was shocking to behold, but at this moment the army of Emperor Xia's realm was in high spirit. With victory of all 3 battles, the blood sacrificed on the imperial flag was a sign of glory. The flags of Emperor Li's realm and the demon peacock emperor's realm were still clean. Under the watch of many great demons, Kong Xian levitated and slashed her own tender skin and dripped blood on the imperial flag of the peacock realm. Since they could not garner a victory, she would make a sacrifice to the flag with her own blood. Liao also levitated into the sky and followed suit, solemn and tragic. Liao turned around and gazed at Xia Qingyuan and Yi Futian and said, "This is just the beginning. Put the imperial flag up in the city." The Battle of the Empty Realm officially began. When he finished speaking, he waved and led the army to depart. "Sire, the daughter of Emperor Xia is quite the beauty. If captured alive, would sire reward her to me?" Next to Kong Zhan, a great demon's eyes filled with evil light and stared at Xia Qingyuan. "If someone could capture the daughter of Emperor Xia, she will be your spoils," Kong Zhan replied. His demonic eyes glanced at Xia Qingyuan. "That woman also looks good. Her skin is delicate. She must taste very good." Yet another demonic beast turned to the direction of Yao Shi. The evil light of his eyes was blazing. Many demonic beasts were lustful and sinister, and now that they were in the battlefield, they were even more unscrupulous and unrestrained. "That royal highness of yours also looks pretty good. How about having her come over and serve my master?" The black-winged condor glanced at the talking demon with its enchanted pupils. Although it was not familiar with the princess and Yao Shi, but since they were the beauties next to its master, they both belonged to the master, and it was out of turn for these monsters to even think about touching them. Kong Xian's eyes shot toward the black-winged condor like a sharp blade, the 9-colored divine light shining upon her torso, and suddenly gave out a great sense of oppression. She was bathed in brilliant glory. Many great demons were also angrily roaring, staring at the black-winged condor. How dare this beast to humiliate their noble princess? To serve his master? It was unthinkable. The black-winged condor looked at the beautiful 9-colored divine light displayed by Kong Xian, a little surprised. This woman was pretty powerful. "You heard about serving my master, so you decided to fan your peacock tails?" The black-winged condor proudly raised its head. Hearing his words, the 9-colored divine light shot from Kong Xian's torso. Behind her, many great demons roared and coming forward, couldn't wait for the war to immediately begin so they could tear this animal into pieces for being so rude. Yi Futian slapped the black-winged condor on the head. Was its ego this inflated? "Shut up," Yi Futian whispered. This guy was pulling his legs and attracting unnecessary hatred for him. Sure enough, he saw Kong Xian staring at him, looking extremely unfriendly. The fanning of the tail was a mating ritual of lowly animals, such as the male peacock. This idiot dared to humiliate her with this analogy, truly unforgivable. Chapter 1053. Yi Futian felt rather speechless with the black-winged condor. He pressed his hand on the bird's head, turned around and left, feeling a chill running down his spine. Yi Futian felt rather speechless with the black-winged condor. He pressed his hand on the bird's head, turned around and left, feeling a chill running down his spine. He probably had just got himself into trouble, as the asshole of a bird actually told Kong Xian to serve him. Xia Qingyuan wore no expression on her face when she said, "Let's go." The massive army of Emperor Xia's realm left as soon as she gave the word. Putting the imperial flags after the flag battle at the highest point of the imperial city signified the beginning of the Battle of Empty Realm. Deaths occurred during the battle were to stay within the battle. The Battle of Empty Realm had always been extremely brutal, and the trading of pointed words hardly had any bearing when life and death situations were common. Anyone could have said anything brutal and unforgiving at anyone. While the black-winged condor had indeed insulted Kong Xian, but those demonic beasts on the other side were pretty much doing the same as well. Everything were to be decided on the battlefield. With the imperial flag placed within the city, does it mean that we'd need to put garrisons as well then? Yi Futian somehow came to walk at the very front together with Xia Qingyuan, with the army following right behind them, as he asked her. "Yeah." Xia Qingyuan nodded. One of the Battle of Empty Realms rules, the city with their flag taken down would be eliminated from the battle. For many years, many from the losing side perished from defending their flags. Don't think about gathering a force to just go about taking down the flags of others. While we've won all 3 battles of the flag battle, but you've seen what they were made of. None of them were weak, and furthermore, that was before divine implements were brought out. Yi Futian understood what Xia Qingyuan meant. There were many at the very cutting edge of the top-notch figures among the armies of the three great imperial realms. There were even the likes of Wang Chuan among them. Furthermore, with the princes and princesses, no one would have believed it if any of them were to claim not having top-notch ritual implements with them. If the armies were to bring their full might to bear, they could have even killed saints at the first of the divine steps. While the might of an individual would have allowed them to kill their way throughout the battlefield, but if said individual were to take down an imperial all on their own, it would have proven next to impossible. In Yi Futian's case, it would have only been possible if he were to burn his imperial will. Yi Futian was barely managed to stay alive doing so, with Emperor Xia deciding to spare him. If he dared to pull something like that at the upper worlds, it would have been akin to asking for his head to be put on a guillotine. Furthermore, if we were to attack, wouldn't that mean that we'd have to guard against yet another side attacking us? Yi Futian asked. That's a given. As such, we'd need to watch their moves constantly. Other than that, we'd need to be alert against cultivators appearing in any of the three war zones. Even if there were to be unaffiliated cultivators from the empty realm, they might actually turn out to be in the enemy's employ, or at least they could be spies. As such, if we were to find anyone within the war zones that were not of ours, we'd need to take them down. Xia Qingyuan then continued, one other thing. We couldn't afford to expose our true power right at the very beginning. Doing so would end up forcing our enemies to team up then? Yi Futian added. Battles fought between three forces are more complicated than usual. We couldn't afford to trust any side, as there would only be one victor in the end. There's a risk of being set up if we were to team up with anyone, and no one would bother making the first move when launching attacks. Worse still, we'd still need to be on guard against each other, for fear that the other side is actually setting you up while pretending to be an ally, enabling them to cut down our flag first. All manner of scenarios took place during the past battles of the Empty Realm. Until one side became clearly more powerful than the other two, the balance remained unbroken, Xia Qingyuan explained. In the last battle of Empty Realm, the leading figure of the Emperor Li's army had been a student of the imperial advisor of the Dali dynasty. He had been quite a strategist, going so far as to be willing to lure their opponents by sacrificing 1/4 of their army. They pretended to be weak all the time, making both Emperor Xia's realm and Demon Peacock Emperor's realm lower their guard. Emperor Xia's realm would have been able to secure victory by taking down the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, so Emperor Xia's realm allied with Emperor Li's realm. However, during battle, Emperor Li's realm played both sides, letting the two other realms duke it out between each other and wearing down their forces considerably. After the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm's flag was cut down, Emperor Li's realm's forces burst with all of the power all of a sudden and ambushed Emperor Xia's realm's forces. They killed all the way in Emperor Xia's city. Massive casualties resulted, the imperial flag was cut down, and Emperor Li's realm's forces emerged as the victors. Xia Qingyuan's voice was calm. It was apparent that she knew the history of the last battle of Empty Realm like the back of her hand, so as to take the lesson to heart. In actual fact, despite having concealed a good portion of their powers, Emperor Li's realm's forces were indeed the weakest among the three back then. It was especially so after losing a good portion of their forces. One could have only said that the student of the Dali's imperial advisor has indeed had indomitable will and a very shrewd mind. While Yi Futian knew little about past battles of Empty Realm, but given how it was a battle fought once every 10 years and the battles were directly tied to command of the realm for a decade, one could have assumed that any methods imaginable could have been brought to play in the battlefield. Many behind them saw both Xia Qingyuan and Yi Futian being at the very front of the army, walking side by side. Many looked rather puzzled at the scene. Both Yusheng and the Black Wind Condor had been Yi Futian's people back in that flag battle earlier. Both of them bagged 2 victories, and one could have assumed that Yi Futian was also incredibly formidable himself. As such, it was only natural that the princess valued him so much. However, no one thought that she would have valued him that much, so much so that she came to see him as her equal. Both Xiao Shang and Gong Sunzhong sported grim expressions. Xiao Shang had prepared himself to enter Emperor Xia's palace through fighting in that year's battle of Empty Realm, which would have enabled him to accumulate merits and renown in the battle, enabling him to legitimately serve Xia Qingyuan and wield actual power over Emperor Xia's forces. However, The scene before them seemed to have said that Xia Yuan had already made Yi Futian her lieutenant. That had been the expectations Xiao Sheng's family had placed on him. The army returned to the city and placed the imperial flag at a palace at the central region. Xia Yuan ascended the steps and addressed her people below. In this year's Battle of Empty Realm, the army of Emperor Xia's realm shall be divided into 5 legions. The Tian and the Dou were a legion in themselves respectively. I expect the leading figures for these 2 legions had already been assigned by the sacred generals. Yi Futian shall lead the legion consisting of those from the 9 states. Those of other forces here at the upper worlds, despite being of different forces, we shall stand in this battlefield as 1 legion, which I would lead personally. Those who train in Emperor Xia's city here at Empty Realm shall be led by Tian Ji. Any questions? The myriad of top-notch forces in the upper worlds, Divine Cloud Valley, the Shao Clan, the Xinyuan Palace, the Jiutian Temple, the Qin Palace, and many others, deployed their very beast, and they looked formidable. Furthermore, Xia Yuan appeared to be the only one capable of lording over their respective leading figures. If they were to be left to their own devices, they would have stayed among their own and made streamlining their actions difficult, which would have in turn been a liability in the Battle of Empty Realm. There was a force from Emperor Xia's realm remaining in Emperor Xia's city at Empty Realm. The killings were stopped when the battles were over. With the victor taking control over Empty Realm, they naturally would not have provoked the other 2 sides by killing unnecessarily. "We shall serve you, Princess." Xiao Sheng and Gong Sunzhong were the first to bow and pledge their vow. The mighty ones behind them followed suit. Of the 5 legions, Yi Futian's was the numerous, and they could have hardly been even called a legion. Xia Yuan allowed them to be recognized as a legion on their own, as from her perspective, despite lacking in numbers, there were several top-notch figures among them, which could have served as vanguards or secret weapons of Emperor Xia's realm's forces. Xia Yuan continued to delegate tasks. The cultivators of Empty Realm knew the place better than anyone, so they were tasked to protect the imperial flag and monitor the enemy's movements. Details about operations were naturally delegated to Tianji. When Xia Yuan was delegating tasks, Yi Futian chose to walk off on his own instead. "Where are you going?" Xia Yuan asked Yi Futian. "A stroll outside the demonic city," Yi Futian said. Black Wind Condor was mentally linked with him and appeared rather excited. It flapped its wings as it came to Yi Futian's side. Xia Yuan looked at Yi Futian and knew that he would have never obeyed the chain of command, just as she expected. As such, she never intended to give any tasks to him in the first place. "Brother Yi, the Battle of Empty Realm could not be fought with individual bravado alone. You might be formidable as an individual, but that would not have helped in the battle. It is best that you listen to what the princess has to say," Xiao Sheng said with a smile and appeared rather amicable. Yi Futian took a look at him before turning her eyes back to Xia Yuan. "Please rest assured, princess. I'm only there to look at how things are, and I have no intentions of taking risks." Xia Yuan heard Yi Futian and nodded, saying, "Be careful then." "Thank you, princess." Yi Futian nodded, and then at Sword Saint, Gu Donglu and the others, saying, "Big brother shall be in charge in my absence." Yi Futian stepped onto the Black Wind Condor when he was done. The bird flapped its wings and took to the air, heading far away. "Hey boss, are we going to pick up your concubine?" The Black Wind Condor's eyes glimmered and looked rather excited. That daughter of the demon peacock emperor might be a demonic beast cultivator, but she has little difference to humans. And that body of hers, man, perfect. Boss sure is quick with his actions. Lord Black Wind Condor here sure is looking forward to it. Now I wonder if you'd fit in a pot, eh? Yi Futian lowered his head and glared at the bird, causing it to squirm, feeling rather vexed. "Wait, so boss is uninterested in that demon girl at all? You'll get to open that big mouth of yours when we're at their turf," Yi Futian continued. The bird's eyes sparkled, as it was akin to allowing it to provoke those from the demon peacock emperor's realm. At the Dali dynasty far away before the Battle of Empty Realm was about to begin, the palace of Dali dynasty was extremely regal. It shot into the skies and looked even more magnificent than Emperor Xia's palace. A middle-aged man in cultivator's robe was seen at the top of the sky-gazing tower of Dali Palace, casting his gaze into the stars. He waved his hand and the stars began to shift, as if the great path had swift as well. The robed middle-aged man was an impressive figure stood above the billions at Dali dynasty and served only the emperor himself. The man was none other than the imperial advisor of Dali. The imperial advisor of Dali was the most knowledgeable person throughout the entire Dali dynasty, and everyone in the dynasty knew that there was no powers that the imperial advisor was unable to master. The imperial advisor took only a handful of students, yet every single one of them were impressive geniuses in their own right. He was a huge factor to Emperor Li's realm's present-day glory. The imperial advisor frowned with great concern as he observed the changes of the celestial phenomenon. Two beams seemed to have shot from his eyes, enabling him to pierce the stars and see the secrets behind them. However, his eyes actually bled after observing the stars for quite a while. It was a harrowing scene to behold, and yet he seemed to have felt nothing. He then gave up after being at it for quite a while. He sighed deep down. The might of Dali dynasty is in decline. But why? Chapter 1054. The black wind condor flew all the way through the empty realm, heading for the demon peacock city. The black wind condor flew all the way through the empty realm, heading for the demon peacock city. To Futian, his main target on that trip was Emperor Li's realm, and the demon peacock emperor's realm was not within Shi's sights. He cared little for the outcome of the war. So long as those from Emperor Xia's realm were not performing too poorly, there was no way they would have lost in the Battle of Empty Realm. It was especially so when the imperial flag of the demon peacock city was concerned. Cutting it down would have been a breeze, although some methods would have been required. There was not even a need for their armies to clash to get that done. As such, he headed straight for demon peacock city alone with the black wind condor. That place had huge number of demonic beasts guarding it at the moment. Demonic aura was so thick that it shot to the heavens. The black wind condor dived from above and saw one demonic beast after another taking to skies, ready to intercept them in the air. Formidable violent aura was seen in their eyes. They eyed the place behind the bird and were surprised to find no army. It was just one human and one beast. Worse still, it was that foul beast that dared to insult Her Highness. Voom! Strong gale tore through the space. The black wind condor sped through the air and continued on its way to the sky above the city. The army below the city rose together with them, barricading the city below altogether. One demon beast after another shot to the sky, getting ready to intercept Futian and the black wind condor. Terrifying demonic aura swept through the place, and they saw one eerie beam after another shot from below. It seemed as if the demon lions ganged up on them in a ferocious manner. The black wind condor's eyes shone with golden demonic light and brought its claws to bear. Terrifying space-tearing power shot below, tearing those demonic attacks apart one after another. Its speed was frightening as it continued moving forward. It quickly appeared at the central region of the demon peacock city, right before a demon hall. The armies were garrisoning there. Both Kong Zhan and Kong Xian looked up, glaring at the human and beast above coldly, thinking those two to have had death wishes to simply barged in like that. The black wind condor was very high up in the air and posed no threat to the imperial flag of the city. Even so, however, the armies below continued to be on guard against them. The terrifying army of demonic beasts took to the air. Are these two really trying to just take the flag on their own? Boss, can I talk now? The bird asked Futian telepathically. Futian did not answer, and the black wind condor took it to be silent approval. Excitement was seen in the bird's pitch-black eyes. It spread its wings in the air and screeched at the crowd below. Kong Xian, you demonic woman, come up and serve my master. Futian felt rather speechless. What the hell is this guy thinking? Is that the only thing it knows? He did not, however, stop the bird from talking. If it liked provoking the enemy that much, he saw no reason to stop it. Divine light of 9 colors shone on Kong Xian. That fiery body of hers took to the air. She was dressed in feathered garb of the peacock and looked demonically beautiful. Its voluptuous body and stunning appearance shone with a feral grace about it. You really have a death wish. A howl was heard from below. A rock tore through the space from below, holding a golden spear and dazzled as it streaked through the space in a heartbeat, aiming to kill the black wind condor. A gale was whipped up and the space glittered. The black-winged condor appeared somewhere else and making its opponent miss. It nonetheless kept its eyes on the rock, feeling the power gushing from its opponent, and saw the bird actually holding a space-type divine implement. "You lowly human! You dare to insult Her Highness!" The rock's eyes tore through space and shot forward at Futian and the black-winged condor. "My master had the potential of an emperor. It'd be the honor of Kong Xian, the demonic girl, to be able to serve my master. She should come to him personally and beg to be pampered." The bird then continued, "As for you lowly beasts, you shall bow before my master." The bird fired away with impunity, seeing how its master did not bother stopping it. Futian was feeling exasperated and wondering why he had never discovered the beast to have possessed such talents in the past. The shamelessness the bird exhibited easily eclipsed his own. Furthermore, the bird was acting all pompous and holier than thou, speaking in a very condescending manner, as if it was actually a stead of an emperor, feeling very proud of itself. However, Futian remained looking as if he was enjoying it all. He stood on top of the black-winged condor and acted as if the bird was telling nothing but the truth. His silver-haired and white-garbed silhouette remained eyeing Kong Xian in a formidable, unpredictably powerful stance. He was thinking if he should make it a king of blabbermouth of sorts, if the bird were to ever become a demon lord. Kong Xian looked up at the black-winged condor and then Futian, who was standing on its back. He eyed her with an unfazed, serene look, as if he was appraising her looks and figure right there and then. If Futian had not gave the bird his permission, it would have not dared to be so insolent. Kong Xian's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Despite having an enduring disposition, demonic aura nonetheless coursed throughout her body. Divine light of 9 colors glittered and her white, supple hands were clenched. "Me, Kong Xian, should go to him personally and ask to be pampered? This is unforgivable. Orders to the Godly Wing Legion." A voice was heard saying coldly beside Kong Xian. One demonic beast after another flapped their wings and ganged up on the duo in the air. There was one thing in common with all those demonic beasts: the possessed wings and were versed in speed attacks. They consisted the fastest elite legion in the grand army of Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. "Kill them," Kong Zhan said coldly. The group of demonic beasts shot to the air. Several rock moved the fastest and streaked through the air at Futian and the black-winged condor. They wanted to see how those two would have ended up dead. "Let's go." Futian gave his orders telepathically. The black-winged condor streaked higher into the sky like a bolt of lightning. The legion of demonic beasts had no intentions of sparing them. They all sped like lightning bolts as they pursued the duo, shooting into the clouds. "I'll go up and kill them." Divine light of 9 colors glittered on Kong Xian. She hovered in the air and headed high into the sky. "Beware of traps," Kong Zhan reminded her. The human and the beast had came to provoke them with mean words, insulting Kong Xian. What are they trying to do here? All manner of tricks were used in the battlefield of the empty realm. Lowly tricks of all kinds had been used before. The likes of flushing out the enemy into the open and entice the enemy to leave their vantage ground were naturally commonly seen tactics. With the 3 armies of the imperial realms getting into their respective cities not long ago, Futian showed up before everyone settled. It was entirely possible that he was there to ambush Kong Xian, which made it all the more important to be on guard. "I won't go after them too far. I'll get back to the city soon." Kong Xian had already shot to the air by the time she finished reassuring her brother. She was extremely fast and disappeared in an instant. Although she knew that the black-winged condor was only doing all of that to get to her nerves, she remained indignant. She was compelled to kill that foul beast and that wretched human cultivator, who allowed his stead to insult her like that. Serve him and ask to be pampered? The Godly Wing Legion of the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm was flying at frightening speeds. However, that black-winged condor was not slow in any way itself. Having developed compression of space rules, the powers enabled it to continue to streak through the air at near impossible speeds. Many demon beasts were gradually left in the dust, with Kong Xian and some top-notch demonic beasts who were extremely adept at speed, being the ones able to keep up with the black-winged condor. "You dared to speak in such an insolent manner, and yet you now run like dogs with tails between their legs? Kong Xian quipped coldly. She looked unervingly divine while basking in the divine light of 9 colors. Would you dare come alone, demonic girl? Me and Master would be happy fight you for 300 rounds. You'd definitely be willing to submit yourself to my master after you fight him, the black-winged condor answered without turning its head around. It continued to streak forward, and its voice was heard throughout the place. The divine light of 9 colors coursing all over Kong Xian felt like the light of the great path. Her chest heaved as extreme killing intent was seen burning in her eyes. The light turned even more glittering as she accelerated all of a sudden. She alone was the only one capable of close in on the black-winged condor, so much so that event rocks were left in the dust. It was a testament of how frightening her speed actually was. She is fast, the black-winged condor said to itself for her being to be able to close in on it so easily. However, its eyes continued to look unfazed and without the slightest hint of anxiousness. Despite the fact that there was no way for it to defeat the daughter of the demon emperor, it nonetheless had someone to back it. The bird would not have dared to be so insolent otherwise. The divine light of 9 colors shrouded the entire place. Dazzling feathers of the peacock appeared in the air, blocking out the sky altogether. Hey boss, she is really getting serious. You really don't want to think about it? The black-winged condor screeched. The feathers of the peacock shone throughout the heavens, which truly looked like a peacock flaunting its tail, looking incredibly dazzling. Kong Xian's expression was a grim one. The black-winged condor felt as if the sky was blocked out by the light of the peacock under the powers of the divine light of 9 colors. Extremely huge feathers of the peacock were seen blocking out the sky. Extremely terrifying devouring power manifested, and making it difficult for the black-winged condor to continue forward. It seemed to even beginning to make it swept in the other direction instead. Voom! The black-winged condor's wings shook violently, intending to continue streaking through the air. Its body burst through the air, and yet it quickly found that it had not even budged an inch. It continued to move at the very same spot, with space being pulled behind its body. The demon peacock emperor had heavenly means and was a lord over one whole realm. That alone was a testament of its powers. All great monsters at Saint Plane of the demon peacock emperor's realm were under its rule, and they were beings that comprehended the powers of the great path. As the daughter of the demon peacock emperor and had extreme talents, she and her twin brother, Kong Zhan, were known as the most exceptional heirs to the throne. With their training being at the very pinnacle of Sage Plane and half a step into Saint Plane, they were at the level of getting into Saint Plane and their powers had the might of the great path in them. Kong Zhan and Kong Xian were the leading figures of the demon peacock emperor's realm's forces in that year's battle of Empty Realm. They both were also the strongest of them all. As such, Kong Xian dared to lead her people to come out to kill those two without fear of getting ambushed. It was a testament in her great confidence in her own power. Even though the black-winged condor had showcased its extremely formidable powers before, and Futian, as its master, would have definitely been stronger, but she remained fearless. Futian turned around and eyed Kong Xian. He somewhat felt an aura similar to that of Wang Chuan from her, that she was someone a step away from attaining sainthood. That dazzling divine light of 9 colors and the feathers of the peacock that shrouded the place already had the might of the great path in Ti. Furthermore, she was the descendant of the demon peacock emperor, which meant it was extremely possible that her powers were above that of Wang Chuan. However, Kong Xian was not his target. He deemed it best to simply leave the descendant of the demon peacock emperor alone. Due to Kong Xian's status, the emperor would have definitely had something up his sleeve concerning his descendants. If he were to actually control Kong Xian, he would have most probably ended up alerting the emperor, and he might have even needed to suffer the recoil himself. The victory of the Battle of Empty Realm would have definitely been theirs, but his main target was still Emperor Li's realm. He had no intentions of offending an emperor of the demon beasts. If Kong Xian were to find out that Futian was actually considering if he wanted to put her under his control, it would have been anyone's guess what she would have felt. Her stared at Futian with a cold expression. That human looked incredibly exceptional and was definitely a rare, strikingly handsome man. but she never expected him to be so shameless and despicable. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.